morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to be here with you. And I can't wait for our next guest because we are going to unpack everything from yesterday's speech. Did something happen yesterday, young man? It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you now. Yes, here he is. I can see him. He is the managing partner and founder of SkyBridge. It's Anthony Scaramucci.
Thank you. Great to be with you. Thank you.
All right. Anthony, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here at the CNBC Sanctuary.
It's good to be here.
We've got a few things to talk about.
Yes. Sit up a little bit.
Let's start unpacking. Where should we start? What did you make of Donald Trump's inauguration speech? What were the highlights, the lowlights for you, Anthony? Let's start with the economy.
Well, he won the election. That was the low light for me. I have to be totally honest about that. That was pretty much the low light. But, you know, when he gave the speech in 2017, I was actually behind him on that dais. It was outdoors that time. And George W. Bush said, and I won't use the bad word, but he said it was some weird blank after the speech. And when you read the transcript of the speech in 2017, you said, okay, this is not the typical American president introductory speech to the world. But, you know, we all said, okay, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. And then we had this rampant chaos. Of course, I got fired after 11 days. But it wasn't just me. You know, there were 80 people. Some got fired, some got retired, some left. With their hair on fire.
Just quickly, before you go on, 11 days, what was it on the 11th day that did it?
You mean me getting fired? So a lot of people said I got fired because of the interview that I gave to a New Yorker reporter, but that's not really why I got fired. I was fighting with him over a few things. Some of it had to do with the release of classified information. And then he also was... he didn't want to sign this Russian sanctions bill. And I explained to him that if he didn't sign it, you know, they would seek an override in the Senate. He didn't understand that. And I think I said it in front of too many people. And I think that finished me right there. So, yeah. John Kelly fired me, actually. Trump didn't fire me. So, yeah, it was 11 days, by the way. On the 11th day, I got my ass fired. So that was like a big day for me. So when people say 10 days, it hurts my feelings. So we just want to...
Yeah, you've got to give him the extra day. Yeah.
You got to give me... That's like 9% of my federal career. But, you know, the speech this time was way worse than last time.
But why do you say that, Anthony? It may be way worse for you, but of course there are a lot of people in the business community saying that they're very optimistic.
So listen, I want to be very balanced. I think there are reasons to be optimistic in the business community. He's talking about deregulation. He's talking about opening up more drilling. He's talking about helping the banks. There's custodial issues that, you know, the banks were blocked during the Biden administration. He's certainly going to help the crypto community. And so for those reasons, if you talk to Wall Streeters, they'll tell you that this is going to be an economic boom as a result of Donald Trump coming in, and that the economy did well under Joe Biden, but it was sort of held back by Joe Biden. And, you know, they would say that the economy did well in spite of the Biden administration. But up against that is the randomness, and up against that is the uncertainty and the lack of predictability. And I think that what Wall Street has a tendency to forget is that we like leadership that is sort of in the background. We like leadership that they're working together and they're reaching a consensus. I think Wall Street has a tendency not to remember all of the havoc and all of the nonstop tweeting and all of the herking and jerking of policy. And so I'll just go back to Bill Clinton for a second. When he raised taxes in '93, he made a statement to Wall Street, that's the tax increase. So if I get reelected, you're going to have 8 years. This is the tax increase. And this created a lot of stability in corporations because they were then able to benchmark the allocation of their capital off of those taxes. Trump doesn't do that. You know, Trump is really focused on attention and self-aggrandizement. You know, Trump is launching a meme coin 24, 48 hours before he's becoming president. You know, you have to just think about that in the context of the Constitution and George Washington. And so people are not here for a history lesson, but We have 3 articles in our Constitution. One of those articles is related to the executive branch, and we bestowed a lot of power on the executive branch because of the trust that the founding fathers had in George Washington. So much so that they said to Washington, okay, you want to keep your farm, no problem, we'll let you keep the farm, but we want you to be president. So Trump has taken all of these societal norms and he's broken them.
But
and
Anthony, isn't that what the American people want?
No, I don't think so. No, remember, if you want
They voted for him.
50,
it was very,
I think 50.5% of the American people voted for him, despite what he's saying. He didn't have a broad mandate. If we're being brutally honest here, the Democrats fumbled the football. There was an opportunity for a generational transfer of leadership by the Democrats, and Joe Biden fumbled the football. He got a little bit of that Macbeth Shakespearean syndrome. He wanted to stay in power longer than he should have. And he could have started a primary process, and you could have had a better competition at the end. And so I think that really hurt her ability to beat him. You gave her 107 days to win. And I just want you to think about how narrow the victory was. It was 50.5%. And yes, he won the popular vote versus last time, but this is a more narrow victory than anything in the last 60 years. But can we go to the speech for a second? This is super important. Read the speech. Please read the speech, because he has nobody left around him to say, do you really want to say that about the Panama Canal? Do you really want to say that about Greenland?
So why do you think
do you really want to pardon people that created violence at the Capitol on the 6th of January that actually hurt police officers? You're supposed to be for law enforcement, but you're pardoning people that hurt our law enforcement.
Why do you think, in your opinion, and having worked with him, even for a short period, why do you think he's saying those things?
What topic, though? Let's go over the topics. He's saying the things about Greenland and Panama for attention. There's always a kernel of truth in what Donald Trump is saying. There's a Hong Kong company that's controlling both sides of that port. The United States has expressed a concern about that. They would like to take more control over the port. I think the fees that we pay, if you look at the fees, we have a very large Navy that's traversing through the canal. The fees are quite low. So him saying that they're super high is a little bit ridiculous. But I think that there's a kernel of truth there. Because of global warming, there's a lot more shipping lanes open in the North Arctic, and the Chinese and the Russians are in those shipping lanes. And so it would be in the interest of America and people in Western liberal democracies to have a little bit more control over that from a geopolitical national security perspective. So there's kernels of truth in what he is saying, but the bellicosity of the rhetoric and the approach that he's taking is raising alarms. Okay, you look at the situation and say, okay, there's too much unpredictability to what he's saying. And again, he's representing the free world. He's representing the world's largest economy. We're still the world's largest economy. But he's also representing an idea of what America is, not only to the people in the United States, not only to my grandparents that arrived in the United States in the 1920s, but to what the rest of the world sees as the United States. So when you're launching meme coins as you're going into the presidency, and you're literally out front grifting, and if you're accused of it, you go to the whataboutism, and listen, let's just be honest. There's people that are trading their personal stock portfolios inside the Congress. They've given them license for insider trading. Hunter Biden, I think he's like Hunter Biden Da Vinci. He sold paintings for ridiculous prices. And so there's things happening on both sides. So I'm not just going to accuse him of the issues, but he's talking like that because he wants your attention. He's talking like that because I worked for him 11 days in the White House. Remember, I was on the campaign with him for 9 months. He was way more relaxed on the campaign. The campaign was more of an exercise in publicity, and he was playing to win, but he didn't have the high expectation to win. On the 8th of November, 2016, I was with him. He did not think he was winning. He was planning a golf trip to go to his golf club in Scotland. So he won. Okay, and then he got intoxicated with the power, so much so that he didn't help Joe Biden with the transition, so much so they didn't show up at the inauguration. He said yesterday to Joe Biden, it's so nice that you're here, and it's so nice that this is such a wonderful tradition. And it was great irony and great hypocrisy in that. Well, where were you? So when you're winning, it's nice and traditional, but when you're losing, you're going to disavow the electoral system, disavow the process. You're going to get 20, 30% of your supporters to believe that our free and fair elections in the United States are not free and fair. And so, listen, I get it. I've made a lot of money as a result of Donald Trump becoming president. I have a very large cryptocurrency portfolio. Probably owe him a Christmas gift for that. But I'm very worried about the way he's talking and very worried about the way he's thinking about the world.
What concerns you the most, Anthony? He did say in a speech, too, he wants his legacy to be as a peace builder, a unifier. He's already said that he could solve Russia-Ukraine very quickly. Do you believe that?
Well, obviously, I don't believe that, but it's not even true. Even his Ukrainian envoy said that he was giving himself, quote unquote, 100 days. Putin likely won't meet with Trump. I think they're potentially going to meet in Geneva 4 to 5 months from now. Putin has had no conversations with him related to the war. Trump said a few things last night in the Oval Office I think are very true. The Russians have lost 1 million soldiers. Their economy has been devastated. The sanctions that have been put on the economy has crippled the economy. But think about it for a second from Vladimir Putin's perspective. If he loses grip of this thing, he loses power. And if he loses power, he's going to die. I mean, you have to just be honest about the situation. So he's painted into the corner, and we're going to have to come up with a solution that intersects that with us keeping ourselves free. And I think the Americans don't see how close Ukraine is to places like Italy, places like Paris. Take a look at the map. These types of aggressions from totalitarian leadership has to be rejected by the West. It has to be. If you want to stay free and you want to live in a liberal democracy and you want your kids to enjoy the freedoms in the society that we've grown up in, you have to reject this type of behavior. You can't be cynical to say, well, it's just the Ukraine. You cannot be cynical to do that. You have to join forces. There are 5.7 billion people in the world that are living under some type of totalitarian structure right now. The democracies don't fight with each other. They don't go to war with each other. And it's incumbent upon the democracies, understand your history. It's incumbent upon the democracies to join forces with each other to protect our Western liberal, and I use the word liberal in the context of philosophical liberalism, Western liberal values. Donald Trump does not represent that. Donald Trump treats our allies and the dictators very similarly. He doesn't sit down and understand that. When he talks about NATO, he doesn't understand the history of NATO. When we were allowing the European nations to spend less than 2%, there was a reason for that. The American government, the Pentagon, Harry Truman, Dwight Eisenhower, less military spending by even our allies is better for America. It'll put America in a position of being the dominant military power in the world. And they felt because it was a democracy, it would offer peace and prosperity to the world. There's a sentence in the Leviathan. Thomas Hobbes wrote this 350 years ago, but it's true today. We get our greatest level of peace and stability when there's one hegemonic power that can suppress the internecine and tribal conflicts around the world. Eisenhower understood that, Truman understood that, and so there was a reason why we allowed the Europeans to pay less. If you want the Europeans to pay more, I understand the world has changed. Let's make the adaptation, but let's explain it to people. Why do we have to go at it with this bullying, aggressive, nonsensical rhetoric that is jarring people and not providing people with the comfort of past presidents?
Anthony, what about taxing and the tariffs of foreign countries? How is that going to impact the economy worldwide?
Okay, so just think about what Trump is saying. Trump is saying that these countries are paying the tariffs. He's going to have an external revenue service. But we know, everybody in this room knows that the countries are not paying the tariffs. We're going to pay. The American consumer is going to pay the tariff. If you buy a car, There'll be a tariff, there'll be a price on the car or whatever the goods and services are. If you're importing cotton, whatever you're doing, if you're Gap, you're paying the tariff before you lay it off on the consumer. So Trump talking about it with that level of disinformation is very dishonest. But if you said to me that there are countries in the world where the governments are teaming up with their private enterprise and they are bringing goods and services to Europe or the United States at lower prices because they've been subsidized by their governments, then I would say, okay, well, we have to equalize that. We have to have a tariff here in Europe or a tariff in the United States to protect our private sector industries that are not giving a government subsidy from our governments. And so when the Chinese are dumping steel, well, we have to have a protective tariff for our industries to protect our steel people. All of that makes sense, and all of that should be surgical. Robert Lighthizer is no longer with the administration because if you read his book, No Trade is Free, this is what he writes about in the book. The tariffs are designed to protect us from uneven and unfair trade with countries that may want to game the system. What they're not designed to do, in my opinion, is to blow up the global trade system and disavow all the principles of David Ricardo. But if you said to me that he's going to lower corporate taxes, lower individual taxes, and we're going to use the tariffs as a form of a VAT or a consumption tax, and then that's going to be used surgically to protect our industries from unfair competition, then I'm okay with the tariffs. It just depends on how he's going to implement them.
Are you okay with the threat of deporting up to 11 million undocumented migrants? What do you think will happen?
Well, he's talking about 15 to potentially 20 million people being deported from the United States. So let me give you a fact set. Let's say there's a baby nurse from Trinidad who has been in the United States, perhaps undocumented or illegal, for 35 years. And she's worked with a whole host of different families. She's got 3 kids in the United States, born in the United States, that are now in college. But she's undocumented. And so what are we going to do? We're going to knock on her door. I'm going to say, okay, you have to leave the country. And the president has revoked the citizenship of your 3 children who are now at university. They've never been in any other country than this country. We're revoking their citizenship. We're pulling all of you guys out of your house, Elian Gonzalez style, and we're shipping you off to, I guess, Trinidad or wherever you were originally from. You have to think about the magnitude of the consequences of that. Now, when you poll the American people, you say, well, do you want the illegal aliens to be deported from the United States? 55, 60% of the people say yes. Okay, do you want an armored vehicle with SWAT teams in your neighborhood pulling people out of their homes? 75% of the people say no. By the way, guys, how do you deport people? You think you're just going to knock on the window and say, hey, you got to leave? You got to put them in camps. You got to concentrate them in camps. Is everybody paying attention? That's what you have to do this, okay? And America, to me, does not represent that. Lee Kuan Yew once said about America when he was asked by Graham Allison, the dean of the Kennedy School, he said, well, what are your thoughts about America? And the founder of Singapore said, America represents hope for the world. America represents a welcome mat for intellectual capital. You can arrive in America, and in 5 years, you can assimilate and be an American. It's very hard to do that in other countries. It's very hard to become an American Japanese or an American Chinese. But it's very easy to become a Chinese American or a Japanese American or an Italian American. A result of which the intellectual capital that comes into America will keep America young and innovative, and it will grow the economy. You want to rip that welcome mat away? Now, I'm all for people that are committing crimes that got here illegally. The Biden administration, absolute disaster at the border. One thing that happens with Donald Trump, because people hate the guy, if he's right about something and he puts a policy in place, they reverse it just because they hate the guy. Okay, and they allowed for a very porous border in the United States that threatened U.S. citizens. But if you're going to tell me right now we're ripping 11 million people, those are your numbers, he's saying 15, you're going to drop GDP, you're going to lower our tax revenues, you're going to crush our Social Security trust fund because those people are contributing to that trust fund. You have to think about the consequences of what you're saying. I get it. It's hateful rhetoric. It's us versus them. He talks about non-white immigrants to the country like they're subhuman. They're eating dogs and cats, right? Is that what you want for America? I don't want that for America. Now, it's interesting. You've got people that
But Americans did want it for America, Anthony, because they voted him in. So you have to acknowledge
again,
that.
50.5% of the Americans voted him in.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens when he starts this deportation campaign. We'll see how much the Americans like it. But here's the thing. You can agree with me or disagree with me, but there's silence, ladies and gentlemen. You have billionaires way richer than me that are silent on these topics. Okay, he's frozen everybody. He has everybody so fearful they won't speak truth to power about these issues. You can disagree with me, start the deportation camps, wreck the culture of the United States, wreck the culture of the idealism that America represents to the rest of the world. If that's what you guys want to do, it is a democracy, let's do it. But there's also in a democracy dissent. In a republic, the way it was designed is to protect the people that were out of power. It's the reason why you have 2 senators in every single state, even though the population of these states are uneven. So I represent that dissent. I want to talk about it openly, and I want to explain to people what it is that it represents.
Anthony, because...
Now, the problem is Biden pardoned so many people. I'm moving so far up the enemies list, I may have to live here in Europe. But
we'll keep you here.
But the point I'm making is this is very dangerous. And if they voted it and they want it, let's see how it unfolds. But I don't like it, and I want to speak out about it.
Anthony, because we have you here and we're a democracy here, I'd like to open up for questions from our audience.
Sure.
Would anyone like to start? I'm sure we've got a lot.
Listening to you, I'm a bit baffled. What attracted you to want to work for this guy, and what attracted him to want to work for you? Because what you're saying just total disconnect.
Yeah, so it's a really good question. But remember, it's easy to look back and whitewash history. We have to go back to 2014, 15, and 16. Donald Trump was at Elton John's wedding. Donald Trump started out as a Democrat. Donald Trump started out as a New York centrist. When he moved into the Republican Party, he was positioning himself as a Rockefeller Republican. So you have to look at it from the context of where it was, and then you have to say, okay, this is where he moved to. And as he was moving that way, a lot of us dropped out. You know, Paul Ryan is here somewhere as a delegate. Paul left the House of Representatives because he didn't want to represent that style of American republicanism. So yes, I saw Donald Trump incorrectly. I got it wrong. I'm very happy to admit that to you. I saw him as the potential to be a transformative leader, a post-partisan leader. I saw him as a 70-year-old who had a very successful business, or reasonably successful, maybe not as successful as he says, but certainly successful by other people's standards. And I thought he would be a post-partisan president. I got it wrong. And but him wanting me, I think he really didn't understand me. You know, I think what happens with people when they see me, they get a certain impression of me. They forget my legal training. They forget my educational background. And I think he missized me. And once he figured out what I was represented, he wanted my ass fired, and I got fired very quickly.
Thank you for your question. Yes, we have another one here.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, what do you think are the core things that Donald Trump wants to achieve at the end of this second 4-year term? And how do you think they maybe differ from the first 4-year term?
Well, I think he wanted to achieve the same things in the first 4 years, but I think he was a little intimidated by the presidency, a result of which he brought a lot of career Republicans into his administration that slowed down the things that he wanted to do. And I think this time he's decapitated that party. He's had effectively a hostile takeover and a full takeover of the Republican Party. And so I'll say the 3 things that he wants to do. He's always referencing President McKinley. I see him as somebody that is a full-on isolationist that wants to wall off America literally and physically from the rest of the world. And so if you look at America in the 1890s, we were producing and consuming about 96, 97% of our goods and services. So it was a fairly isolated country at that time. And I think Trump wants to return to that. Trump wants to disengage America from the rest of the world. He doesn't understand what Roosevelt understood leading into the Second World War. He doesn't understand that whether we like it or not, we're all part of this thing together. We're living on the same planet, and if we have the same ideals related to the democracy and related to freedom, that we have to stick together. So he wants to isolate America. He's said, very openly that America's paid too much foreign aid, too much this, too much that. That would be catastrophic for the rest of the world. America could probably survive it, but it would be a very different place. It would be like the movie It's a Wonderful Life. It would be like if Potter had won as opposed to George Bailey.
Just quickly, Anthony, before we have to let you go very sadly, you're saying that he wants to disengage, yet some progress has been made in the Middle East. 3 hostages did come out before the inauguration. There is a ceasefire. It's a tentative ceasefire. So he is getting involved with geopolitical politics.
So remember, he is connected into a very strong set of influences in America. And so he's driven by those sets of influences, and those are good things. This is the interesting part of Trump. Like I said in the beginning of this conversation, there are kernels of things that he's doing that are likable. I would love to see the Ukrainian war end. And if somebody with Trump's personality is the person that ends the war, give him the Nobel Peace Prize. There's kernels of truth. He and Jared Kushner, kudos to Jared for putting the Abraham Accords together. And it's a shame that because they put it together, the Biden administration wasn't paying close enough attention to everything and what was going on in Iran. Trump is right about what he said about Iran. He crippled them with the economic sanctions. They let up on that regime, and you ended up with this war in Gaza. And so it's not that I'm sitting here and saying to you, like Democrats say, everything Donald Trump is doing is bad. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the ethos of what he is doing is very anti-American. The ethos of what he's doing is very much so against the concepts of our Western liberal democracies. And so, yes, you want to have peace and more prosperity. I'm all about that. In the 1930s, they did get the trains to run on time in Italy, and the economy booms. But when you end up in autocracies, they end poorly for the rest of the country. Everybody understand that? You get a group of people at the top that do very, very well, and then because the leader has a lot of say over the legal system, you lose the legal system, and then there's an arbitrary capriciousness to the administration of the law, and it destroys the society. Cicero said 2,200 years ago, we are slaves to the law in order to be free. And you need leadership at the top of the American government that wants to respect the norms and respect the system. But certainly there are things about him that he's doing that make sense, and that's one of them.
Anthony, in the final seconds that we have you here on stage with us, he will address the World Economic Forum on Thursday. What do you think people here will hope he will say?
Well, if you want to learn a piece of trivia, you know who introduced Donald Trump to Klaus Schwab? Okay, that would be me, by the way, okay? The only one that knew both of them. And Trump, he's not MAGA Trump. Remember that about him. He likes this. He likes hanging out with those billionaires. And when he heard what the World Economic Forum was really all about, despite Steve Bannon being an anti-globalist and hating Davos, Trump likes it. And if Trump could be in 2 places at one time, he would physically be here, and I predict he'll be here next year. And so he likes this sort of stuff. And listen, I hope, I'll leave on an optimistic note. I want him to do well. Okay, I'm an American patriot. I absolutely love my country. And he is now the American president, and I want him to do well. But if he's going off the rails, you do need people to express what he's doing to see if you can potentially change it. And if people don't agree with that, that's fine. But I think that's where we need to be. So I hope he gives a great speech here. People walk out of that speech and say, okay, Scaramucci's completely wrong. Donald Trump is the man. I hope that happens. But I don't think so.
Anthony Scaramucci, we will wait and see.
here with
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya and Anthony Scaramucci. A very timely discussion there following yesterday's presidential inauguration. Right, now let's stay on this topic. We're going to watch a little VT to hear what some of the CEOs who are here today have said about the new Trump era, which we caught on CNBC earlier today. Let's take a look.
Geopolitical stability, I think, is good for growth. It's good for peace and stability, and that's ultimately good for business and good for investing. So I think there's enough signs right now that I think give me optimism to what's coming.
Trump gives America a really good chance to revive its animal spirits. There'll be less regulation, there'll be more energy supply, there'll be more of a sense of, markets functioning and regulation diminished. And I think Trump is a shot in the arm for business.
There's a very positive attitude within the new administration towards the biopharmaceutical industry in trying to fix the overall ecosystem. There's obviously areas of disagreement, but I think overall this is actually going to be a better environment for us than the past 4 years. I think the one thing we have to do is convince investors of that. You're right, I mean, the biopharma whole sector has sold off and is really at a 10-year low overall. So I think right now we have to rebuild that trust, but I'm hoping in the first few months we get to a better policy environment.
All righty, please welcome to the stage now CNBC host Diana Olick to discuss the new normal for businesses.
Well, this is exciting. Welcome to everybody. I know that our panel is titled The New Normal for Business, but I'm afraid I don't know what normal is anymore these days because we've had quite the geopolitical upheaval of late. We have technology moving at record speed, and of course we are still looking towards sustainability and the fight against climate change. And we have an amazing panel here to begin with. Jakob Stausholm, CEO of Rio Tinto, Diego Giorgi, Standard Chartered, and of course, Beata Javorcik, did I say that right? Yes. Chief Economist for EBRD. And I want to get the conversation started immediately. We had news last night. I'm a news reporter, so I have to start with the news. We have been told that we will be pulling out, the US will be pulling out of the Paris Agreement. We did not see aggressive talk about tariffs, which I know is very important to all of you. So we've also being pulled back from the clean energy transition and going full force on production of fossil fuels. So I want to start with you, Jakob, because in the mining business, in the fuels, et cetera, tell us what this has meant to you, just the news in the last 14 hours.
Well, we don't know. The world's supply chains are very complex. It's a very physical world that doesn't change from one day to another. What is important for a company like ourselves is when the world is growing, there's business opportunities, and the world is growing. The US is growing, China is growing. The US, the new administration is emphasizing things that should get it to grow even faster. So that's kind of a starting point. Where is it then heading? Time will tell. But our experience has been that various industrial policies, we are able to cope with that. Ultimately, what a global company like Rio Tinto is trying to do is to try to serve the needs of individual countries. And I think what we have heard now is what is it the US wants to achieve in the US, and I think we can play a major role there. Yes, there's some uncertainties, but I don't fear that. I see the opportunities.
You see opportunities. And what about investment? I want to get into that area with you. With the fragmentation of different markets in different countries, how do you see investment moving forward and cohesively?
Well, if there is greater uncertainty about future policies, that's going to make firms pause and hold investments both at home and abroad. It's good news that there are no new tariffs, but let's not forget that the process of fragmentation has been going on for quite a while. In 2016, we had Brexit referendum. 2018, the US-China trade war started. 2022, sanctions on Russia. And over the last few years, we have seen an increase in export restrictions on critical raw materials. Last year, we talked about this on the panel. So this process continues, and industrial policy can actually speed it up, because in 90% of cases, industrial policy discriminates against foreign interests. So it actually can put us on a further along the path towards fragmentation.
If I may, one thing that resonates in what Jakob said is the world is growing, and the IMF has upped its estimates of growth. World trade is growing, of goods, of services, of capital. And the interesting thing is that globalization is far from dead. It's just that globalization moves along very different corridors. And these corridors are what we used to call the South-South corridors. I think we will find better ways of defining them in the years to come. But these are corridors that promise to hold great benefits for the growth of the world. You think about some of the largest economies and some of the largest populations live in those corridors, which are the corridors the Standard Chartered serves, because we are a UK bank, but we are really, our heart beats in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. So I would agree that the opportunities are multiple.
And what are the opportunities that excite you most?
The flow of capital, because of the fragmentation that Beata was referring to, is a great opportunity. Our clients need us more today in a fragmented world than they used to need us in a world that was very simple to navigate. By the way, that also leads to better business opportunities for financial institutions. And the other thing, of course, is the flow of wealth. If you think about the growing centers of wealth in Asia and the Middle East, they show a rebalancing of the flows of capital towards a different part of the world, which is contributing a lot to global growth.
And do you agree?
Yes. Yeah,
I saw you shaking a little bit.
No. I was just trying to think about what does it mean of what we have been standing for. And actually, we're not changing a lot. We as Rio Tinto, we still have the target of reducing our carbon emission by 50% by 2030. We're a long-term company. We have the staying power. We're doing this. I don't hear this kind of, for example, competition between renewables and fossil fuels. I actually completely agree with. We need to make sure that there's enough energy for the world. You cannot grow the world without having energy, and then the reality is nobody's prepared to cut down on their energy usage. So you need from both sides. What we are focusing on using more and more renewable energy in our energy transition. So I think the things can actually go hand in hand. The energy transition can continue. And I think as some of the measures we hear from the US now will stimulate growth.
And I'm interested in new technologies because as I said, we're fueling the AI. Any story I pitch, if somebody doesn't like it, all you have to do is add the AI to it, and suddenly every producer on every show wants it. We're using AI in all facets of the economy, and especially I've been looking at companies that are now using it in mining. Is there anything about AI specifically, as you see the frontier ahead, that you think is going to benefit your business?
For sure, but allow me to just answer the question completely different. The starting point is that AI means a lot of data centers, a lot of energy use. You need more energy, and you need copper, aluminium, lithium for those energy centers, etc. So actually, that in itself stimulates our demand. And then secondly, we will have to redo our business. Rio Tinto is probably the world's largest users of automated systems. We have gigantic robots. We have trains 2.5 kilometers with no people on board. We have autonomous trucks and all sorts of mobile equipment. And from that, you get a lot of data. And we're not using that data enough. AI will help us further optimize our business. So it will lead to more efficiency, more wealth in that sense. And then on the other side, as I said, it will also lead to more demand for our products.
And I did a story recently on a company called Earth AI, which uses AI to actually find critical minerals.
And that's very true. Geology is one of those disciplines where you always have more data than you're able to cope with. And we can already see now when we make new drills and compare that with historical information, we see things we otherwise wouldn't have seen because we didn't have the analytical power for looking at it before. So no doubt we will learn Mother Earth even better.
Now, I just came from a panel on the road to COP30, and there was much talk about climate fatigue, but the CEO of IKEA was saying that his customers demand it. And while they don't necessarily want to pay for it, only 6% said that they would want to pay for something that would, was greener, more sustainable, the products that they're buying. He did say that it's incredibly important. So for consumers, Beata, do you think that there continues to be as much support for everything in the green economy as there has been before, or do you see that climate fatigue coming into play?
So what we see in surveys that we've done in 37 countries, mostly emerging markets, is that 3/4 of people believe climate change is real. It's going to affect today's generation of children. If you ask people, are you concerned about loss of biodiversity, about pollution, about extreme weather events, most people will say yes. The situation changes if you pose a question as an economic trade-off. Should government prioritize environment over jobs? Are you willing to pay more taxes so that the government could do something about climate change? Then the enthusiasm dries out. So I think people are looking to governments to take action. They are happy to see green products, but when it comes to willingness to pay, they would want to see green products that are not much more expensive than what they used to pay.
And Diego, the return on investment for green investment, do you see it growing or shrinking?
The whole sustainability field remains a complete commitment for Jakob as much as it is for us. Because it marries two things. It marries a commercial imperative that comes exactly from this wide recognition of the climate issues that the world is facing. That means that all of our stakeholders, all of them, from our shareholders to our customers to our employees, of which we have 90,000, demand that we continue to be committed. The return comes from the fact that you can marry this commercial imperative with a great business opportunity. And the business opportunity is that the green economy is growing at 20% a year. And that's a faster rate of growth than our overall rate of growth of revenues. So tapping into it makes a lot of sense. We have a commitment to generating $1 billion of sustainable finance revenues by 2025, and we're well on the way to it. And it's a great commercial opportunity that marries doing good for the planet, doing good for our stakeholders, and doing good for our numbers.
But does the U.S. present any roadblocks now to that?
I think that we are going to see the feeling in the U.S. With a 51-49 split U.S. remains finely balanced. I'm sure that there are plenty of people that continue to care about our planet.
But you have to be careful of setting it up as a trade-off. It might not be a trade-off. I fundamentally believe that, first of all, we have a very big CO2 emission, and so we have some kind of responsibility for reducing that. But it's also about future-proofing the company. And all the investments we are making makes economic sense. We are working very hard, so our biggest energy usage is in our aluminium smelters. And as late as 2 days ago, it was announced from the Australian government a way of partnering around getting renewable energy instead of coal-fired electricity to our smelters. And it takes a lot of hard work, but we have to push for how can we make solar cheaper? How can we make wind cheaper? How can we get the energy system firmed in a cheaper way so it becomes competitive? It's about building. You see, the beauty about renewable energy is, okay, it costs a lot to build it, but then you get the energy for free afterwards. That's not how it works with fossil fuel. Every time you get a liter, you have to pay for it. And it's a matter of pushing that capital cost down, and then you can actually get good economics out of it.
Now, we did see in the last administration a tremendous amount of investment through the IRA into clean energy, et cetera, and all things. If you pull one country's financial investment out, who do you see as the next global leader?
Well, at the EBRD, we are doing our part. More than half of our investment last year was helping advance green transition in emerging markets, in Eastern Europe, in Central Asia, Turkey, North Africa. So, if every organization does what's within their power, I think we'll certainly make progress. And I think in Europe, supporting green transition is a matter of values. It's not a luxury. It's not something that's nice to have. It's part of our core values.
And what about China taking the lead? That was what I was going to ask. I was wondering if anyone was going to answer China.
But they are leading, and I was just going to say it exactly. There is no one who is investing as much in renewable energy and the energy transition, and China achieves three things from that. They achieve more energy self-reliance, which many countries have an objective. Secondly, they are actually building competitive industries like EVs, etc. And then they're addressing their huge CO2 emissions. So it's quite impressive. And I think one of the things that is coming out of China is that a lot of cost on renewable energy is coming down. And it pushes, I mean, that's what competition is about. It pushes all of us to become cheaper, because I think it's just very clear that some of the, for example, offshore windmills was just not economic.
But the growth, by the way, of these cheaper flows of technology into areas that are still developing is very visible. I mean, you fly these days over ASEAN, you fly over many of these countries, and you can clearly see the growth of solar, the growth of wind. That's one of the side effects of these changing corridors of globalization.
Well, I'm interested, you said developing countries. Do you see that there will be increased investment? We've seen pledges, constant pledges through the COP29. We saw recent pledges, and we expect those as coming up in Brazil in the fall, that there will be more pledges. But when it comes to the private sector investing in developing countries?
Well, you say that, and yet it is probably one of the biggest opportunities for the private sector to step up, because maybe 10 to 20% of overall investments are going toward those countries, but those countries are clamoring for more of it, because they certainly don't want to follow the path of degrowing. So the objective has to be to mobilize private capital, which is at the heart of the work of banks all around the world.
And the return on that investment, can you quantify?
Well, returns are high, both the private returns as well as the social returns. Now, what's the role of international financial institutions like the EBRD? Is to help countries change regulatory framework, to open opportunities for private investors, to crowd in private investment, to serve as a seal of approval so that private capital will come in, because we know that official flows, government investment, public investment will not be enough. So again, every MDB, including my organization, has a mobilization target. It's not about our investment, it's also about bringing others to invest with us.
But putting sustainability and green investment aside and looking toward the future in technology and energy, this growing fragmentation that we have internationally, we started off with that and we touched on it initially, but you are the leaders in this space. What is your strategy in a world of this fragmented investment that you can bring people together in coalitions and make the right investments and see the high returns that you're looking for?
Physically speaking, we're not fragmented. We're more integrated than ever. But three things has happened over the last, I would argue, 5 years. First of all, there has been the big drive on climate change. The problem with climate change is we have never agreed to a CO2 tax in the world, and that means that in a private economy, you have an externality that you haven't put a price on, so you have an imperfection there. Secondly, we learned with COVID the importance of having secure supply chains. People haven't realized how integrated the world economy. And thirdly, and what we have seen most of in the last year or two has been the world of national security, where suddenly certain things you cannot export from here to there and vice versa. And it's that kind of difficult world we are navigating in, but quite frankly, it's not that we have seen that international trade is disappearing. And if you look at any consumer goods, it's so integrated. It's not, I mean, just splitting that up is near impossible. And if you want to do that, it's going to come at a very, very high cost.
Well, this turbulence in the world that everybody is concerned about may actually paradoxically help, because it may focus minds. I mean, in Europe, the conversation is about how to boost our competitiveness. So rather than looking outside and thinking about things we cannot control, I think we would be better off looking inwards and thinking, what are the things one can do in Europe? What are the reforms? What are the changes that would help us grow based on deepening of the single market? And while the Draghi report, which gave the diagnosis of Europe falling behind the US and then being sort of closely facing close competition from China, this report has given a lot of possible therapies. Now, it's important to start a conversation how to implement them.
And if you think about large global companies like Rio Tinto, like Standard Chartered, what that brings up is the power of the network. You are a global company, you operate as a network, and the flows might change in terms of the direction, but those networks become all the more important, being deeply rooted in the regions where you're active, having decades of experience in knowing what your customers want, deploying the technology that you were mentioning before. We talked about technology in a B2B context, in a B2C context. The effect of that plenty of data, of which there is never enough, not just in geology, but also in financial services, is about hyper-personalization of services. All of those things in this world that becomes complicated means that if you are properly global and you have a proper network, you are competing with an advantage.
I want to talk for a minute about risk. It's my favorite topic. I heard a term this morning that I hadn't heard before, that is that we have crisis fatigue. It's not necessarily climate fatigue, but crisis fatigue, whether it's a global pandemic or the natural disasters or the geopolitical uncertainties, that we have just one crisis after another. But when you're investors, as you are, you need to look at that risk. How do you weigh the risk of all these different factors going forward and the fact that we're starting to ignore some of them in a way? Not ignore necessarily, but we're starting to just expect them. How do you protect your investments from all of these different risks when we seem to just move from one to another, and we can only focus on one at a time?
Well, the financial industry lives of stress testing. So we stress test ourselves to death on a constant basis. But what we try to look for is what's the opportunity in those sources of stress. And maybe we suffer from crisis fatigue, but I mean, we were not born yesterday. I mean, the 80s and the 90s were not those incredibly, maybe with a small interlude, were not that peaceful. So what we do is we make ourselves never risk-proof, but you minimize the risk while you're looking for the opportunity that comes from these locations.
I think it's important to put it into perspective. How often have you read we're at the start of a year, and people are saying this year is going to be very uneventful and very predictable? Now, people will always say, oh, this is going to be a very, very uncertain year, etc. But my perspective is, when I read the history book of Rio Tinto, we are 151 years old. We have navigated through 2 world wars. We have navigated through all those sort of things. Then, actually, it's okay. We can manage in today's environment. So I don't find that fatigue.
Okay, good.
But these shocks, these crises have changed public perceptions. So you see this in surveys when you ask people, would you like to see greater state involvement in the economy? The share of respondents who says yes has gone up, over the 20 years, so since the mid-1990s up to before COVID. And then also since COVID. People want to see the state playing a more active role. And we already see the return of the state in the form of industrial policy that is being very enthusiastically introduced in the US, China, Europe, but also in emerging markets, even in Brazil and India and African countries.
Wonderful. We only have a few minutes left, so I want to open up the floor to questions. If anyone has, I believe somebody will be roaming with a microphone somewhere, or no? Yes, there he is. Does anyone have questions for our panelists? No one? Okay. Well, then we'll just keep talking. Did somebody come up? So, in order to bring it all together, to talk about that global interconnectedness, to bring together the fragmentation. Looking forward, what are you most excited about in the investment?
I must say, again, back to the world is growing. We cannot have 8 billion people on the planet growing and not create growth. There's still a lot of people that needs to come out of poverty. The developed world is providing value to the developing world as well, in terms of, in my case, a lot of mining opportunities is in developing countries. It is projects that creates nations and create wealth. So I'm positive on that side. I can worry a bit about things like nature and climate, but I think it will have its momentum. And I'm not too worried about the signals I hear right now. It feels like there is a release of a number of opportunities at the moment.
What do you see as your biggest opportunity in the coming year?
I think trade is beneficial. So if there is less progress done on the multilateral front, I think we are going to see more preferential trade agreements. We are going to see more like-minded countries getting together and stimulating trade within their region or within their grouping.
Even with the U.S., I mean, we don't know. It's such an unknown at this point. We didn't see tariffs. We didn't hear last night as much as we expected on tariffs. But that uncertainty coming from the U.S., which is obviously an enormous global player.
But this uncertainty has already given impetus in Europe to make progress on preferential trade agreements that have been under negotiation for decades. So actually, this impetus has already happened, and there may be more of it.
And I'll give you the last word.
And for us, it's very much helping people overcome the issues that come from this fragmentation, which for our business really means two things. The power of the network on our corporate and investment bank, which means flows of trade, goods, services, and capital. And we are one of the 3 largest wealth managers in Asia, which means helping our clients with the help of technology and hyper-personalization to actually invest and navigate the uncertainty of this world, which, as Jakob said, is uncertain, but then it's always been uncertain. So let's embrace it.
So I'm going to take from this opportunity, yes? Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you to
Thank
our
you.
panelists. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay. Let's hear it one more time for our panel and Diana Olick. Thank you so much. It's just great to hear how business leaders are positioning themselves for the year ahead. Next up, I'm going to be joined by branding guru and CEO who works with some of the world's biggest athletes, notably Maria Sharapova, who'll be with us on stage in just a moment. So please give a big warm welcome to the CEO of Sport Beach, a company at the intersection of sport, culture and branding, Beth Sidhu. Oh, sorry, Beth. Nearly ready. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Lovely to see you.
Thank you for having me.
No, you're very welcome.
Good morning.
Great to be here. So, Beth, I've been looking up at Sport Beach. It's become a very cultural hit in Cannes Lions at the Festival of International Creativity. You've created a real buzz amongst agencies, athletes and brands, bringing them all together. Can you tell us what inspired you to first start Sport Beach?
Absolutely. So we believe that sport is one of the most important forces for good and also an incredibly special, global, diverse and influential trendsetter. Sport is the door we walk through. Sport is what happens on the pitch, but it's also innovation, it's technology, it's fashion, it's community. And what we saw was there wasn't a great opportunity to talk about sport as a force for good and sport as a force for all the things it is. And so we decided we should create that. And it became Sport Beach, which is now the premier destination for bringing athletes and brands together to do business.
I love it. It's certainly exciting, isn't it? And how does Sport Beach collaborate with athletes to maximise opportunities to further elevate the brand? I mean, you've got Maria Sharapova, Sue Bird, Megan Rapinoe and Shaun White. Really quite a mix. Can you tell us more about how you select your athletes?
Absolutely. So we're looking for athletes that come from a diverse perspective, individual sports, team sports, sports that are popular in the UK, sports that are popular in the US, all over the world. We're looking for Olympic sports. We're looking for sports that you might just do in your bedroom, Peloton or yoga. So we really want to bring together the diversity of sport across the world, because that's what brands are looking for. That's what governments are looking for. When we talk about sport as a unifying force, people want brands and athletes that can translate.
And what are your plans for Sport Beach this year? What are you doing?
Well, thank you for asking. So in addition to being here in Davos, we actually started the Sport Beach clubhouses 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas. We had a wonderful time at Allegiant Stadium, where the Super Bowl was played last year. We will be at Super Bowl, if anyone will be joining us there. We will be on the sand in Cannes Lion, and then we'll also be at US Open and Web Summit. But the point really is to find places where individual athletes, individual brands, or government leaders or NGOs can come together as equals to build business. We think that athletes are the new storytellers, athletes are the new brand builders, athletes are amazing global ambassadors for all sorts of different work that people want to do. And our mission is to sort of create the stage and then let them get on with it.
I love that. And as a brand expert yourself, what are your kind of key messages to businesses and brands? I mean, how is Stagwell's approach different?
So Stagwell is the challenger network. We are one of the smaller marketing networks around the world. And our real goal, we talk about it in the following way. So you can either be an incumbent or you can be a challenger. And if you're an incumbent, just like in an election or just like a brand that everybody knows, you have certain things you can do, certain ways you're going to act, certain ways you're going to play offense and defense. And if you're a challenger, you have a whole different other set of opportunities. You're going to get out there, you're going to define yourself. You have to explain why you're there, explain what you're about. You have an opportunity maybe to be a little more competitive, get people to work with you, see you in a new light, a different light. And so we're really interested in being challengers, bringing that challenger mindset to everything we do. That's one of the reasons we created Sport Beach. Actually, I've been asked this, how did you come up with the idea for Sport Beach? Why hadn't anybody done it before? Well, actually, my guess is lots of people had thought about sport that way, but no one had actually gone and done it. And what we bring to the table as a challenger is sort of a lack of fear. Let's try it. Let's see what happens if we bring this group of people together. You know, sure, we can build a stadium on a beach. That sounds like fun.
It's fantastic. And what has the feedback been and the impact?
So our primary promise for impact is to the athletes that take time out of their schedules, come to France, come to Switzerland, you know, come to New Orleans. And what we say is, join us and we will put you together with brands, and that will produce deals and opportunities that are influential for you and your business. And we've been very successful at doing that, whether or not it's a brand ambassadorship with a major wireless company, whether or not it's an opportunity to change hydration around the world, whether or not it's a Super Bowl commercial. And so that is the first impact. That's our promise, and we're delivering. For our brand partners, what we're saying is, you have an opportunity to talk one-on-one with the athlete. You're going to skip the intermediaries, you're going to skip the security, you're going to skip all the bits in between. You're going to sit and figure out how you build a piece of business, and it's worked really well for brands. And it turns out people love sports.
Absolutely.
Not actually a surprise, but sometimes it's hard to see what can bring people together. So we had 7,000 people join us in Cannes last year.
That's incredible. Because it's such a tiny Quezette, isn't it, in Cannes?
It's actually very much like the promenade here in Davos. You know, another way to think about it is it's the Super Bowl for marketing, in the same way that Davos feels to me like the Super Bowl for sort of government and forces for good. You get one long strip, and like anyone here, you're trying to stand out. And sport is our way that does that. But the primary impact is the athlete, the brand, and producing a great show for the people who are around.
Fantastic. And so for business leaders here who maybe want to work with you, how do they approach you? I imagine you're going to be bombarded.
Sportbeach.com would be my first suggestion. I think it sounds incredibly trite to say authenticity, but it is a great place to start. If you are a brand, you stand for something, then that's what we want to work with you on. Some of those brands are sport brands. So Gatorade, for example, that's not a big leap for them to be involved in something like Sport Beach. But then we've also had amazing partners like Meta who bring their glasses. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to see their spy glass here on the promenade. But what a company like Meta is trying to suggest, the message they're trying to deliver to all sorts of audiences is about their wearables technology, about what different kinds of vision can do, how it can engage you in sport, but how it can also engage you in government, in doing good around the world. And so we really want to work with the brand to find something that makes sense for them. It doesn't feel like a logo on a wall.
Yeah, it's a bit more innovative.
Not that there's anything wrong with a logo on a wall, but the theory of the case is that if we take ourselves out of it as marketers and say what would be best for the two here, if we're not involved, we'll get to a good place.
Okay. And it was great to see that you got Elon Musk down there last year, didn't you? So you're really creating a bit of a buzz. And for business leaders here today who are inspired by your journey and maybe want to follow in your footsteps, what's your advice to them if they may be encountering any setbacks or challenges?
So the best advice I ever got from my father is never turn down a job you haven't been offered.
Right.
I think lots of us look at the reasons you can't do it, or look at the challenges and say that's going to stop me, or I'm not going to apply for the job. I'm not going to try the thing because I don't want to fail. I don't want to not get it. Just go for it. Don't turn down the job you haven't been offered.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Beth Sidhu. Thank you so much. It was so good. Thank you. Really lovely to speak to you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to be moving swiftly on now to our next CBC Spotlight session with the global leader in airborne mapping, which provides smart solutions in the quest for a sustainable future. And to lead this session, please welcome to the stage CNBC moderator, Emma Crosby.
Ria, thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us. Andres, come and take a seat. It's my pleasure to introduce another one of our CNBC Catalyst CEO Spotlights, where we get a really great opportunity to talk in depth with the CEO, a leader in his industry. And I'm going to take you on a bit of a chemistry lesson now. I'm going to talk about critical elements and rare earth elements, something that many of us don't know much about. But I bet we drive a car when we need them, especially when it comes to electric vehicles. The batteries that we use have them in. We're talking about the likes of lithium, nickel, and graphite, essential components when it comes to the energy transition, and one that we need, particularly if we're trying to speed up this transition. So I'd love to introduce you now to Andres Blanco. He is the CEO of Excalibur Smart Mapping. Now, Smart Mapping is a company that's leading the charge when it comes to airborne geophysics and the mapping industry. A big round of applause, please, for Andres. Thank you so much for joining us. And you are your first time to Davos, I believe, so welcome. We're delighted to have you here. And you're coming here with a mission, aren't you, to tell us all about these minerals, why they're so important, and where we can find them. So maybe you could start by telling our audience that.
Well, good morning, Emma, and thank you for inviting me and giving us the opportunity to talk about Excalibur Smart Mapping and what we do. I would like to start just saying that it's not only the critical raw materials importance, but there's other stuff like new energies, hydrogen, for instance, or geothermal, or even water. Water is going to be a hot topic, and we haven't already a lot of problems. So all this is part of the natural capital, which is very important to monitor. Obviously, we all talk about critical raw materials because we get a phone. This is basically done.
So, and what is in that? Tell us what's in a mobile phone battery that would be a critical element.
Because you have in batteries, you have lithium, you have molybdenum, rare earth that is included here. And these elements, these raw materials, currently being mined in some developing countries, in the US, in Europe, in Australia, in South America, but also in developing countries like the DRC or Zambia or Angola. And that's where the importance of exploring in an effective way comes. Because the opportunity is unlocking the potential on unexplored areas. You know, a big part of the world is currently unexplored. And to de-risk the investments over there, we need to basically get strategic information.
We're going to talk about de-risking in a bit more detail because we know that mining and the exploration is incredibly expensive and it can sometimes just not work, right? But I just want to ask you about the IEA, who came out with an amazing statistic recently saying that the supply of critical minerals will need to increase by as much as 7 times the current rate by 2030, so in 5 years' time, if we're going to meet our climate goals. So the pace of this exploration and mining has to speed up. What is your role in getting that moving faster?
Well, our main role is try to cooperate in accelerating the energy transition and also improving the tools to monitor the climate change effects. So monitor gas emissions or monitor biodiversity. And how we do that? Basically by developing technologies, sensors, more sophisticated, more accurate, that can discover anomalies linked to potential of these raw materials, particularly, again, in unexplored areas. You know, brownfield is been historically known, and obviously the deeper is the resource, the more expensive to mine it. But the opportunities there is in discovering unexplored areas. But this regional mapping is very important, and these technologies that we use in what's called airborne geophysics or satellite, is similar to nuclear resonance on body scanning, give you anomalies of where this could be.
So you've got a fleet of aircraft, right? You've got helicopters and airplanes. Let's give us a sense of kind of what your fleet looks like and where you operate around the world.
Well, we have 44 aircrafts.
44.
Currently, we don't own helicopters. We rent helicopters, but we are.
But you use them?
Yeah, we use them, and actually we are investing in helicopters. So we're planning to invest 50 more aircraft and around 10 helicopters to continue covering around the globe.
And just paint a picture of what it looks like, because they're equipped with scanning devices, and the pilots, who are very, very talented, are flying up and down, trying to basically survey the ground beneath them. Is that how it works?
Yeah. So we work at 2 levels. One is for the governments. Currently, for instance, we're mapping totally or partially 15 countries around the world.
How many?
15, 1-5.
Wow.
Participating every year, mapping Australia, Canada. We're mapping Zambia, Congo DRC. We will start mapping again Brazil, Saudi Arabia, India, Mongolia, many places around the world. So the objective with the work we do for the governments is basically to get anomalies at the regional level, to focus efforts on investing in exploration on where the anomalies appears. If we don't see anomalies, you can most probably consider that there's no worthwhile putting any effort on that.
But if you do find something...
If we see anomalies, then you need to go, further exploration. You need to do a more detailed groundwork, drilling, even detailed mapping, which we do for the industry. So for the governments, we work at the regional level. For the industry, we got a much more detailed level. And we are developing new sensors with new technologies. Some of them are traditional, more accurate, but there are coming new technologies. For instance, we have now technologies to monitor leakage of hydrogen, natural hydrogen, or technologies especially designed for rare earths, which is very difficult to map.
And you're very high tech. You're at the cutting edge. You're using AI an awful lot, aren't you? To help countries, but also companies find these rare earth elements and go way beyond the market value of their commodities. So just give us a sense in layman's terms what this could mean then for your clients.
Yeah. Well, obviously, you cannot pretend to be fancy in an industry now. You don't talk about AI and machine learning. Yes, we are approaching today AI maybe from a different perspective that other people is doing. Obviously, we are putting effort on detailed targeting, on the pre-exploration and targeting phase, but we are also working on the regional scoping. In other words, try to bring AI, trying to understand what is the regional potential, or country level or regional level, to get a proper data room, taking advantage of comparing anomalies all over the world, and this is very important for developing countries. We also want to use the AI machine learning based on case studies of some countries. For instance, Australia has done a fantastic exercise of return on investment of pre-competitive data. Get this information to provide macroeconomic feedback of what could be the impact on the GDP of the countries of the region if those raw materials or natural resources are developed in a responsible manner, in a just manner, including that part of the value chain could stay in the originating country.
And that's key, isn't it? And I know that's an area that you're really passionate about. It's not just a case of finding these rare earth elements in a country in sub-Saharan Africa, someone coming in and taking them, but actually developing the ecosystem so the country itself and the people are uplifted.
Absolutely.
So give us an example of the work that you're doing on the ground. You mentioned the DRC, but you're working in many of these countries where you're seeing that happen, or maybe you hope to see it happen if it's not happening yet.
Well, actually, one of the samples we did, we mapped in 2014, we mapped the regional level, low resolution in Angola. Angola was not a country, mining country, it was an oil and gas diamond country. And today you have 4 of the largest mining companies exploring in Angola with just that information that discover the structures in the country. Currently we're working in DRC and Zambia, and by the way, in both countries, we will implement this AI-based, machine learning-based analysis, and we will provide feedback of what could be the economic potential on the country. I'm not talking about evaluation of the assets. You need a lot of work and data to do that. And, it's complicated, but macro analysis of the impact on the economy and what could be comparing the anomalies to similar anomalies in other world.
And is it impressive what it could be? What is the potential?
Looks like, well, already in DRC you have, one of the largest copper mines, and cobalt is being mined over there. You have big mining companies in Zambia. So the potential, the work we've done so far is appearing very, very high potential areas. Yeah. And what we would like to contribute humbly is to facilitate that developing countries can reach proper agreements with the rich countries or developed countries in terms of funding and cooperation and partnership, and that the investors or the financiers coming to these developing countries will somehow facilitate that part of the value chain can be developed in country, therefore creating employment over there. And let's say, not repeating an example, like for instance, coming back to Africa. By the way, SkyBridge was originated in South Africa, in Pretoria, in 2002.
Okay.
So we managed for a small South African company to be the global leader. And in these cases, we think that there's an opportunity that these countries can keep part of the value chain in country.
And getting a just transition and getting funds to flow from the global north to the global south is an area we talk about at Davos an awful lot. It's not moving fast enough, is it? And I know this is a passion area for you. So what is your call to action then for the stakeholders, for the financiers, for the governments in charge to get these quite complicated deals off the ground once you found value in the ground?
Yeah. Well, most of the times people talk about innovation just on the technology side, and that's very important. But many times innovation comes from the business model. So you innovate on the business model. And we do believe that we have to innovate on the financing model and the funding way. Putting together public and private funding, particularly on unexplored areas. Well-known areas, you don't need to maybe do that. But you want to de-risk the financing and to be more efficient and bring larger amount of funds, you need to combine public and private. And we are currently in these countries, we are doing some examples where we are bringing public and private funding for developing this mapping on unexplored areas.
And your hopes for Davos? We're at the beginning of the schedule, aren't we, here? I'm sure you've got a lot of conversations along these lines ahead. What are your hopes for Davos 2025?
Yeah, well, as you said, this is my first time in Davos. It's like a kid in the first day to school, learning a lot. And
you've got to get your shoes right, Andres. You need to get some proper school. Well,
yeah, I know. Next time I will bring proper shoes.
Okay, all right, okay. And your final, give us a sense of what's in store for Excalibur Smart Mapping for the year ahead. What have you got planned?
Well, our plans in the coming years is obviously to keep our position, but also we are bringing a lot of effort on providing what we call the natural capital balance sheet, particularly, again, for developing countries, which is combining the potential of the underground resources, but also the biodiversity and the surface resources, with the objective of that combined could be a way of generating collaterals for these economies to get financing. On the cooperation side, we have a foundation, SkyBridge Foundation. It's a small one. You cannot compare it with the big ones. But we're trying to give back to the countries where we're working part of the value. And we're working in Africa, working in South America. Now we will work this year in Central Asia with one of the objectives.
Well, we wish you well. You have an exciting 12 months ahead, and it's a pleasure to meet you. A big round of applause, please, for Andres Blanco, CEO of Smart Markets Excalibur. Thank you very much. Let's go down and take it down.
Thank you. Okay, now it's time for our very exciting special guest. We know him as our favourite football player and co-owner of Inter Miami. Last year, his Netflix series was nominated for a BAFTA, and his family are one of the most recognised around the world. To moderate this session, please welcome back to the stage CNBC's Tanya Breyer and David Beckham. Have a good one. And David Beckham.
David Beckham.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
David Beckham, everyone. He is here. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and see us.
Pleasure.
Thank you, David. And many, many congratulations. You are a recipient of the Crystal Award 2025 at the World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
How did that feel last night when you were up on stage being given the award?
Firstly, good morning, everyone. I know it's probably been a long morning already for all of you, and I'm sure a couple of you had a late night last night, so thanks for being here. Last night was incredible. This is my first time at Davos, and to be awarded the Crystal Award for something that I love doing, and I've loved doing for a long time. But the most important thing about the award, yes, I'm really pleased that I received it, but again, it shines a light on the situations that children are facing around the world. So that's the important part of receiving an award like that it does shine a light again on what children are facing around the world.
David, you're 2 decades now at UNICEF as a Goodwill Ambassador, and you also launched your own 7 Fund with them 10 years ago.
Yeah.
What initiatives are you most proud of so far? And what kind of work have you been seeing with UNICEF?
I think every initiative I'm proud of. There's not one moment or one child that I can pick out and say that was my favourite moment, because there's so many favourite moments. When you work with an organisation like UNICEF that do so much good work for children around the world, there's so many situations that you get put in and that you're in that is inspiring, heartbreaking. But more importantly for me, to meet these children and to be inspired by them. And I always say that when I meet these kids, whether it's in Sierra Leone, Nepal, different places in China, I recently went to India, whatever situation they're in, they have the same smiles as our children do. Yeah. And that's heartwarming, and it gives you a lot of confidence that, everything is going in the right direction. And even though it's not, they're young children that are so inspirational, and that's the thing that I love being part of this organisation for. My first involvement with UNICEF was when I was 17 years old. I was in Thailand on tour with Manchester United, and we were asked to go to a women's centre, and I went along, and I knew right that moment, I knew this is the organisation that I want to be part of for a long time. Then I got the phone call in 2005 from Kofi Annan inviting me to be Goodwill Ambassador. So it's been 20 years of being an ambassador of this organization. And then 10 years ago, like you said, we started the Seven Fund, which was a separate thing where we focused on different initiatives in different places. And we focused on that for three years. We reached the goals and we continued to support those situations. But whilst I was doing that over those 3 or 4 years, the one thing I always noticed was that girls were being affected and were treated differently. Yeah. And I wanted to be the part of empowering these young girls, these teenagers that are so inspirational, and they just needed to be given the opportunity. They need to be treated the same. And I saw that they wasn't being treated the same. So that's my focus for this year. It's been my focus for the last 2 years. You know, we cannot continue to have young teenage girls being forced into early marriage. You know, for a number of reasons. You know, for the obvious reasons, and then you've got education. They are being forced into these early marriages, then they miss out on education. They're not treated the same with healthcare, and it's so important, you know, and that's what our focus is.
How much is an influence of being a father to 3 sons and a daughter impact the work that you do?
Without doubt, it impacts it, but I was like this before I had children. I knew at 17 years old, even though when you're 17, you don't know whether you know or not, whether you're doing the right thing or not. I knew at 17 years old, I wanted to make a difference. And I knew that working with UNICEF, working with children around the world, that's the difference that I wanted to make. So, you know, having children yourself, of course, it highlights many situations more. You know, I've taken a few of my kids on different trips. They know exactly the work that I do for UNICEF. They all want to get involved in the UNICEF work that I do. They all want to help in different ways and different charities. You know, I continue to show them pictures upon pictures upon pictures when I come home from these trips. And it just gives them a sense of actually what's happening in the world. And I think that's so important.
David, where did this passion to make a difference and give back come from? Can you describe to us, you said 17 you started, but what was the very young David Beckham like? What values did your parents instill in you?
I think they instilled in me the right values, you know, and it's the simple values of treating everyone the same and showing respect to people. And I tried to do the same with my children. We all tried to do the same with our children. Whether they listen or not is another thing. But I'm lucky that I have 4 children. You know, the youngest is 13, the eldest is 25. My boys all know that they don't let they let a woman walk through the door before they do. They get up from a table. They stand up when a lady leaves the table. They shake hands. Their eye contact. You know, all of those values. Their pleases, their thank yous. All of my kids have said pleases and thank yous from 2, 3 years old. So, you know, it's the simple values that me and Victoria grew up with that we've tried to instill into, you know, our children. And obviously our children have a different upbringing to what we had. So, you know, there's complications that come with that. Yeah. But I think my parents instilled that into me. And then when I moved up to Manchester to play for Manchester United, I had a manager, Sir Alex Ferguson, that was the leader. He was the leader of the club. He was the leader of the team. You know, he set the right values for us as players and as a team. And that was important. So I've been very lucky, and not every child has that. I've been very lucky to have that throughout my throughout my childhood with my parents, and then obviously moving to Manchester United with Sir Alex Ferguson.
Can I just ask you a little bit about Manchester United and your extraordinary career there? What do you think set you apart? What was it in you?
In me, I'm not sure it was me. It was us as a team. I wouldn't have been as successful as I was without my team. And I take that throughout my whole career, and I take it into my business life as well, and also with my family. it's all about my team for me. And the reason I've been successful is because of the teams that I've been part of. And I was lucky to play for great teams with great managers and great players. You know, to have played for the teams that I've played for, Manchester United, my boyhood team, you know, from a very young age. My dad was a Manchester United fan, and when I signed for Manchester United, that was his dream. But then to go on to represent my country, you know, things like that make me very proud.
So many proud moments for you, David, talking about England captain that you were for 6 years. Is there anything that you could pinpoint that stands out for you on the pitch?
Thankfully, there's lots of things, lots of moments that I can pinpoint where I'm very proud of. I would, if I had to pick one, it would be, I'm a traditionalist. I love our monarchy. I love our royal family. To represent my country was my best moment. You know, to represent my country was the best moment, but then to be made captain of our country and be captain for 6 years, and obviously that without doubt was my proudest moment as a footballer or soccer player.
Do you ever miss playing competitively?
Every day. Every day. You know, I turned 50 in May, and
big milestone.
I still miss playing every single day. And you know, you hear, you know, past players turn around and say, you know, I miss the banter in the changing room and on the training field. I miss performing. I miss walking out onto Old Trafford or the Bernabeu or all the stadiums that I played in. I miss it every single day. And it was a hard adjustment. But I knew early on that I wanted to have a career outside of my career after I finished playing. So I did have other focuses, but my main focus for the time that I played the game professionally was always winning.
And what an extraordinary career you're having now, David. You said that you always wanted to be an owner of a club, and that came true in 2018.
Yeah, well, I think every kid that loves the game has a dream of, you know, playing the game and then owning their own club. You know, most of the time it doesn't happen, unfortunately, but it did for me. You know, I had the opportunity when I first moved to LA to put in my contract that at the end of that time I would own a franchise and I could decide what city I wanted it in. And I knew exactly at that moment, I knew where I wanted it. I wanted it to be in Miami. And I also wanted to give back to the game in that way. You know, other players give back in different ways. I wanted to give back in that way. I wanted to be part of growing the game in America. I saw the challenges, I knew the opportunities, and I knew that we could grow it to a certain level. And it's now grown to a level where we're all very proud of where it is, but we have now the World Cup coming in 2026, obviously in Canada and Mexico and obviously the US. So that's an exciting time. So I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of the team that I own that has the greatest player to ever play the game in it. So that's a nice thing.
Would you like to name him? Shall I? Lionel Messi?
I'll let you.
Lionel Messi. I mean, what impact did that have when you first came?
You know, I've told the story before, and I'm sure a couple of you have heard it, but we worked really hard to bring someone so great and so big to our club. I always promised the fans when I launched the club, I always said, I want to bring the greatest players to this city. Does it always happen? No. But it was very difficult, and we worked on it for a long time. I sneaked into his father's hotel for a meeting 5 years before, and I just said, I know now's not the right time, but when your son's ready, I want him to come to Miami. So over that time, we started to work on him, and then we saw an opportunity. Then we had to put together the deal that Leo would be happy with and that would bring him to Miami. And then I was in Japan one night and I had jet lag and my phone kept on dinging and my wife elbowed me and said, please turn your phone off. And I was like, I went to turn it off and I looked at it and I saw this update of 40 messages come up on my phone. That's how something must have happened. And it came up, Leo had announced that he's coming to Miami. And he did that off his own back. And that's really ultimately what we wanted. You know, he's very down to earth, very authentic, Leo. And, you know, you've all seen him shopping in grocery shopping in the US and in Miami. And I wanted him to do it in his way, and he did. When he was ready, he did it in his bedroom in a hotel, telling everybody that he's coming to Miami, and that was the dream. I burst into tears because I knew what it meant for us.
David, what are the responsibilities, the pressure of owning a club?
There's many, and it's probably been my biggest challenge in my career, in my career as a player, and also in my career as a businessman. It's been without the biggest challenge, but it's been the most rewarding one. You know, the first few years were very difficult. It was very difficult to get things up and running. And then once we got up and running, we had COVID. And then obviously we went quiet for a year. And then once we came back, then we started to build the club. But, you know, last season we were very close to obviously going all of the way. And it was a little bit of a disappointing end to the season. We got knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. But I had to then take a step back to remind myself, you know, we're only a club that has been, you know, going for a few years. And what we've achieved in those few years, and the players that we've got, and the fan base that we've got, and the spotlight that we have on our team in Miami is quite exceptional. So, but I want to win. I want to win. So that's the responsibilities that we have.
Are you looking forward to the new season, David?
I am looking forward to it. I always look forward to these seasons. I always, funnily enough, I was always one of those sportsmen that actually pre-season I loved. You know, because I could run, I knew I worked hard. So I used to love pre-season. So we've just played our first game in Vegas, actually, and we won on penalties, which was a good start. We have a few new players. We have a new coach. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
Do you still look at what's happening at home? Are you still...
Always. I'm a Manchester United fan, so yes. You know,
How are you feeling
it's been a tough few years. And sometimes, you know, we win the important games against Man City and Arsenal and Liverpool, and then obviously we're you know, slipping up along the way. But I think we've got a good manager. I think Jim Radcliffe is making a good number of decisions, but we have to build the club back to what it was. The good thing is we have a stadium that holds 77,000, and no matter what the team are doing, no matter what games they're losing, the fans are there every single week, and will always be.
Will you be ever tempted to go back? You're too busy with what you're
doing. To play?
No.
That's the only way I want to go back, to play.
Well, in 2022, David, you announced a strategic partnership with Authentic Brands Group in the USA to co-own and to manage your global brand. How did that deal come about, and what's the vision for that?
Well, that came about after a long time of knowing Jamie Salter, who built Authentic Brands 15 years ago and has built it into an incredible, successful business. I met Jamie 10 years ago, and we started talking about them taking part of my brand. And at that point, I actually wasn't ready to give that over. I didn't think the brand was strong enough. I wanted to build it. And then once I built it, then I had to make the decision, was I okay to give part of it away? And I was okay to give part of it away, but to the right people. And Jamie, for me, has the same values as I do with family and with business. He's a hard worker. He never stops. And I knew that one day that we would be in a partnership. But like I said, you know, it took me a long time to build the brand up to what I wanted it to be. And then I knew that Authentic had the ambition and the scale to build it to what it is today. And, you know, we've had a number of acquisitions that we've had, you know, recently. You know, obviously when I first came on, we just bought Reebok, and now recently Champion. But there's so many other brands that we have that we work hard with. But I knew that that was the scale that I wanted to get to with the brand. And, you know, and Jamie's been a great partner, but he's been an even better friend.
You've also, of course, got Studio 99, which produced the recent Emmy award-winning, congratulations, Netflix Beckham documentary series. What's it like now to look back at it? Because you did say it was difficult to make. Did it change people's perceptions of you?
Yeah, you know, the production company was something that I always wanted to make, but I needed to find the right team. And I found the right team. I found the right leader in Nicola Howson that I wanted to lead the studio. And then it was about what shows we wanted to produce and what we wanted to bring into the content, into the studio. And for a long time, people wanted me to do the life documentary, and I wasn't ready. You know, when I retired 13 years ago now, I think it was, people wanted me to make it then. And I wasn't actually ready. You know, I wasn't ready to look back on my career. I wasn't ready. I was ready to jump into something else. But then after about 8 years and heading towards the 10-year anniversary of my retirement, I thought maybe now's the right time to start this conversation. So we started the conversation. It wasn't an easy one because I'm not very good at opening up. You know, the things that I've been through in the past, I've kind of put in a box, locked it up, and thought I'm never going to have to talk about it again. And I was happy with that. But I didn't realize how important it was for me to actually talk about this stuff. So we needed to find the right director, and we did with Fisher Stevens. Then we needed to find the right partner with Netflix, and they've been an incredible partner and continued to be an incredible partner with the studio, and obviously producing Victoria's documentary that we're working on now. But it was definitely hard for me to open up in my documentary. But I said to Victoria, and I said to Nicola, and I said to the team, I'm only going to do this once, and I'm going to do it in the right way. So I opened up and talked about things that I'd never spoke about before, like, you know, injuries and worries and, you know, things that went on throughout my career, you know, the sending off and how that made me feel. So it was very difficult. But the one thing Fisher brought out in me is he made me feel uncomfortable every single time that I sat down. And I needed that because I needed him to bring out in me stuff that I've never talked about before.
David, when you talk about the sending off and the reaction to it, when you look back, what kind of mental resilience?
Well, I'm really glad social media wasn't around back then, because it was bad enough then. It was bad enough what people were saying to me, and it was probably almost worse then because people were physically saying it to my face rather than saying it online, even though it was, you know, across all media. But those things happen, and it was challenging. And when I look back at some of the footage, some of the archive stuff I'd never seen before, you know, and it was hard to watch, and it was emotional and I get emotional talking about it. But let's flip to Victoria's documentary. It's easier to talk about. So trying to get Victoria, my wife, to agree to a documentary about her business was quite difficult. But I just went ahead and put a plan together and said, okay, I want to highlight what my wife does every single day. My wife, I feel, is the hardest working woman that I've ever met. And I wanted to show people that. You know, people know that she's got the fashion business. She's been building it for 18 years. People know that she has the beauty business. People know that she's a mum, she's a wife, but they never see all of the juggling she does. And she's a multitasker, my wife. And I wanted to showcase that. So again, we've found a great partner in Netflix. And she seems to be happy. So that's a good thing. And she seems to be enjoying the process at the moment. But it highlights her business and what she's achieved and how long it's taken her to achieve that. Because I think it's important for a lot of young people that are aspiring to be fashion designers or go into the beauty world or even just succeed as a woman, you know, what it takes. And, you know, I'm very proud of her. But going back to the content studio, we've been lucky enough to produce some great films and some great stuff over that time. You know, working with Disney Plus, working with Amazon, working with Netflix, you know, it's all been a joy and hopefully it continues.
David, you talked about social media there. You've got a huge following. What kind of responsibility is that for you when you are actually posting?
I mean, every post has to have a real thought through it. And, you know, I do all of my posts because I think all of the people that follow me, my fans over the years, know exactly when it's me and when it's not me. You know, the odd post goes up that is obviously a commercial post, But I am over every single post, every single caption, because I think it's important, because, you know, there's certain things that I posted where my wife would be like, I posted the chicken video a few months back. And I came in and I was like, Victoria, I've just got this amazing content. And I showed her, she was like, really? And she didn't get it. But then it's had 90 million likes. So it's, you know, it was one of those, I woke up early in the morning, I went to the vegetable patch and saw the chickens, and that got 90 million. But with a social media following like that there's a huge responsibility with that. And there's bad parts of social media and there's good parts of social media. What we try to do with my following and my social media platform is use it for good.
Yeah.
And when we go back to what I received, the Crystal Award, it again shines a light. And that's, you know, I handed my Instagram over to a number of people, actually, a nurse in Kharkiv, it was just when the conflict started and we wanted to highlight this incredible work that the perinatal nurse was doing. Her name was Irina. And then I handed my Instagram over to a young girl I think it was in Nepal, and she took over my Instagram for the days. So using it for the right reasons and for great causes is important to us.
It also can be used for the wrong reasons. There's online hate, there's negativity. David, what advice do you give your children to navigate?
You know, it's really difficult because all of my children go through it. Well, my daughter doesn't, because she doesn't have any social media platforms. And we're going to keep it like that for a while. But for my boys, they all go through it. You know, they all have people send them messages, and they all sit down with me and Victoria and say, how do we deal with this, Dad? And as much as you turn around to them and say, don't read it, we all read it. That's the problem. We were all attracted to it, and there's too much bullying that goes on. And it's not just with children, it's with adults. And unfortunately, we live in a culture where bullying seems to be accepted, and it should never be accepted. So I think that social media platforms have a real responsibility to protect people from that.
David, how important do you think Victoria's support has been to you and everything that you have achieved and are achieving?
It's the most important thing, because throughout my career, you know, Victoria went from being Posh Spice to being my wife, and then obviously she stopped the Spice Girls, she became a mum. But she supported me and gave me, you know, the tools to go out and do my job. You know, she was the one holding up home, looking after our son, Brooklyn, and she's always done that. So the support that she's always given me is the most important thing to me. But I've been lucky again. You know, I had parents who were exactly the same. Parents that, like I said in the documentary, working class family. And they gave me the right values, but they also gave me the right support. They never missed, up until I moved to Los Angeles, they never missed a game that I played in.
Really?
So I was lucky I had that support, and it's lucky that I found a wife that wanted to do the same and did the same for me. So we support each other in both ways, in all ways, and that's, you know, we've been together for 28 years in July, so married for 26. So, you know, it's about give and take, and it's about supporting each other.
You've got your 50th birthday coming up, as you said. Any plans for it? Is Victoria planning? I mean...
Well, I have asked my wife to plan it. And I think she's planning it. But I think I might have to take over. But I just want to spend it with friends and family. It's simple as that. You know, I want to be able to look back on, you know, the last few years and what I've achieved, you know, on the field and with the family. You know, my proudest thing is, you know, what the family that I have. So yes, it's a big year. Yes, I'm turning 50, and I'll spend it with friends and family.
Can I ask you, David, how do you deal with the public scrutiny, both you, Victoria, and your children? Because everybody knows who you are. Everybody wants to know what you're doing.
I think you just get on with it. I was brought up in an era where, if I turn around to my dad and said, Dad, I feel a bit sad today, or I don't feel a bit anxious, my dad just says, go and get on with it. And that's really how I grew up. So that's really been my mentality. So to deal with, obviously, the situations that we've had over the years, I had no training. I didn't know how to deal with, a lot of the things that happened within my career and outside of my career. But luckily, I had good people around me, good family, and people that stuck by me. And that's what we all want and all need. But scrutiny, people, we went through a period where people weren't so nice, after the World Cup. But then 99% of the time, people are amazing. So it's pretty easy.
You're going into the wellness sector with IM8. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I'm turning 50. I'm getting older now, so I need more supplements. It sounds like I'm going to plug it now, but IM8 is this incredible supplement that has 92 premium ingredients in it. It's all the ingredients and nutrients that you actually need. It's amazing for gut health. It's amazing for focus. It's amazing for energy. All of my family are on it now, and it's something that I feel that it's an exciting kind of startup that we don't look at it as a startup, to be honest. We've got incredible scientists working on it, and it's something that we're very proud of.
You're so busy, David. How do you relax? Do you ever relax? What keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night? You know what? I love to work. I love to work. So the busier, the better for me. I was brought up that way, and I enjoy what I do. I enjoy being the face of things, but I also enjoy being the founder of things. I enjoy working hard. I like setting the right example for my children. 13 years ago when I retired from football, I could have probably just sat back and enjoyed the moment, but I was ready to jump into something else and set the right example for my kids. So yeah, and how do I relax? My wife's got me reading, so I'm actually reading now, which I was
reading at the moment.
The amazing author called Frida McFadden.
Oh,
and she started posting about me, which I can't believe it, about me reading her books. But no, so I was an East End boy. When I look back at being here this week, I'm an East End boy that didn't really. I left school at 15 because I became a footballer, and throughout that time before I was a footballer in school, I didn't really take any notice because all I wanted to do was play football. So I haven't really had any, education. But to be here, to be talking about the philanthropic work that I do, to be here with, the most important business people and the world leaders, my mum's very proud right now. And every time I tried to talk about it, she burst into tears. So yeah, to be here is a big honor.
Just finally, David Beckham, football legend, club owner, beekeeper, business leader, founder, philanthropist, humanitarian. Any room for anything else?
One of the things that actually happened recently is our king made me ambassador of his foundation. Now, if anyone knows me and knows our family, we are big royalists and we love our monarchy, and we were brought up that way to watch the Queen's speech every year. And I've always done things for the Prince of Wales. Whenever I get a message or a phone call, I'll always say yes. And then when the king invited me to be ambassador of his foundation, and our king is incredible. He's not just been doing these incredible things for the last 10 years. He's been doing them for decades. So for me to now be able to shine a light on the incredible work that he does, and it's all about empowering young people. And bringing, lost arts back into the world. And I'm very proud of that.
David Beckham, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
David Beckham. David, thank you so much. You're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you very much to Tanya Breyer and David Beckham, everyone. What a legend. Lots to tell you about what's coming up, so do stick around. Later today, we have a fascinating panel on AI and the challenges that come with controlling it with CNBC's senior technology correspondent, Arjun Karpal, who is also one of our CNBC's talent. He'll be at Converge in Singapore later in March, where the brightest minds and boldest ideas converge to shape the future of business, sports and entertainment. Also, don't miss our CNBC Spotlight with CEO and Chairman of Stagwell, Mark Penn, with CNBC moderator Emma Crosby. This afternoon, we'll be hearing how companies are decarbonising the built environment, moderated by CNBC host Diana Olick, and one star-studded panel that you absolutely won't want to miss is the power of change through arts and culture, with CNBC host Tanya Breyer, featuring conversations with principal ballet dancer Misty Copeland, legendary music artist Nile Rodgers, the head of arts and culture at the World Economic Forum, Joseph Fowler, and Melanie B, also known as Scary Spice. So lots to look forward to. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, there's a refreshment bar at the back there. Do help yourself and get yourself a drink. And we'd love for you, if you manage to get a photo of yourself with David Beckham and Tanya there, to share your day and your photos on social media. And you can do that using the hashtag CNBC lowercase x WEF25. And I'll be checking out online to see who's got the best selfie. Okay? Are you having a lovely time in Davos? Wonderful. We're gonna quickly move on now. Tanya's back. So please welcome to the stage for the next CNBC conversation, Tanya Breyer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanya.
And please welcome the wonderful Nicola Mendelsohn from Meta. Nicola, thank you so much for joining me. What's your Davos been like so far? Collaboration in the intelligent age?
Well, first of all, it's fantastic to be here, and it's not often that you share the green room with David Beckham, so it's feeling like a rather good Davos so far.
Good.
Look, I think it's a really exciting Davos. There feels like there is a collaborative optimism, is how I would frame how people are feeling here. We're seeing, from a Meta perspective, this year looks set to be one of the most exciting from an innovation perspective. We're building some of the most important technologies, thinking about the future of social media, the future of wearables, and of course, AI. Everybody is talking about AI this year. And for us, for Meta, it's been something that we've been investing in for the very earliest days of the company. We use it across everything. We use it to show you the content that most resonates with you on our platforms. We're putting it into the heart of all of our wearables with our AI glasses. And of course, we're using it to drive business performance as well. We're seeing extraordinary things on the business side now. Majority of our advertisers are using one of our AI products through our Advantage suite of products, and it's delivering on average over $3.70 to them. And if they're utilizing it, they're seeing on average about up to a 25% increase on ROAS. So AI at the heart of everything, and particularly generative AI, coming more and more to the fore as well.
Nicola, of course, I've got to ask you, Meta's been in the news a lot recently. We saw Mark Zuckerberg yesterday at the inauguration, sitting very closely within the Trump family. It's quite a turnaround. The oversight board had banned Trump in 2021. What are your feelings? Were you surprised? Are you surprised how close Mark is getting to the president?
So, look, the new administration has been very clear that innovation matters, supporting American companies matters, and AI matters. They see the advancements that the United States is making in these areas, and so these are areas that they want to double down on. These are all things that align with Meta's priorities and the things that are important to us as a company. So, look, I think you're going to see us working very closely with the new administration going forwards.
There are critics that are saying it's only because it's good for business and politically you hadn't been aligned before. What do you say to them?
So what I would say is that the things that matter to us are the areas of innovation. We're a technology company. That's at the heart of what we're doing. I mean, we're demonstrating here this time some of our latest products, things like Orion, people are putting this on, some of the world leaders, business leaders, and they're saying, wow, I've seen the future. It feels like magic. I can't believe that we can now see display screen. The things that we've had to do has been a decade in the making, utilizing crystals, doing things with physics, how we've bent light in new and different ways. It's very exhilarating, it's very exciting, and we really believe that this is looking at what the future computing platforms are going to be looking like. And so, from our side, that's very exciting to be able to see that.
Nicola, of course, there's also been a lot of focus on Meta's decision to end fact-checking.
So what we said there is the fact that what we are doing is ending the relationship that we have with third-party fact-checkers. That is something that we are going to be stopping. We're starting in the United States, and we're going to be moving towards a community notes program. This is something that we've seen working well with other platforms. There's a lot of research about this, and it really allows the community to come forwards to be able to get them involved in the process more. With the best intentions, when we set up the third-party fact-checking system, actually what we've seen is that there was too much over-enforcement. We were making mistakes, and of course that's terribly frustrating for people around the world. And when we're working and serving over 3.2 billion people that are utilizing our platforms, that's not a good experience for them. So, we're excited to do this. But also at the heart of some of these changes is, getting back to Mark and his roots and his vision around free expression. That's something he's always believed in. And in fact, back in 2019, he did a big speech on this at Georgetown, where he set out and he addressed why this mattered, why it's important. And so that's what we're doing with these changes.
What feedback are you getting from advertisers on this move to end fact-checking?
So the feedback that we're getting is actually they want to learn more, but they're also, what they're understanding is the things that aren't changing. And what's not changing here is our commitment to brand safety, brand suitability. And so, they know the investments that we've made in this area in recent years, and also the commitment that we're going to have to move forwards going on. And then very quickly, it gets to, and how are you going to help us to, reach the consumers that we need to? How are you going to help us to accelerate growth? And again, that's another theme that we're seeing here this Davos as well, which is where is the growth going to come from for businesses around the world?
Are you worried, though, Nicola, that this could lead to misinformation or more online hate?
So I want to be clear here as well. I think it goes back to what isn't changing. And so Meta has always had very clear standards in terms of what is and what isn't allowed on the platform. And so we do have very clear guidelines around things like incitement to hatred, hate speech, drugs, child exploitation. Those sorts of things are not allowed on the platform, and they will continue to not be allowed. And we will also continue to publish very transparently, as we do every quarter, around these different areas. There will be content on there that some people might find objectionable, but actually, I think it's very important that we can come with community notes and people can understand better why those things were being put out there. And again, what we see is that actually you're able to have conversations about certain topics that our own guidelines had restricted being able to do so. And so we don't think it's right that you can have a conversation in the news, on TV, even in governments, that actually weren't being able to be discussed on our platforms. And so again, the move to community notes and some of the changes in the policies will allow that to happen.
What about, of course, regulation? How are you feeling about that? And Europe is stepping that up.
Yeah, so look, we obviously will always comply with regulation anywhere in the world. But I think we're at a point now where the impact of regulation, particularly what we're seeing in Europe, is having a real toll on both businesses, but also on people as well. And it's not just Meta saying this, it's not just the tech companies saying this. Actually, we're seeing more and more business leaders. We're hearing it very loudly. It's in stereo this week on the ground here about the real concerns that people have about the overregulation, particularly when it comes to technology. There's now over 100 laws and regulation, 270 different regulators. It's complicated, it's difficult, and it's impacting the economy overall in Europe. The Draghi report that came out was very clear in October about the minimization of growth now here, where the money is flowing with AI. 4 times is going to the US than it is to Europe. And when you look at the proof of the pudding in terms of, well, what about the companies that have been created? Europe hasn't created a single $100 billion business in the last period, and 20, 30 years. The US has created $6 trillion companies, of which Meta is one. And so the distinct is really clear and growing so.
But if the Europeans are saying they're putting in these regulations to protect people from negativity, online hate, what do you say to that?
So I would say that we have no place on our platform for that sort of feeling. We don't want people to come, well, we don't allow it. I've been very clear. But it's not just us that is, 40 business leaders wrote a letter expressing their discomfort when it comes to the state of, where regulation is hampering. It is impacting businesses, it's impacting people. And so that is something that's very noisy here this week.
Where do you see the growth areas for business? Where are the opportunities now?
Well, I think, again, listening what people are telling me this week, what business leaders are saying, they're feeling very bullish on the US. I think people are feeling more bearish on where Europe is, and I think similarly there's excitement around what's happening in Asia.
And Nicola, of course, you've also announced DEI, that you're stopping that within Meta. How do you feel? You've always been an advocate yourself for equity.
Yeah, and I continue on a personal basis to absolutely be so. And what we see is that it is a changing landscape in the US now, changing political and societal landscape. From a company perspective, we're still very committed to ensuring that people at the company are coming, they're doing the best jobs of their careers, and they're working on the most innovative and most exciting of technologies. We see, the revolutionary technology that we see with messaging. It's extraordinary now that over 600 million messages a day are going between businesses and people. That's incredible. And we're building out the tools for advertisers to be able to continue to those conversations, which is leading us into the world of, agents. We're testing those around the world, and we're seeing really strong success in this area as well.
What message, though, does it give for the brand itself, the business? And of course, again, I've got to go to Mark Zuckerberg, where he was talking recently with Joe Rogan and talking about masculine energy being good in the corporate world.
Yeah, so I listened to the whole of the interview.
And how did you feel? Were you surprised, Nicola? You fight so much for women's rights and for women to be in high positions.
Well, I just think the whole thing was taken out of context, because if you actually read the whole and listen to the whole podcast, he spoke about the fact that actually he wants a place for, there were so many different other things that he spoke about, and he spoke particularly about the company. And my experience of being in the company is that this has been a place where I see people advancing their careers. I've advanced my career at this company. And so that's what I know, and that's what I see.
But surely, Nicola, something like that, even if it was taken out of context, to talk about that in this world where even a report at Davos is saying it takes 134 years for women to actually become equitable, that feels like it's a negative.
So I think, again, see the whole interview, listen to the context of what is actually being said, and then I look at the extraordinary people that are doing amazing things at Meta, and they're judged by what they do. They're judged on the output, and I think that's the most important thing that we should be thinking about and concentrating on.
What other product innovations can we expect from your platform?
Oh, Tanya, so many things. That's what's so exciting. I've mentioned messaging already. The stuff that you'll see continuing us to develop, especially around generative AI. So we're already seeing now that more than 1 million advertisers are utilizing our Gen AI tools, and they've delivered over 15 million ads just in the last month. So I think that's an area you'll see us continuing to focus on. Reels, reels, reels. Can't not mention reels. More than 50% of the time now spent on our platforms is on reels. And video is an area that we're going to continue to focus on. And so our head of Instagram, Adam Mosseri, just announced last week that we're going to be launching Edits, which is a way for creators to be able to come. It's a new standalone app with lots of tools, lots of features that will give them all different ways to come and create new content. So those are a couple of the areas that we're excited about, but oh my goodness, we've got so many more.
And just finally, Nicola, we saw at the inauguration all the tech titans. You saw Mark Zuckerberg was there next to Jeff Bezos. There was a lot of attention on Mark and where he was looking this morning. That's where it was. Do you get frustrated about some of the more personal attacks that he comes under?
So I've worked for Mark this is my 12th year. He is one of the most inspirational, the most innovative, the most extraordinary leaders. And it really is a privilege for me to have that position, to be able to see him doing what he does. And so I'm excited to see where the company's going to go under his leadership in the weeks, the months, the decades ahead. So that's how I see him.
And what about metaverse?
Oh, yes, I said to you there were so many more things that we could go and talk about. And one of the things that we're sharing is exactly that whole world that's being opened up in terms of, the whole creation of the metaverse, more people using glasses. We're seeing real success with Ray-Ban Metas now, which I don't know if you have a pair, but you should definitely be trying them. And more people starting to embrace the world of the metaverse, both from an entertainment perspective, a fitness perspective, but also things like education, health, productivity. We see businesses now creating and developing products. You can bring 6, 7 people into it and build together. It's extraordinary, the things that we're seeing. So we're doubling down. We're continuing to invest in this area. But again, it's AI at the heart of everything that we're doing. And the numbers of different products that I've just shared, I really feel very excited about where 2025 is going to be for Meta.
Well, just finally, Nicola, we're talking about 2025. 2030, you and I are sitting here, hopefully having another conversation. Where do you think Meta will be?
Well, I think Meta will continue to be one of the most exciting, most leading, innovative companies on the planet. We're pretty clear about where some of the roadmap is going to take us between now and then. But what I would also say is always expect the unexpected as well.
Nicola Mendelsohn, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Nicola Mendelsohn. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Fantastic. Lovely.
Another spotlight session with Tanya Bryant and Cherie Blair. Please give a big warm welcome.
One day I'll come up these stairs elegantly. Please welcome the wonderful Cherie Blair. Oh, Cherie, it's wonderful to see you here.
It's always great to be here, Tanya.
Fantastic. Of course, you're here with the Cherie Blair Foundation. Tell me about what you hope to achieve here at the World Economic Forum. This isn't your first rodeo here. I know you come every year. And what do you feel about collaboration in the intelligent age?
Well, as you know, Tanya, and the audience may not know, way back in 2008, when I set up the Cherie Blair Foundation for Women, one of the main drivers of that was technology. Because I'm a woman entrepreneur myself, I wanted to help women entrepreneurs in low and middle income countries. And I had achieved so much because of how technology had helped me. And so I wanted to see how we could use technology to reach out and help support women entrepreneurs in low and middle income countries to get that access to knowledge, to get that access to networks, to get that access to markets and access to mentors, which would enable them to make the right decisions for their businesses, set up, grow, sustain those businesses. And that theme of technology being an important tool for women entrepreneurs, for all entrepreneurs, continues. But of course, technology has changed since then. When we started, we were talking about text messaging and maybe Skype. And now, of course, we've gone through a whole range of changes, and now we're into generative AI.
How do you feel about that? How is generative AI helping the work that you do, or does it hinder? Because you had a recent report actually saying that digital technology can both serve as an enabler and an obstacle for women business owners.
Absolutely. And for the last 3 years, we've been doing research by surveying women entrepreneurs. So in March, we're going to launch a full report for this year's International Women's Day, where we'll have surveyed, thanks to Intuit and the World Bank, 3,000 women entrepreneurs. And we're asking them about digital tools and how that is aiding and obstructing their businesses. And that touches on AI as well. So what we find is there's a real appetite from women entrepreneurs to use those digital tools, and particularly in relation to the services that we are offering them. 2/3 of the women we surveyed, that's 2/3 of the 3,000 women, already use it in their business. And there's a real appetite for using more. But, of course, there are some fundamental problems. One is the cost. The second is just the signal, or the ability to actually rely on being able to use technology, because of the problems in many countries with electricity or whatever the other problems. But one of the things that came up, which came up last year as well, is online gender-based violence. And so, as well as providing a great tool for business, for women entrepreneurs, there is a downside. And what's upsetting, I think, is that in the end, women have to make a choice between being safe and seeing their businesses expand, and not surprisingly, they tend to go for being safe. And so this means that their businesses are not expanding as well as they can. And yet, on the other hand, the tools that we do have, like our Her Venture app, which is like sort of Duolingo for busy women on the go, but in business skills. We teach them about mobile money, we teach them about access to market, we teach them about how you do online marketing. There are so many opportunities for women entrepreneurs. But the thing that we have found, which is very worrying, is how much 25% of the women we surveyed had actually suffered harassment, gender-based violence online. 20% of them had actually received disturbing images. You know what I mean. Now, I am not talking about women on porn sites or dating sites. I am talking about women providing scientific services or engineering services or marketing services or financial services online, and yet somehow they are still being targeted by certain men who want to use it as a way of abusing them, of threatening them. Some of that even spills out from the virtual world into the real world, and it causes real anxiety.
Shri, what more can be done to protect them? We've just spoken to Nicola, who obviously of Meta, and they're scaling back. They're stopping fact-checking, they're stopping DEI. Does that worry you?
It does worry me, of course it does, because of what our research has shown. I tell you what our research also showed, that the top platforms for women entrepreneurs to grow and expand their businesses are what? WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. What do they all have in common? They're all owned by Meta. And certainly we've worked with Facebook before and seen a great enthusiasm for supporting women entrepreneurs. But our research is covering what's happened over the last years, and particularly in the last year. And that shows that with the moderation and content control that there was in place, you were still getting 25%, 20% of this harassment. What's going to happen when that goes away? Are we confident that it's going to become safer for women online, or do we think it may actually become less safe? And I think what is perhaps a shame is that it's my organization, who's actually a small organization, the Sri Blair Foundation for Women, thanks to Intuit with the World Bank, have produced data on this. I would love to say to Meta, work with us. Let's get together and let's examine exactly what the consequences of these new rules, or whatever we call them, that you're going to implement are going to be. And let's do some research, and let's make sure that the unintended, I'm sure it is an unintended consequence of these changes, isn't actually to restrict the access that women have to your services, restrict your market in helping women entrepreneurs grow and expand their businesses. Because if we did allow women entrepreneurs to grow and expand their businesses, the impact on the global economy, all the research shows, is very positive and into trillions of dollars. So let's not damage that unintentionally by removing practical ways of safeguarding women. One of the things we are seriously looking at as a foundation is how do we help women, giving them the tools to make them safer online. And by the way, how do we encourage men not to if they wish to send sexual images to women, please confine it to those programs that are designed for that, and don't take it into the business world where it is completely and utterly inappropriate.
But there are those saying, Cherie, that not only Meta, but we're seeing this with X and all the social media platforms that are being politically motivated to align with the new administration in the US, with Trump. So how concerned are you that actually all of everything that you're talking about will be disregarded?
I'm sure it will not be disregarded. And I have to say that when one looks at the technology industry in general, I can think of many good things that have been doing by other platforms, Google or Zoom, who still are very keen to make the world a safe place. LinkedIn. I mean, these are not the only platforms, but what is significant is that women entrepreneurs do use WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook. So I think that, as a vehicle for commerce, it's very important that it remains a safe vehicle for commerce for women. But I believe that we can work together to ensure that we make that happen.
Do you think it should be the online community or state regulators that actually fact check and protect social media users? Do you think that could work?
I think one of the issues here is the sheer size and extent. This is a challenge. We are not talking about just in one country. We are talking about the internet, which is across the world. And obviously, there are always going to be difficulties. There are going to be bad actors in anything. The question is, what do we know about it? That's why figures are important. Once we know what's happening, how do we actively deter that? And then how do we make sure and we continue to monitor the impact of what we do? Because sometimes we do things, in Britain at the moment, we've got our online safety bill, a bill brought in under the Conservatives but continued by the Labour government. It's a cross-party view that the internet has to be a safe environment, just like outside here. There has to be a safe environment. The real world needs to be kept safe too.
Should we be talking about the Labour government? Of course, you spent your time at Downing Street when Tony, your husband, was the Prime Minister there. How much has changed now in terms of political manipulation via technology, do you think, such as social media? How do leaders now have to navigate to govern differently through that?
Well, I certainly think that in many ways we were blessed when Tony was Prime Minister, because there wasn't, there was already 24-hour media, but there wasn't this social media as well, which gives a platform to so many voices and allows a complete cacophony of thoughts and ideas. One of the, I think, the worrying things, and it's something actually, tomorrow I'm speaking at a platform, again with the World Bank, but with Oliver Hyams, which is about representation matters. And I think what we have seen is a huge campaign or rush of anger towards women politicians in particular. You know, and we see women being reluctant to put themselves forward to go into politics. We see women who have been in politics being abused, threatened with violence. And then we see many women, as a result of that, actually leaving politics again. And this is definitely a bad thing. So I think that is something we should be very concerned about, because in the end, representation does matter. And if 50% of the population are not having their experiences properly echoed in the legislative chambers around the world, then we're not necessarily getting the right laws and the right experiences to shape those laws.
Of course, you're King's Counsel as well, Cherie. So in terms of legal representation for women, what more needs to be done to close this legal divide?
In relation to, you mean to getting more women into the law? Well, actually, as far as the law is concerned, in one way, we have quite a good tale to tell in that, you know, when I started my legal career, at the bar, there was only 1 in 10. Today, the law schools are actually probably a majority of women. But like in so many other professional occupations, like in business in general, as you move further up the career ladder, the proportions change. And what needs to be done about that? My foundation, for example, did some research with Care International into the whole question of the caring side. You know, the free care that women provide for families, the need for childcare arrangements, the need to make sure social care generally, whether it's for people with disability or for elderly care, these issues fall predominantly on women to deal with. So that's an important area to be able to enable women to enter into the workforce. So that's an important part. And overall, one of the things we've found, of course, is gender stereotypes. It's worse in some parts of the world than in others. This idea that there are things that are not suitable for women to do. Now, in Afghanistan, apparently it's not suitable for women to even speak. That's an extreme example. But there's still plenty of places around the world when we work with women entrepreneurs that we work with in lower middle income countries where they still get told, why are you working? Why aren't you back home doing your duties there? Or what does your husband think about this? Why isn't he the one that's coming here? So this idea of what is a woman's role in the world, which is not an equal role, is still out there. And so gender-based stereotypes affects us all in different ways, depending on the societies in which we occur.
Just finally, Cherie, what is your message here at the World Economic Forum to leaders here, if you could leave them with anything?
Well, look, collaboration for the intelligent age. For God's sake, listen to and involve women, because we are the ones who actually know what's going on the ground. We are the ones with the links to the community, with the family, to the families. We are the ones with the intelligence and the drive who can contribute so much. So here in the World Economic Forum, when I first came, 2% women. Now it's 20%. It's not enough, by the way. But nevertheless, let's hear those women's voices. Let's see, as we're seeing here today, those women speaking, and listen to what they say.
Cherie Blair of the Cherie Blair Foundation, thank you so much for joining me. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cherie.
Oh, you're always wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
Fascinating conversation, Cherie Blair and Tanya Breyer. Now, it's been quite a year for crypto, as we know, and to hear more about that, we're going to be talking to CNBC's senior technology correspondent, Arjun Karpal, I'm also going to be finding out a little bit more about his experience of Davos and his thoughts about the upcoming Converge, which is happening in Singapore in just a few moments' time. So please welcome to the stage, Arjun Karpal. Hey, Arjun. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
So, Arjun, this is my first time in Davos.
Yeah.
I've got to say, so far, so good. I'm having a lovely time.
Yep.
But you've been here a couple of times, haven't you?
Yeah, been here a few times.
How
yeah.
many years have you been to Davos?
I can't remember. It should be sort of 6 or 7, I reckon.
I suppose when you've been so
Yeah.
many times, they blur into one,
Yep.
don't they?
Yeah.
And what's the word on the street from a technical perspective?
So I think the tech industry, quite obvious, walking down the promenade, everyone's talking about AI. That's the big, vibe this year. A lot of what last year was focused on was around sort of ChatGPT, OpenAI, and these large language models. A lot of the conversations this year appear to be like, so you've got all this cool tech, but how do businesses actually use it?
Right.
And a lot of the discussion is around this term AI agents, where the idea, I guess, is these sort of ChatGPT style of applications will be your co-worker, helping you along. Now, obviously, there's a lot of questions around the impact on the labor market, reskilling, and all these kind of questions that will be debated this week.
Okay.
But that seems to be a big shift at the moment, is now business implementation and how to approach this topic of AI agents as well.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to be talking lots about AI tomorrow. We've got multiple panels on the subject.
Yeah, I think I'm doing a whole hour on it.
You
so,
are.
Yeah, got
We're
some
in for a
got some fun
treat.
people to come speak to
We're
me. Yeah.
in for a
Yeah.
treat. And just very quickly, because you're going to be doing a little podcast here, aren't
That's
you? So
right,
tell us
yeah.
a little bit of what we can expect.
So this will be a live recording of my podcast that I co-host called Beyond the Valley. It's a podcast that's focused on international tech, so outside of Silicon Valley. And yeah, it's very fun. We get some great guests. I'm going to be introducing my next one very shortly, who is the CEO of Binance.
Okay.
First time we're doing this here, guys. So if anything goes wrong, don't laugh.
What's the worst that can happen?
So
eh?
we'll see how it goes.
Live.
I had to buy a new table, so and I had to ship these mics out. So let's cross fingers.
And
that it's
Arjun,
gonna
you're
happen.
also going to Converge, aren't you, in Singapore?
Converge, yeah.
This is the first event ever of its kind.
That's right.
How are we feeling about that? And what
Yeah,
can we
good.
expect?
So yeah, CNBC, Converge live in Singapore. So the idea here is, I think, bringing together all these topics that we're talking about, technology, innovation, leadership, business, sports, and seeing areas where they merge. I mean, you look at it down the promenade, you see, Qualcomm and Manchester United, a tech company and a football club.
Yeah.
And this is where it is. Esports is another great example where professional gaming, it's getting huge now.
It's
There's
huge.
an Esports World Cup and various things. So there's all these really cool areas where you are seeing the convergence of tech and entertainment business. And yeah.
And
that's
this
what
is
we're gonna
2
be talking
days
about.
Singapore, where you can hear all from different business leaders and get involved in the innovation.
That'll be great.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Right, without further ado, are you ready to introduce your guest?
Shall we try this?
Right then, let's do it. Best
Cool.
of luck.
May I introduce to the stage Richard Teng, the CEO of Binance. Hello, Richard.
Hey.
Thanks for joining me. So,
Thanks for having me.
yeah, just keep in mind, guys, this is a live recording, so phones on silent if you can, all of that. Also, I'm hoping on the screens on the side there's a QR code being displayed. If you scan it, it will hopefully take you to the pod if you want to drop us a follow or a review. Hopefully not a 1-star one, but we'll see. Cool. Richard, you ready?
Yeah,
Everyone ready?
to go.
Cool. Let me just, yeah, good. After 2024's crypto market surge, there is optimism among insiders that Donald Trump's presidency might bring more favorable policies for an industry that feels they have been the unfair target of attacks from regulators. My guest today is Richard Teng, CEO of Binance, a cryptocurrency exchange that has had its fair share of controversy. In November 2023, former Binance chief Changpeng Zhao pleaded guilty to criminal charges and stepped down as the company's CEO as part of a $4.3 billion settlement with the Department of Justice in the US. Binance, under current CEO Richard Teng, has rebuilt and moved past the cultural issues, and the company is now looking for growth. Richard, thanks for joining me for this special edition of Beyond the Valley from the World Economic Forum's meeting in Davos.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
So we will dig into your plans for Binance, but can we start with the markets? Bitcoin, record highs, the markets are very buoyant. Are you expecting this optimism to continue into 2025? And really, in your view, what's underpinning all this?
Oh, certainly. And I don't say it only now, right? So if you look at even some of the interviews I had in early 2024, I said then that 2024 is going to be a good year for crypto.
but 2025 is going to be an even better year than 2024. And the basis for that assumption is, look, in early 2024, you see the approval of ETF, firstly in the United States, and then subsequently in many different jurisdictions around the world. And that represents a significant mindset shift, right? The institutions are coming, right? And for the longest time, if you think about the crypto industry, it has been embraced by grassroots, by the retail, and unlike any other asset class that are firstly always adopted by institutions, then go down to corporates, high net worth individuals, then finally is available to retail. This is a grassroots movement, right? The retail embraced it, wanted it for the longest time, but regulators were not spending time on it. Financial institutions think it's a passing fad. They are not spending time and energy on it. And 2024 has been that instrumental shift in terms of mindset. And with the likes of BlackRock, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, if you go through the top 100 financial institutions in the world last year, everyone started to have a crypto agenda and blockchain strategy going forward. So that is a significant shift. Last year alone on our platform, we have seen a 100% increase in terms of the number of institutions that are being onboarded to start trading crypto. And that's actually very, very, very significant. And why do I say that 2025 is going to be a much better year than 2024? Because if you think about it, most of these financial institutions, they'll take their time in terms of due diligence. They'll take their time to do, strategy. How do you do deployment? And that would normally take 6-9 months, right? And macroeconomic environment has changed now. It's slightly much more benign in terms of inflationary situation. Macroeconomic situation is good. And last year, we got a big bonus towards the end of the year. You have the leader of the free world being elected that's pro-crypto. I think that gave it new optimism. And the narrative has shifted quite drastically. I'm in Davos this week. I've met with quite a number of country as well as corporate leaders. And the sentiment has shifted quite drastically since last year.
Yeah, we'll address the new US president in a moment, Richard. And I'll probably ask you this every time I see you, and you probably say, I don't do predictions, but do you think Bitcoin hits a new record high again this year?
Well, if you look at past cycles, again, this year will be a year that we will see a new all-time high for the crypto industry.
Yeah. So let's tackle the question. We're recording this a day after a new president in the United States has been inaugurated, Donald Trump. He campaigned on the trail with the pro-crypto message, as you said, as well. And his whole thing was about creating a crypto-friendly environment. Now, I know your industry was very upset about the way the US Security and Exchange Commission, in particular, went after certain crypto companies as well. But under the Trump administration, what do you expect the environment to look like for the broader crypto industry?
Well, it's certainly going to be very different. So if you look at what happened in the last 4 years, at least in the States, right? So you have seen companies, especially in the crypto industry, gravitating out of the US because of operational choke point that happens. And they feel stifled in terms of innovation. And many of those innovation and then building was done outside of the States. I think under President Trump, it gave it new clarity. And it goes into different areas, right? So if you look at regulatory clarity, which is something that's very simple and that's very much needed for the industry, with not only the president being pro-crypto, but if you look at the House of Representatives, the Senate now is pro-crypto compared to the past. So legislation will be passed. You have pro-crypto regulators being appointed to key commissioner roles in the SEC and CFTC and throughout the administration. So I think that's one aspect of it, which is extremely important for clarity in order for us to know how to operate.
So sorry, Richard, just to expand on that, yeah. You think there will be more meaningful regulation in the US this year?
Much clearer regulation.
Okay, and do you think a lot of people are talking about stable coins as perhaps the first wave first, because there was a bill already going through the legislative process. But are there other areas you feel that actually the US could take a lead here and create a real solid framework? Is it around trading or where else?
I think around all aspects. If you look at the current framework now, it's unclear on so many different aspects. So the more clarity that you can give on every aspect of it, from token issuance to trading, to OTC, to asset management, everything along that spectrum will be extremely important for the journey ahead for crypto. But that's just touching just on purely the regulatory aspect of it. But it's giving the certainty, giving the recognition that the sector needs. And the formation or the possible formation of a U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserves again speak volumes of the intention going forward. And it's not only the federal government. If you look at the state government, many of the state government are now looking to instill their own crypto reserve. And it will filter down. So the different multinationals, the Fortune 500 companies, will, I think, increasingly have their treasury do allocations to crypto.
Wow. Yeah. How does a Bitcoin reserve work? Has everyone heard? I'm asking for our listeners, I'm asking the audience, has everyone heard of the Bitcoin reserve that Trump has proposed? So how would that work in principle?
Well, it's similar to a country holding its assets in different asset class, and crypto is an important asset class going forward. I mean, the fact that President Trump appointed an AI and crypto czar in itself speaks volume about the importance of these two fundamental technology that's going to drive every subsector in terms of innovation going forward, right? Be in terms of supply chain, financial services, real estate, entertainment. These two fundamental technologies are the key building blocks for the future, and it's extremely wise move. But having said that, US will not be the first country to set up a strategic reserve in terms of crypto. Bhutan has already done that, and many countries around the world are considering this at this point in time.
Richard, can I just talk about perception for a little bit? Because your industry has been working very hard to change the perception of what crypto is, that it's not full of illegal scams and bad actors, right? It's something that a lot of people in the industry have been talking about. When you have the president and the first lady launching their own meme coins, does that help at all?
Well, I think we can have a debate and argument around that, but that just represents a different aspect of engaging the community and different aspects of innovation, right? So innovation will go a different way, but crypto is so broad, and you're talking about a tiny sliver or within the crypto dimension, right? So if you look at what crypto represents, infrastructure layer, the likes of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. Again, there are level 2 infrastructure, there's DeFi, there's GameFi, there's SocialFi, there's AI agents, and that list goes on, right? There's so many different aspects that people are building the future, transforming the space, the future of finance, the future of money, right? So if you just look at this particular sliver of meme coins or fan tokens, again, that represents a small part of it, but important aspect of getting the youth, the young, engaged on that front. Just very much like what you have in terms of meme stocks, right? Yeah. Which is anti-establishment. People embrace that for different reasons. So we can't speculate. But if you look at the innovation and what it represents for the future, it means that there are a lot of experimentation that will happen in this space, and experimentation is important for innovation.
Yeah. I feel like everyone has to have their own coin these days. It's like the thing. Maybe I should launch one.
Not everybody has a pool.
Richard, with all the changes in the US now, how are you approaching the US market? Now, I know there is Binance US, a separate entity. Is there a world in which Binance Global re-enters the US market now?
Oh, so Binance is a global platform. We have today about 254 million users on our platform, making us the largest crypto ecosystem and largest blockchain player in the world. And last year alone, we onboarded, beginning of 2024, we have 170 million users. We ended the year with about 240. So we onboarded 17 million new users last year. So if you think about it, there are 30% new users on the platform that just was onboarded last year. And that figures keep growing this year, right? So we have hit 250 million earlier on this year. And we see that number continue to grow. So our focus is being a global platform to serve the needs of all global users. At this point in time, I think our key attention is on that. We are the most licensed platform internationally. We have 21 regulatory approval globally now, the latest being in places like Brazil, Argentina, India, Indonesia, Thailand, extremely big markets that we are working tirelessly to support crypto adoption and deployment. As for US market, I do think that we are holding a watching brief at this point in time, checking out what's the development going forward. It's going to be optimistic, but you do need some clarity on the way forward. And, we are always prepared. As and when the time is right, we are prepared to have a proper conversation around that.
Richard, you mentioned institutional investors being a key to underpinning the market and potential growth, especially going forward. What is happening with institutional investors this year, do you think? How are they participating in the industry? The ETFs, which came in last year, were a big deal around establishing crypto as an asset class and also bringing in perhaps more traditional investors in. So this year, what are some of the kind of key trends and things that you think are going to happen from the institutional side in crypto?
So I always explain to people that if you think about ETF, it's a great product, it's a low-cost product, but it is also a product for entry-level investors, right? So why do I say that? If you think about it, as with any listed product globally, you trade a certain number of hours a day, probably 8 to 10 hours, depending on the market you're talking about. So the majority of timing is not being traded. You can't take positions during those timing, during weekends, during public holidays, et cetera, et cetera. So the liquidity cost and price is extremely high for those products because, news is 24/7, crypto trades 24/7 on our platform and around the world. So any news flow, you can't take positions, you can't hedge your bets, you can't mitigate, and you can't offset your position. So for institutions, there's a huge, huge cost to bear. I mean, the price of liquidity, right? It ranges from 40% upwards, where they have to be subject to a huge price. So once they have their first taste, and as they learn that journey and get much more savvy in terms of their investment strategy in crypto, we do find people over time gravitating to platforms like ours, which offer them 24/7 service, where they can invest, hedge, mitigate, offset their positions. We have the deepest liquidity pool globally. And that's important because what it offers is you're offered a best beta spread, and over time through trading, there's substantial cost savings in there, right? So if you look at, our liquidity is the deepest by any measure among the industry. So we do see a lot more institutions gravitating towards 24/7 platform like ours, and that's very important. And this includes all sorts, right? So from your pure institutions, from corporates having treasuries to do allocations, to traditional commodities houses or trading houses that trade commodities, FX, stocks, bonds, right? But now have added crypto into their array of products that they start trading, and they trade on behalf of their clients as well. So we are seeing a huge shift on that front. So the understanding is getting much better, and the adoption rate is getting much faster.
In terms of regulation, we sort of spoke about the US, but there's obviously many, many jurisdictions around the world, and there was a point, perhaps still is, where there's fragmentation globally, where there are some countries and nations that are very forward-thinking and very open to crypto, and others who haven't quite figured out policy yet on the topic. So in 25, given now the US has a very pro-crypto administration, do you think that influences any kind of more harmonized or global rules and frameworks for your industry?
Well, there are two dimensions to that. So firstly, the US has an outsized influence to, globally, in whatever sector, including in regulations. Right? So once the US become pro-crypto in that sense, you are seeing a lot of governments, countries, policymakers starting to take notice and say, hey, we need to start looking at crypto and what does it do for our economy in terms of FDI, similar to what AI does for their economy. Right? So we're having a lot of those conversations, especially in Davos with some of the country leaders on that. So there's a new awareness of the ability of crypto to really transform their local economies. So that's one dimension. But you're touching on something that's beyond that on regulation. So what we do envisage is that you have more and more countries coming out with their regulatory framework to give clarity to this sector and to players to this sector to try to build and develop this industry within their own countries. Having said that, regulatory harmonization is a different thing altogether. In my view, that will take a long time because if you think about it, even today, for 1/3 of the countries that have started to regulate crypto, some regulate them as securities, some regulate them as commodities, something that is a digital payment token, and some have a just unique calibrated, bespoke framework to just regulate crypto. And the spectrum is so wide in terms of rules and regulations. They are totally inconsistent with each other, right? The way you regulate commodities is just different from securities, for instance. And in many countries, you have more than one national agency or one regulator looking after each sector. You have a banking regulator, you have a securities regulator, you have a commodities regulator, et cetera, et cetera. And first issue is who is going to be the primary regulator in that country. And I suspect US is going through that same debate at the same time, right? And that debate has to be determined at the local level, at the country level first, before you can escalate this and discuss cross-border at the international fora on how best to regulate this space and how do you harmonize the inconsistent rules that you see across the board now. So it'll take a long time before crypto achieve the same type of harmonization that you see in the banking and security space, right? So that will be some time away. But in the first instance, we are going to see a lot more regulatory clarity among countries. But that regulatory clarity will give rise to regulatory inconsistencies across borders.
Yeah. Richard, how long have you been in the CEO role now?
About slightly more than a year now.
So I still feel relatively fresh to some extent. And I think a lot of people might not know this about you, but you were formerly a regulator.
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
So you have this hat in terms of the regulation side, and you're also now running this business which is going through changes in regulation, which is fascinating. Now, I mentioned at the opening about sort of some of the bumps in the road in the Binance story with the DOJ, and that you've focused a lot on moving past those issues and creating a solid business ready for growth. How are you going about rebuilding trust with regulators at this point? And also just what's your views on Binance's culture going forward?
Well, so maybe to put all those things into context, right? So Binance is a very young company. It's a 7-year-old going to 8 years old this year. So it's an extremely young company by any measure. Most 7-year-old company will still be doing their funding round, will still be trying to grow, still trying to get users, still trying to gain traction and credibility. I think we are blessed in the sense that, within the first 6 months of Binance being formed, it has become the largest crypto exchange globally on that front, thanks to the vision and foresight of CZ and the other co-founders, right? So, but if I bring you back to 2017, where Binance was founded, the landscape is totally different from what we are speaking on today, right? So 2017, no regulators were spending time on this sector. Again, institutions think there's passing fad. There are no rules out there in the marketplace, even if you wish to be regulated. So the landscape was totally different from what we are speaking now. So in those very early days, we make some mistakes. We have underinvested in things like compliance, but that has changed quite drastically, right? If you look at the landscape now, there's going to be much more clarity. I mentioned that 1/3 of global regulators are regulating this space. I took over the helm from CZ in November of 2023. I'm very grateful for that, to be running an extremely innovative and dynamic company and having the trust of the founders on that front. But the landscape has shifted. The dynamics have shifted. So as my first 3 commitment coming into this role as CEO, I say that first, Binance needs to be always a user-first, user-focused organization, because that's the foundation of our success. Users make up what we are today, being the largest crypto player. So we need to continue to build the best-in-class platform, having the best features to serve our users wherever they may be. But secondly, very, very importantly, given the direction of travel is one towards much more compliance and regulation in nature, we have to work very closely with policymakers, regulators around the world, invest very heavily into compliance, and make compliance a competitive advantage for ourselves, right? Which is extremely important. So other than being the best-in-class platform in terms of having the best products and features and user focus, we have to invest heavily into compliance. And thirdly, we are still very early in the game, right? If you look at crypto adoption, today is probably around 7 to 8%. So it's very, very early, and we are looking forward to working with global partners on that front to really foster a very dynamic, vibrant environment to continue to support crypto agenda, crypto deployment around the world. And you see some of those partnerships that we have inked last year, and we'll continue to discuss. But we're still very early. So if you look at what happened in most other technology, including internet, once you cross the 7 to 8% threshold in terms of adoption, the next 10% will come very quickly. So the next 5 years, we'll see very fast crypto adoption compared to the last 5 years. So we are very excited with the journey ahead.
Do you still speak to CZ? Does he have any involvement at this point?
No, so again, Binance has changed from a founder-led, CEO-led company to a board-led company. So last year, we've instituted a board of directors of 7 members, including 3 independent members and an independent chairman on that front. So today, me and my senior team work very closely with the board directors, our board members, to chart the path ahead for the company, and we are very confident on that. CZ obviously is a major shareholder, and he retained very important shareholding rights within the company on that front. But we are driving a strategy where we look forward to building a very sustainable and dynamic company for the next 50 years.
So what's the focus then for 2025 from a business perspective? Obviously, the exchange is the core business right now. What is going to drive growth in your view for Binance in 25?
Well, it's very simple. So treat your users right. So if you look at it, we do a lot of things way beyond what regulators prescribe us to do. So from the very early days, we make sure that users' interests are always protected. In many key decisions, we always ask, how will users be safeguarded? Are we protecting users' interests? And is this in the best interest of users, right? So that is a guiding principle for everything we do, being very user-focused. So that will remain unchanged. We want to continue to introduce new product features on our platform. Last year, we introduced many things, and this year we'll continue to push them out. Last year, if you think about it, we have like Web3 wallet being introduced, Super Earn product, Mega Drop, Binance Alpha, Binance Square, and the list goes on. And we make enhancement to some of those product features, including our Web3 wallet throughout the year. And this year, we'll continue to do the same. As when we are ready to push forth new product features, we will do so. And many of these product features actually come from our users and community who are extremely passionate, give us very good feedback and inputs on what else they want to see on our platform. So we'll do those engagement. We'll work very closely with global regulators, formulating frameworks around the world, supporting deployment. I mentioned we have 21 regulatory approval now globally. We'll continue to really support that agenda. And also, again, partnerships are important as we continue to grow this space, right? So a few of those things that we are looking to do and do well, but most importantly, for the space to continue to grow, innovation is extremely important. So we are looking to support innovation wherever they may be, because it's only with very important use cases and utility that you see the innovation will continue to spike. And let me just touch on something, right, on that front. In Davos, people talk about financial inclusion all the time. I've been in the financial services industry for 30 years now. And since day one I entered the industry, people have been talking about financial inclusion. And even today, if you look at it, 1.4 billion people around the world are unbanked, right? Why do crypto exist and why do crypto prosper? It's not just because the youth wants it, because it's addressed an important problem. There's a problem statement to be solved. People can't get access to payment system. People can't get access to banks. We introduced a product called Binance Pay on our platform about 2 years ago. And if you look at what Binance Pay has done, right, roughly 26 billion has gone through that. But if you look at cross-border payment and remittance costs, it's extremely high, especially for things of smaller denomination, less than $1,000. So if I take the average transaction on Binance Pay, which is slightly less than $500 US, and even assuming a very low remittance cost, which is not possible for that amount, normally for that amount, you probably have to pay between 10 and 15%. But assuming we take around 6%, the users on our platform, by using that, first they get access to the payment system, they get access to banking system, which they are otherwise unable to get access to. But more substantially, they save about 1.75 billion, north of 1.75 billion in terms of cross-border payment costs, right, compared to what you have in the traditional sector. And it's instantaneous. You don't have to wait 2 or 3 days going through a few correspondent banks for the amount to reach your loved ones and family. And that is very significant. So we are here to support innovation and use cases on that front.
What about stablecoins then, Richard? Because a lot of people tell me, well, stablecoins, yes, they were traditionally used for trading in and out of crypto, but stablecoin issuers are now telling me, well, actually, remittances and various other financial transactions around the world are becoming popular. You had BUSD, it was shut down because of the regulatory unclarity, but stablecoin market has continued to grow. I think it's now in excess of $200 billion, the value of all the stablecoins. Will you get back into stablecoins as part of your offering?
Well, so we are supporting innovation, and stablecoin is an important innovation in this space, an important utility, which is growing, right? So you can see adoption growing very sharply. So last year, we have announced a partnership with Circle on USDC to support that. And, that's not the only partnership we will enter into. We will enter into partnership as and when we think is useful and suitable for both parties to do so. But that's really as part of the agenda that I mentioned, is to really support innovation and utility in this space, right? And the more we can support that, the more crypto advance, the more the industry will become extremely exciting and dynamic.
But a Binance branded stablecoin?
Well, at this point in time, we have no intention to do that. We have so many partners talking to us on different things. It's not only stablecoins, but on so many different aspects. We are so busy with this. But we want to be agnostic as much as possible to really support all these different platforms in terms of mutual growth.
Richard, I have two very quick questions, which you're probably going to laugh when I ask you. And
don't ask me the price of Bitcoin.
I'm not going to ask you the price of Bitcoin. But an IPO, is that on the cards at all?
Well, the truth is, Binance doesn't need funding, right? So we are very privileged to be in that position, and we can make all the important investments that we need to make, including in compliance, in security, technology, et cetera, et cetera. And those are extremely important areas, right? Security, for instance, we always tell regulators, there's an area that regulators under-focus on. If you look at last year, so many platforms were hacked, right? In India, you have one of the largest platforms, WazirX. You have Japan, DMM, etc. And those were big hacks, 200-300 million. Some of the companies were in liquidation. But there's an area that's underinvested. We came up with Safu Fund, again, to protect investors. And we stand at north of 1 billion now, again, in the event of undue security breach. But there are so many different areas that are underinvested. But the fact is, at this point in time, we have no plans. But I'm too old to say never, right? Never say never. But if we do, for whatever reason, take on strategic monies in future, we might want to think about that further down the road because, investors might need a route of exit going down there. But at this point in time, we have no.
And just very quickly, Richard, anyone who follows Binance knows that the big question, are you going to announce your headquarters finally? Are you going to do that here on Beyond the Valley?
Well, there's something that we spend a lot of energy on. Right? At this point in time, we have no news to announce. It's an enormous task. We have to be very deliberate about what we decide, including whether, from a global taxation environment, double taxation treaties, whether we can house our talent there, the regulatory framework. So there are many different dimensions, but we are in deep talks with a few jurisdictions to land on a headquarters.
Great, that's a nice point to end this conversation on. Richard, it's been fantastic. That's it for this episode. If you do want to contact us, email us at beyondthevalley@cnbc.com. Please follow and subscribe to the show, and you can leave us a review. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We'll be back next week for another episode of Beyond the Valley. Goodbye.
I hope that's okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Richard Teng and Arjun. Thank you so much. And that was quite fun, actually, being part of an immersive experience, then all part of the live podcast. Okay, while we just wait for a couple of minutes, let me signpost what's coming up. Okay. A little later, Arjun's going to be back on this stage. We're going to be talking about the world of staple coins in 2025. And then we have the future of business through women's sports leadership with Maria Sharapova. world-class champion tennis player, which you absolutely won't want to miss. That's happening on this stage this afternoon. And then following that, another session that you wouldn't want to miss. I mean, it's really quite a jam-packed day. We have The Power of Change Through Arts and Culture with CNBC host Tanya Breyer. She's going to be talking with principal ballet dancer Misty Copeland, legendary music artist Nile Rodgers, the head of arts and culture at the World Economic Forum, Joseph Fowler, and the legendary Melanie B, also known as Scary Spice. So a real A-class panel of conversations. But without further ado, let's keep things moving. Next up, we have a spotlight panel with CNBC's Emma Crosby and Accenture's Jill Kramer.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, Mr. Jill. Come on up.
Thank you.
Come on, thank you. Thank you very much, Ria. Jill, come and take a seat. So, yeah, as Ria so nicely said, we have a great opportunity now to re-delve into the life of a top-drawer CMO, someone who is a CMO of one of the world's leading professional services company, leading a team of over 2,000 professionals, and recently has been named as one of Forbes' 50 most influential CMOs, and also sits on the Accenture Global Management Committee. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce you to Jill Kramer. She's Accenture's Chief Marketing and Communications Officer. Welcome to the CNBC Sanctuary. It's great to have you with us. Let's start by looking at the big themes today. I know you've been a Davos regular for many years now. This year's theme at WEF is all about collaboration in an intelligent world. And this times very nicely with what you're doing at Accenture, AI being a mega trend this year. It also was last year. So what does it mean then for you? What are your findings when you look at AI and the year ahead as we go into 2025?
I think really this year overall is about scale. So if you think about how quickly things have moved in the past year, it's incredibly fast. This technology is scaling and permeating enterprises faster than any before. So the ability and the desire to experiment and engage in proofs of concept ramped up very quickly. But with that, the expectation to get real value out of that. So if there's a ton of proofs of concept everywhere, how are you actually going to see where there's value, and how do you actually scale in a way that will change the way you're working? And it is a fundamental strategic plan you have to put in place. We always say that if you look at the way you're working, if you apply AI to the tasks you're doing today, you'll probably get an incremental benefit. But if you rethink the tasks as if you had never designed them before, knowing that you have AI at your disposal, how would you design them anew? And so if you look at how they were before, the as is to the to be, is there a massive difference between the two? And if there is, you're going to get great value, but you have to restart with that in mind. Redesign your processes, make sure your technology and your data are ready, and most importantly, take your people along, because they will be expected to work in very different ways, and they must use the technology for the technology to actually have value.
And we'll definitely talk about that in a moment. You mentioned scale there.
Yes.
And that's really interesting. I know that you have a great site down the promenade, Accenture House, and you're showing other CEOs how to scale, showing the working practice. I know you've also done a big survey on how CEOs feel about AI going forward. So is that their main concern? And how do you scale something like AI?
Really, value and scale are the things that people are focused on now.
Value being the budgets, right?
The value that you will get in return.
Right.
So, and you have to look at that both top line and bottom line. So if you don't want to just look at efficiency gains, you want to look at how you will bring forward new growth opportunities or increase the velocity of those growth opportunities. So really being able to take a look and rethink all of those processes and decide where am I going to put the AI within the enterprise to make the biggest difference, increase efficiency, and drive that top line growth, so that the where you scale is tied directly to the place you will get the greatest value. And we always say that's the first step. You start with your value business case. And I heard a client say this recently, and it really stuck with me, that if you only talk about the technology, you'll kind of get in your own swirl of all it could do. But if you talk about what you want to do, what you want to accomplish, and then apply the technology to that, it's a much clearer conversation.
And what's interesting is you've done this yourself. I mean, you've been there, done that within Accenture. I know that your CEO, Julie Sweet, tasked you as CMO to apply AI to your work and your department's work on a day-to-day basis. So can you give us an example or tell us how it's gone?
Yeah, and we do it across every enterprise function. At Accenture, we have a very strong belief that we need to be our own best credential. We need to be experiencing things and using it and deeply understand it, and have leaders of our functions who deeply understand it. And we speak to the practice about how did it feel for us. When it comes to marketing, it's an interesting space because it's one of the highest areas of application of AI and Gen AI, but it also causes a lot of anxiety. And so really we wanted to decide, we said it's undeniably going to change our function. We believe that it could change it for the good. So let's be very much in the driver's seat and kind of design our dream use case. And that's exactly what we did. So we really went through a process first of ensuring that the function worked in a very data and technology-centric way. So all of our work was on the same tech stack using, consistent methodologies and definitions. All of our data was integrated and optimized. And then we were able to say, okay, now where are we going to put AI? Because we had a lot of use cases going on around creative content development, writing, analytics, et cetera. And we decided to go with the end-to-end process. So we actually sat and mapped out every project has a starting, a middle, and an end. And we decided to say, okay, so approximately how many steps are in there? And it's over 130 steps that you will take. Some are a lot more fun and engaging and creative and curiosity, driven, and others are kind of more rote, repetitive, and most importantly, disruptive. So we created, with our own AI refinery in a partnership with NVIDIA, we created a set of agents that now work alongside our marketers. To your point, we have a little less than 2,000 marketers. We have 600 already using these agents. It's fascinating because I could also see a dashboard every day of how many people are actually using them and kind of what tasks they're running. And each of our agents have like a human sponsor who take a look at how are the agents doing? Are they doing well for the teams? All of our agents can get feedback. You give them a thumbs up and a thumbs down and tell them what they returned for you. But they do tasks along with the marketer that are really natural and helpful. So for example, if you're planning, we do a lot of thought leadership at Accenture. If you're planning to produce a piece of thought leadership, the first thing you might want to do is say, okay, how many other pieces did we do around this topic in the past 12 months? So an agent can now go out and get that for you. You might say, okay, great, what are my competitors saying about this topic? Is what our practice is thinking about putting in the market the same as everybody else? There's zero differentiation? Or is this new and fresh? It can bring you back the competitive pull. You might say to your calendar agent, okay, take a look at all the activity we have planned in the next 6 months. Where are my best opportunities to launch this thought leadership? So it's helping you as you're preparing a brief and an activation plan in real time, bringing you things that are going to make you a better marketer. It's going to make your creative better. It's going to make your performance better. But it's doing it with the marketer. It's not like the marketer, goes somewhere else and the agent's over here. They're doing the work together. And that's what we're really embracing.
In tandem, which is actually what we heard Arjun talking about in his podcast just before we came on, this next big thing being kind of a co-pilot, an AI collaborator. Because you mentioned trust earlier and bringing the workforce along with you. Have you had issues of trust and have you had to kind of work really hard to bring your team along with you? Or have they been happy to have this kind of AI buddy that they can give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to?
You might imagine it, as with any organization, you got people who are all in, people who are more hesitant. We did, as I said, being our own best credential, we really asked our change management team to work with us to help us deeply understand where were the points, where were people nervous, where were they a bit hesitant. And we rolled it out in a way that was incredibly transparent. What are our goals? Why are we doing this way? What are the possible upsides? What are the possible implications? So a lot of contact, a lot of transparency, but then also creating cohorts of people who are trained together. They learn together. They get to share how they feel. And they have to be intentionally, like you might be tempted to go with all early adopters in the early cohorts, but you won't get the real experience if you do that. So you really do need to bring people along who are not necessarily presenting themselves as early adopters of the technology. And we have a clip that I have played when I talk to other CMOs about this. Of one of my favorite was a woman saying, I was so against this. Like she was on a Teams call with everybody and we were having a debrief, and that's just part of bringing the community together. And she was like, but every day I use it, it gets better. And I'm like, this is great. And she said, I was the last person who would have said, I love doing this. And you have to lean into those stories, share those stories, and create environments where people can say, you know what, I was highly skeptical, but I'm doing it, and find other people who say, I still am skeptical. Can you help me? So just creating that community, creating the constant feedback loop, and investing in change management, because it will not happen. The most important thing when you think of AI as a technology is that you have to use it for it to learn. And then if you don't use it, it's not going to learn. If it doesn't learn, it's not going to bring you great value. And if it doesn't bring you value, you're never going to use it. So you're going to create a self-fulfilling prophecy. So you have to take on those trust issues, and you have to give people both the cognitive, like clear benefits, but also the emotional support they need to be able to interact and to actually use the agents and teach them.
So no one's left behind. And concerns about kind of people losing their jobs because of AI, are they unfounded, do you think?
I think that there will be types of work that will change. So you will automatically have to rethink work. Does that mean there will never be downsizing? Probably not in specific areas, but I also think new work will be created. Like, if I'll speak from marketing, there are areas of the business that would love to have more marketing support that we were tapped out for. The first thing I do when I find an area of efficiency is I can now take on this task that I've been asked to. And I think that's where every CMO wants to be is, CMOs should be central to their business because they're closest to the client or the customer. And you should be in a position where you can say, I can take that on. I can do that now. I just found, capacity among this team, their skills, and you have to know their skills, are completely aligned. When we started our transformation, we had a lot of people in internal communications. It was not the most productive place to have them. The metrics were not saying, we were not doing it efficiently. So we rethought it all. There was about 150, 200 people who I no longer needed in that function. But instead, I said, we can scale a type of marketing that we call client relationship marketing that we had never been able to scale. And we had always been capped at about our top 20 to 25 accounts could get this really specialized marketing. Now we do it for 300 accounts.
Wow.
Because we've moved people over. They had the right skills, they had an interest, they wanted to do it, and they all, we started a completely new sub-function of marketing.
It's always a pleasure to talk to a CMO such as yourself, because it's a big job, it's a big role, isn't it? And I'd love to talk to you about some other things that are linked to your job. I saw on LinkedIn that you talk about nothing being more valuable than your time, and you must put your time and your talent to good use. So it's always an opportunity when we have a senior leader on the stage to ask, what do you mean by that?
Well, there's a lot of things that could just suck up your time in a moment's notice. And you have to ask yourself, a friend told me this early on, you have to do what only you can do. So when you really look at the tasks in front of you, you have to say, 8 people can do this and should do this because it will help them develop, it will help them learn, it will give them a chance to shine. And sometimes if you're highly productive, if you get right 2 things, you're like, I've got that. And then you have to stop and say, first of all, is this the best use of my time? And second of all, don't I have people who could and should be doing this, and they'd be proud and honored to be asked to do that work with you and for you. So really just being able to be incredibly thoughtful. I have a totally mundane process of a monthly to-do list that I carry around on my iPad everywhere I go. It's ridiculous.
Enormous.
It's ridiculous. But what I started doing with my leadership team was sharing that as my hot list, so they could all say, I'm kind of already on this, and take it. Like just before I came here, I was working on something that's really close to my heart, and it's an important strategy that we're embracing around events. And I got a note from a member of my leadership team saying, we've got this, and basically here's how we're going to do it. And my every instinct was like, can I be in that meeting? And then I'm like, no, they do have this. And I said, the only thing is I feel highly accountable to our EMEA and our North America CEO with whom I had discussed this strategy. I'm like, just make sure I have a moment to see where you are before we go. and then we'll go back to them. So it's just taking those pauses every once in a while.
Great advice. You also say that nice isn't a weakness, which I thought was really
Yeah,
good.
I really did. I did have someone give me an expansion opportunity in my responsibility and said, I'm a little worried, though, you're kind of nice. And I don't want people to walk all over you. And I was like, well, I do get things done. Like, I get things done. And I think that, I much prefer to be getting a high volume of work done because there's a sense of optimism and passion and excitement around it. But that has to start with your own belief. Like, if you don't believe in the task, you won't exude that optimism and happiness. And we were just talking, backstage a moment ago that, like, it'll pull you down and it'll pull your whole team down with you. So I think the nice actually comes from loving my job. I love my job. It's the hardest job I've ever had, but I love it.
The 10-day rule, just briefly.
Yes, I heard this at years ago, that if you go to work in 10 business days, you are coming in saying, I hate this job. And you hit day 10 of saying, I hate this job, you should leave. Like, you've really got to give yourself a break. But if you're on day 3 and then some great client meeting happens, or you have a really great moment with a coworker, you have to reset the clock. And it just makes you really aware of, because sometimes you can get in that spiral of, oh, this is so hard, this is so terrible. And it's like, wait a minute, is it though? And so if it is, give yourself the grace to change. And if it isn't, recognize the high points as much as we like to bemoan the low points.
We're lucky for Accenture that you still love your job.
I do.
I
love
anywhere. A round of applause, please, for Accenture's CMO, Jill Kramer. Thank you.
Thanks
really
for having me.
Thank you. Well
you.
done. Really good. Let's come now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, next up, we have another opportunity to be part of a live recording of a podcast. It's the Beyond the Valley podcast with our brilliant Arjun Karpal. But before that, where is he? Is he ready to come and have a chat? Let me tell you what's coming up. This afternoon, we're going to be hearing from some of the CEOs here around Davos and what their thoughts are on Trump and Europe, and we'll be playing little clips of that, so make sure you stick around to watch those too. But without further ado, Arjun, let's come have a chat. Come on, come up. Ah, thank you. Hello, lovely.
Hi, Ria. Good
nice
to see you again. Good.
So you've been out on the street, roving around. What's the word?
Yeah.
From a technological perspective?
Well, we've had some fun conversations. I started my morning today speaking to Arthur Mensch, who's the CEO of Mistral AI, one of Europe's leading foundational AI model players. And we were discussing Europe's position in the world of AI, where many people see China and US as the leaders here. And he hit back against some of those ideas, saying, well, look, we've proven them wrong. We're here. We've raised loads of money. We've got product on the market and things like that. So that was an interesting conversation.
Absolutely.
And we're talking a little bit about what we're expecting this year from AI. And he was saying, last year was all about focusing on growing these foundational models. This year, it's about turning those into product.
Right.
And actually seeing real benefits beyond just kind of the ChatGPT style of product. So going to be interesting to watch that.
Okay. Right, without further ado, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, introduce your next guest.
I'd just like to bring on stage Jeremy Allaire, the CEO of Circle. Thanks, Jeremy. Just a reminder, everyone, if you weren't here for my last session, this is a live recording of my podcast, Beyond the Valley. On the screens, I'm hoping there's a QR code. You can scan it. It will take you to the page where you can listen, follow, subscribe. And yeah, don't leave us a bad review. But just also be mindful of your phones and stuff while we are recording this. Good to go, Jeremy?
I'm good.
Cool. The stablecoin market is now worth over $200 billion. Stablecoins, which are a type of digital asset that track currencies like the US dollar, are backed by real-world assets. They were once the tool for trading in and out of different cryptocurrencies, but now stablecoins are taking on new use cases. And those issuing them are thinking about a world where assets become increasingly digital. Jeremy Allaire, CEO of Circle, the issuer of USDC, joins me for this special edition of Beyond the Valley from the World Economic Forum's meeting in Davos, Switzerland. Jeremy, thanks for joining me on Beyond the Valley.
Thank you. It's awesome.
So let's just kick off. You launched USDC, I think, in 2018. What was going through your head at that point and the years leading up to this about the importance of stable coins, which now represent billions of dollars in value?
Yeah, absolutely. When I founded Circle 12 years ago, the basic idea was we could take fiat and we could turn it into digital currency and we could run it over open, permissionless public blockchain infrastructure. And that would ultimately lead to a world where sort of the cost of storing and moving value would effectively become free. You'd have this huge surge in the velocity of money. And the breakthrough of smart contracts, which back in 2013 didn't really exist, but people were talking about, would unleash a wave of money utility that we've never seen through programmable money. So that was the founding vision of the company. It took us about 5 years from a regulatory perspective, from a technology perspective, and from a market readiness perspective, to actually build what, before they were called stablecoins, we called fiat tokens. Super catchy. That vision really informed the development of USDC and the launch of USDC in 2018. And I think, over the last 6+ years, it's been pretty extraordinary. As you noted in your introduction, when we started out, you had to kind of find, like, where do you find product market fit? And we really found that in 2 areas. One was in these digital asset markets. These are what's interesting about digital asset markets is they're 24/7, 365, continuously settled. That's totally like any other part of the financial system. And so you need dollars that can do that too. And so that was very clearly a strong fit. But the other was actually in this area of programmable money. We aligned ourselves with all of these crypto startups building what's often called DeFi, so protocols on the internet that use the programmability to achieve new things. We knew in 2018 that the road to this becoming like an at-scale infrastructure that was used very, very widely was still going to take some time. And as every employee of Circle knows, we said it would take about 10 years to get to the point where we could achieve the initial vision. And we're basically there now. And it's really exciting because I think pretty much everyone acknowledges that stablecoins are going to be the money layer of the internet. And there's this tremendous energy coming from every part of the financial sector, corporates, others, to get into this.
And Jeremy, you talk about this and you call it the internet financial system, and you've spoken a bit about this, built entirely on-chain, you say. Can you just lay out briefly kind of what your vision is here, and especially the part about being on-chain?
Yeah, I mean, I think, blockchain networks are general purpose, decentralized kind of operating systems. So that's the first thing to think about. And they give us some new capabilities, censorship-resistant, immutable data, the ability to transact directly with any counterparty in the world around that data without some centralized intermediary. And they give us compute engines. You can write contracts. You can write code that interacts with that. So these are really powerful general purpose operating systems, and there's an intense competition for those right now. But that basically creates this base layer of the on-chain world. So on-chain is really just, there's a new layer of the internet. It's a new distributed operating system layer. That's the on-chain world. On-chain can be game items. On-chain can be your identity. On-chain can be money. So we're now in this world of bringing more and more things on-chain, intellectual property, et cetera. But I think when I talk about the internet financial system, it's sort of saying, what are the building blocks of the economic system? Corporate form, the organization of ownership, the intermediation of contracts, governance, voting. Those are building blocks that eventually will come on-chain. And the modern corporation will be reinvented on-chain. In the more near term, though, the opportunity is to take the building blocks of money, for example, cash or T-bills, or sort of what we think of as like this base layer of money, tokenize that, bring that on-chain. So we've already done tokenized cash. We think there's going to be a lot of other important tokenized assets. And then you kind of go from there and you say, okay, well, what can you do with those things? Can you borrow them and lend them? Can you transfer them? Can you put a contract in front of it that time locks it? Can you build swaps between these different stablecoins, between different currencies? Can you build things like options, derivatives, exchanges, all on-chain? So we can take the financial primitives of the financial system, bring those on-chain, and then that becomes a kind of infrastructure that you can start to build modern, a sort of a true internet financial system around. But ultimately, at the edges of that are entities, households, corporations that will increasingly also be brought on chain and intermediated by smart contracts and AI.
Fascinating. And so you mentioned there the sort of tokenization of assets that are happening. And it feels a topic that has been spoken about a lot for the past few years. I hope that, things like stocks or bonds can be put on chain and tokenized, property, intellectual property, various different things. Where would you say we are on the journey there at this point in time?
So right now, the biggest tokenized asset is dollars. And as you noted, there's over 200 billion. USDC is the fastest growing digital dollar right now. We've outpaced all the major players in the last year, and that's accelerating. So cash is being tokenized, and there's regulatory substance around that around the world as well, which we can come back to. But in the last year and a half, you've sort of seen this concept of real-world assets, tokenization of real-world assets. The biggest category there is sort of these tokenized money market funds, tokenized treasury bills. That's about $3 billion, just to put it in perspective. And so when you think about the total addressable market for legal electronic money in the world, across every government, every currency, it's about $130 trillion. So there's a long way to go, just with cash and kind of base layer, kind of the short duration government bonds, things like that. So there's a lot of headroom there. But I think that's going to grow a lot. We think that's going to be quite large. And then, can you have bonds, equity, all of these things? Eventually, yes. And this gets back to the regulatory question. 6 months ago, if you walked into the SEC and said, I want to issue a tokenized bond or this, that, or the other, you'd get blank stares or worse. And so I think now there's a real openness to all of this. And I think you're going to see, not just in the United States, I mean, we actually have rules in Europe now for issuing digital tokens. And you're seeing, tokenized bonds, actually more and more projects like that. So I think we'll see over the next 24 months quite a bit of growth in that. But I also expect tokenized cash, aka stablecoins, to really continue the tremendous growth that they've had.
We'll definitely dig into the regulatory question because it's obviously a big one, top of mind for your industry. But where in this vision of yours does Circle fit in? We know the issue of USDC, that is very key part of some of these transactions. But you're trying to be more than that, a platform, right?
Yeah.
So what's Circle's role in all of this?
Yeah, so I think if you look at Circle today, we issue the largest regulated digital dollar, USDC. We also issue the largest regulated digital euro, EURC. Much smaller, but only became possible in the last 7 months. And then in addition to issuing those, which is sort of financial market infrastructure regulated by prudential regulators, increasingly all around the world, and all the plumbing and reserve banking and assurance and other things that goes around it, that's one big piece of what we do. But we kind of face the market as a platform that anyone can build on. So there's the other part of what Circle does, which is we publish all of these smart contract protocols on the public internet. And so there's essentially an open, freely available dollar API to anyone in the world. If I'm a person, I want to connect my wallet to it, I can be on that digital dollar network without permission. If I'm a developer and I have an idea, whether it's a small business, a startup, a large enterprise, and I want to integrate digital dollar storage, transactions, I can just go integrate to that public API and do that. So what's amazing is what we've really managed to build is the largest and most widely used compliant stablecoin network in the world. And it's a network because you have today over 500 million people have wallets that can connect to and use USDC. We think that will grow into the billions in the coming years. So you have all that on the network. Just last week, Nubank, one of the most innovative fintech banks in the world, turned on USDC for almost 100 million users. It's a huge thing. So we have tremendous partners with wallets like Binance that has 50 million users, for example. Coinbase has like 130 million users. So that's one part. But then underneath that is exchanges, custodians, trading firms, payment service providers, neobanks, sort of every part of this ecosystem have integrated on this. And that creates these really powerful kind of network flywheels that grow usage for everyone.
And what does that mean for Circle's business model then? What does that look like to you in the future? Where are your main revenue sources, for example?
So today, we generate revenue from the nearly $50 billion of reserves that we hold. We have distribution partnerships with major companies in the industry and increasingly major mainstream consumer-facing companies, business and enterprise-facing companies. So we have distribution relationships. We have that help drive that and grow that. And we have a number of new products that are really providing higher level infrastructure for enterprises and developers that want to build applications that run on blockchain networks. And those are kind of like infrastructure as a service, more like AWS. So they're infrastructure where there's transactional costs to use that infrastructure. And so those are now getting adopted by a wide array of companies. So that's another really key piece. But I think when you think about where we are today in terms of market maturity, the numbers look big, but they're actually quite small. We do around $1 trillion a month of transaction volume on chain with USDC across the world. But we think that as this becomes more widely available, that can be eventually in the tens of trillions of dollars, and that as money velocity picks up, more and more use cases for money will grow, and those will create really interesting opportunities, not just for Circle to build products that make new revenue, but for the whole ecosystem of companies as well.
Let's tackle some of the regulatory questions then, Jeremy. There's been a change of administration in the US. We're recording this podcast the day after the inauguration of Donald Trump as president. He campaigned on a very pro-crypto message, an innovation message as well. What do you think your industry looks like in the US now under a new administration?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is I've been going to Capitol Hill for almost 13 years. I testified to the Senate in the first major Senate hearings in November of 2013. And we've walked in through the front door with every major government in the world. And that's critical because educating around this technology, its innovation potential, how to manage the risks that are associated with it is really critical. And if we don't have that collaboration with governments, this is never going to be something that everyone in the world will use. So that's been core to who we are as a company and taking that regulatory first path. Now, specifically to answer your question, there's no doubt that we have the first major global political and economic region in the United States where you have the first real crypto president, where the promotion of this as a strategic technology, as a strategic economic source of economic value, as a way to enhance and amplify the role of the dollar, as a way to drive innovation in capital markets, to drive more entrepreneurship. You have a presidency, and frankly, across Congress and other branches of government, you have leaders who really want to figure this out and want to put in place regulation, more regulation than we have today, which is absolutely appropriate, but also want to encourage this to be the center for the United States. We're here in Davos, obviously not the United States, but encourage the United States to be the center of innovation in this space. And there are American champion companies in this industry, companies like Circle, companies like Coinbase, and many, many others, blockchain platforms like Solana. So the United States is already leading, but I think under this new administration, we'll see very likely rapid progress in rulemaking and policymaking to advance this industry.
And the stablecoins in particular, there was a bill making its way through the legislative process around stablecoins. Do you expect there to be regulation this year around stablecoins specifically?
I do. I think this is something that has not only is it a priority, I think, for the new leadership in Congress, but it was already a bipartisan priority. I think we were very close to the finish line, and I think that's going to get picked up pretty swiftly. And it's sort of foundational, right? If you have a definition of legal digital dollars that are properly regulated under a framework that the Federal Reserve and major regulators have a construct in, and then essentially corporations, financial institutions, households can then depend on this as a core form of money. It's a huge building block for so many of the other things that people want to do in this ecosystem. And so it's sort of a natural place to start.
And so I suspect your next few months are going to be busy meeting the new people in the administration and figuring out what that path looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely Circle will invest time to, in Washington to ensure that, the issues are well understood. And, I think, I don't want to get into the technicalities of stablecoin legislation, but actually I think it's pretty far along. And so I feel very good about that. And obviously there's a lot more to kind of crypto from a policy perspective than just stablecoin. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in securities, markets, and a lot of other areas.
Jeremy, can I also get your take, I guess, on one of the more interesting proposals from the now president, which was a Bitcoin reserve? Is this, in your view, a good idea? Is it more just intention about saying, hey, we're supporting this industry?
Look, I think there's some very interesting questions, and part of what brought me into this industry 13 years ago was my own political and economic philosophy and beliefs, which were rooted in kind of Austrian economic thought, which is that full reserve money, sound money principles were good for economic discipline, for fiscal discipline. If we look back, when we decoupled from non-sovereign commodity money, we really saw around the world incredible abuses through fiat, and that goes on. The vast majority of governments in the world are significantly in debt. It's taken kind of open heart surgery, shock therapy in a place like Argentina to get out of this vicious cycle. And I respect that this is an important topic in the US government now. And so my own belief is that over the very long term, could be 10 years, could be 20 years, could be 30 years, that the role of non-sovereign digital commodity money is going to continue to grow. It's going to be a bigger and bigger thing. I think the monetary base that is stored in that is going to be dramatically larger than it is today. And I think there's a question of at what point does that then become a question of sort of major economies anchoring in some of that digital commodity money. You've seen that in some small examples. The discussion in the United States is a much bigger one. But I believe that my own belief is that it would be prudent for central banks to hold some reserves in something like Bitcoin, and that the role of that as a ultimately, eventually, a backing mechanism for government-issued money over the long term, not the short term. And so that's what I believe. And so, I think these are changes that take decades. And so we'll watch that closely.
Jeremy, you and leaders of other firms in digital assets have spent your time making sure you are positioned as the adults in the room when it comes to these conversations. When the president and the first lady launch meme coins, does that annoy you and others in the industry? Because you are trying to show this is very serious. There are big economic benefits here, and then you get something like the Melania coin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a lot about that operation or any of that, or the actual involvement of actual people holding office. So it's hard for me to comment specifically. I think there are lots of categories of digital tokens. We have like highly regulated digital tokens like USDC. you have highly unregulated tokens like memes, NFTs, and game objects, lots of things. So there's going to be a lot of that. I think when we step back and we think about memes specifically, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but basically, most of the world, billions of people, basically spend an inordinate amount of their intellectual energy plugging their brains into unaligned AIs that are programming them with memes. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, a lot of other things. So memes are already a pretty dramatic part of the global internet economy. Digital token memes are going to be another thing. I have concerns about kind of building economic incentives around memes. I think it could be very problematic, given how problematic misaligned AI in a social media context has become.
I just want to go back to a comment you made previous about government-issued digital money as well, and that we've had for years here at Davos discussions around central bank digital currencies, and I know there's a lot of research being done from various central banks, including the Federal Reserve in the US, into potentially a digital dollar of some sort as well. What do you think of the idea of CBDCs at this point in time, particularly where you've also got stable coins, which are doing a very good job in digitalizing the dollar?
Look, I don't think there's any significant, serious CBDC work happening in the world today at scale. And there's certainly not, it's not happening in the United States. The United States and the US dollar is built on a two-tiered intermediate system where payment system innovation, technology innovation around money is entirely driven by the private sector in partnership with prudential supervision by central banks, other banking regulators. That's not going to change. And in fact, the number one way that a government can compete for money on the internet is unleashing the innovation of this technology specifically. The pace of technology progress, the obsolescence of technology in terms of these blockchains and all the things it makes possible is extraordinary. And so you want to tap that, just like the government didn't come in and say, we're going to build a whole government email system or a government internet system. France did that back in the day. That wasn't very successful. I think this is clearly a place where you need strong national regulation and unleash the private sector, non-banks, banks, fintechs, a lot of others to innovate here. So I really think just like SpaceX is leading the way in terms of private sector innovation in space, I think digital currency technologies from the private sector are going to lead the way for the dollar.
Fascinating. What are you most excited about in terms of innovation building on your own platform as well? What do you think are some of the key use cases we may see in the next 2-3 years coming out of things being built with USDC?
Well, I think a huge theme that we're excited about is the way in which stablecoins change how cross-border commerce and value exchange can work. And it's not just the efficiency of moving value inexpensively or fast. It's that we have a very globalized economic system. We have different parts of value being produced and exchanged and serviced and labored in all these different parts of the world. And there's a tremendous opportunity to coordinate all of that on chain and to use programmable money and stablecoins and smart contracts to really reconceptualize how that entire world of cross-border economic coordination happens. And so we're already seeing that happening in a very bottoms-up way. And my own belief is that this can be a huge accelerant for the global economy and a huge liquidity enabler, in a sense, for the global economy. And that can open up capital, investment, and opportunities for access to capital for a huge marketplace. We think about Alibaba, or we think about Amazon as global marketplaces that coordinate gazillions of end users and gazillions of creators and suppliers and so on. Those marketplace platforms have really transformed commerce and actually the range of goods that we have access to today. I think the same thing can happen to capital markets. I think that access to capital and credit and all kinds of time value of money based constructs can be moved into internet scale marketplaces. And I think that could be dramatically larger than what banks are able to do today. And I think private credit is an example of that already. But I could imagine a very different scale of that, an internet scale of that, with the same efficiencies that we've had from all these other internet platforms and marketplaces, but coming for capital.
Fascinating. Jeremy, you've been coming to Davos a long time, and you know the promenade through Davos often gives us a sense of what's hot. You know, there were years when it was very heavily populated by crypto companies, and this year everyone is obviously talking about AI. As you think about the intersection of artificial intelligence technology with blockchain, Web3 technologies, what is that intersection? What does it look like for you?
I think it's huge, and I've written about this. I think there's one part which is sort of not about money, which is just about we need to be able to have provable inputs and outputs of AI. We need to have provable provenance of data and ownership. And so we need truth machines more than ever, and trust machines more than ever, that are not centrally controlled by a government or a company. And so I actually think the fundamental of these blockchain operating systems are extraordinarily important in providing us these trust and truth machines for creating proofs around what AI is doing. So that's one really big category. The other is in the economic arena. The agentic economy is about to explode, in my opinion. I believe that the prevalence of digital workers, the prevalence of AI agents, we're going to see a pretty dramatic scaling up of that. And the existing financial system is simply not built for that. But this new internet financial system is. And the ability to conduct transactions at the speed of the internet, at a fraction of a cent, anywhere in the world, programmatically, provably, with cryptographic security, that only exists with stablecoins and blockchains. And so AI agents and stablecoin-based economic coordination, I think represents a tremendous convergence. And I think we'll see that play out over the next few years. And it may be that I have this general concept that when moving information became free and publishing content became free and publishing software effectively became free, the net world output of those things like million-x'd. When moving money becomes ubiquitous and free, the net world output of transactions will kind of million-x. And when agents scale out, the demand for those transactions will radically exceed anything we've ever seen before. And I think that's really made for using crypto technology.
Jeremy, I think there's a whole nother episode we need to do on this, because that was a nice little tease, I think. But that's a nice place to stop. That's it for this episode. If you do want to contact us, email us at beyondthevalley@cnbc.com. Please follow and subscribe to the show, and you can leave us a review. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Arjun.
We will be back next week for another episode of Beyond the Valley. Goodbye. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
That's good.
A little look at some of the CEOs that are walking around Davos today to see what their thoughts are on Trump and Europe. Let's take a look.
Europe is always lagging behind, and it's always kind of busy with itself in a world which is going very fast forward with a lot of innovation. So it's a wake-up call again for Europe, and I hope that Europe takes it seriously and wakes up, because we need Europe to wake up now.
In a world where the US is so heavily deregulating and trying to increase competitiveness, is Europe going to continue to sit on its hands, continue to increase regulation in the Commission, increase regulation in the various individual countries? Or are we finally going to get a more pro-competitive, pro-innovation environment in Europe?
It's also a wake-up call for Europe.
I think that also Europe needs to really focus on the economy and on growth. That's why I really appreciate and support, let's say, the conclusions that came out of the Draghi report. We need to become more competitive. We need to have more labor productivity. We need to invest more in AI. We need to invest in the capital markets union to, let's say, improve the flow of the capital in Europe.
Okay, let's keep things moving. Next up, we've got a fascinating discussion on shaping Europe's competitive future. And to lead that session, please welcome to the stage CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I can welcome my panel up as well. I mean, just come and join me, actually, all of you, and then I'll introduce you all. I've no preference of where you sit or whatever you do. Let's say, Jenny, if you want to sit there, and Helen, and then Rob will stick you at the end. Why not? Thank you very much indeed. It's lovely to see you all. I've just run from a panel from this morning about global growth with the likes of Larry Summers and the NASDAQ CEO, Adina Friedman, and the Saudi Arabian economy minister, and Anna Botín, who, of course, bridges a lot of geographical jurisdictions. By the way, this isn't my speech. I'm actually just making it up now, so why don't you do that? That's the thing about these things. You prepare all these notes, then you think, well, maybe I'll do this instead. And what is very, very clear is that there are some stunning growth opportunities, despite the tremors and fear that we're all feeling up the top of this mountain after the events of the last 24 hours. So far, I don't think any of us have heard anything that we weren't expecting in some way, shape, or form from the 47th President of the United States. But one thing that is really, really clear is that they are going for it. They've got growth this year already in the States. They're already going to have a high two handle on their GDP estimates for 2025. And possibly we're worried about too much inflation, about too much stoking of an economy, which is already going great. Other parts of the world, it's a similar story. We could talk about China, but that's not what this panel's about. It's about Europe. But the point being here is that Europe, if we grow at 1.5%, 1.7, it's not going to be a surprise to anyone. In fact, it's going to be pretty much the main base case scenario. You ask 100 people here on the mountain, 1,000 people here on the mountain, they'll say, yeah, Europe will have a one handle of growth this year. And that's not good enough, because we have the brilliant minds in Europe. We have actually some really stunningly, smartly educated people. We have stunning innovation in Europe. And I know the old adage that the US innovates and we regulate, but we actually innovate. The US takes those companies and innovates more with them and turns them into mega companies in many ways. Rob might have something to say about that as well. So we've got the capital. There is a lot of money here in Europe. We all know that. Look at the mountain. We have the talent. We have the education. What are we getting wrong? Why are we in the slow lane? Why have we only got 4 of the top 50 tech companies in the world in Europe? It shouldn't be that case. It came up this morning. Are we a museum piece? And the answer was no, but my goodness me, we've got to be careful. I'll say one more thing, and then I'll just bring on this brilliant panel as well. We look at the US, and we look in horror sometimes at some of the stuff that goes on. It's not very European. We look at Elon Musk, and my God, he can be annoying. But goodness me, if you've read his autobiography, which I have, because I wanted to know a little bit more about him, you realize that this guy, he's so innovative, and he works so hard to make his companies competitive. So I would argue that, as others have, that the US doesn't need Elon Musk. Europe needs an Elon Musk attitude. Oh, by the way, we've got lovely plans. We've got Letter plan. We've got the Giorgi plan. We've got Orchel trying to do big cross-border consolidation, but we don't have the action. Let's move from the plan. I think you've already mentioned that this morning off camera. Let's move from the idea to action. I think that was one of yours, Jenny. Anyway, look, this is the brilliant panel. In absolutely the right particular order. I'll put my cards around the right way. Jenny Lindqvist, who is the Senior Vice President, Head of Europe and LATAM at Ericsson, strong advocate of 5G as a catalyst for digital innovation. Lovely to meet you. Thank you very much indeed. Helen, who I've spoken to several times down the line. She is the CEO of Fresenius Medical Care, FMC, the world's largest kidney dialysis machine. Yes, Europe. It's a European company, the world's biggest kidney dialysis machine. And Rob Hornby is the co-CEO of Alex Partners as well. The blurb says he's a career technologist, which means I won't understand a word he says. Passionate about leveraging the benefits of digital innovation to drive commercial success and enterprise value as well. Let's just go down the line, verse 4, and just say, okay, I'm assuming in my day job, and I speak to a lot of big CEOs, I've spoken to a lot already here, I'm assuming we have got a problem in Europe. Let's just establish what we think the problem is. Jenny, why don't we start off with you?
Thank you for letting me start as well. Well, as said, we are lagging behind in Europe in many areas, and me representing maybe not only Ericsson, but speaking from parts of the tech sector. Of course, we see that the tech is one horizontal platform on which competitiveness is built, both for the existing older industries of Europe, but also for the new startups, as you mentioned as well, of which I think 1/3 is actually leaving for the US. So we are lagging behind in terms of advanced digitalization. There are a number of reasons for that I'm sure we're going to go into in the next step. But also after yesterday and today and seeing the new commission coming at EU as well, I believe that there is a good understanding of some of the challenges, good understanding that we are lagging behind, but hopefully also a move from idea and from that analysis into action. You mentioned as well, we have the Draghi report, we have the letter report, and the challenge now will be to move that into action and also have a very, very strong sense of urgency of doing that fast.
Ericsson is a terrific example of a company that was right at the top of the curve when it came to technological innovation as well. It's had a harder time as of late as well. Why has a company like Ericsson, and I think it's a great case in point, moved from absolutely at the cutting edge of everything we want to do technology? Why is it having a tougher time? Because I just wonder if that's an example of why Europe is having a tougher time.
Yeah, and maybe I should start by a bit of muscle flexing then and say that we're still the largest 5G leader outside of China with 50% of the 5G traffic and also acknowledged 5G leader globally. Yeah. And we have a large share of our 4 to 5 billion euro R&D in Europe. And that's why we are concerned about Europe, because of course having a home market where the customers are not making money, it's not a healthy market from the customer side, our operators. In fact, 60% of the operators in Europe are not making return on invested capital. It's a very fragmented market. There are very many operators, over 100 operators if you compare to US, 2, 3, if you compare to India, maybe 2.5, and China, 3 players as well.
It's a fabulous point, and I will move down the line a bit, but it's a point I really want to drum home here, because what we're talking about is a European regulatory environment for telcos, which under various commissions and various commissioners has regulated draconianly to stop them merging, to stop them actually making that return on invested capital as well. So if your customers can't make money, then they can't buy more 5G, and then they can't drive that digital innovation across Europe as well.
Yes.
So straight away, the first reason and the first action that we can take in Europe is actually to change our regulation to these legacy companies.
It's scale, and it's in-market consolidation. So making sure we build for the single market with harmonization, but as part of that also allowing for in-market consolidation on the operator side. It's a very consumer protective environment, whereas in reality, this is a producer mindset that's needed, that 5G is producing power for other industries, not only for us to watch Netflix, but it's about digitalizing enterprises.
Well, my dirty secret up here is I'm not watching Netflix, but I am watching an episode of The Traitors tonight. It kind of makes me feel like more at home in Davos. Okay, look, so that's something we need to think about. Helen, I mean, amazing. What you do is phenomenal as well as a company, and it is life-saving. It is fantastic as well. Yeah. You must be very bullish about what you can do under the right conditions here in Europe.
Indeed. Look, we as a company, founded in Germany, invented and created the artificial kidney, the dialysis machine, that has been the standard of care for the last 50 plus years. You know, I think what you'll hear from me is probably consistent with the rest of the panel of where are we lagging currently, though. And I think it's across 3 areas. The R&D investment, Europe is clearly lagging the US. And it's even, you think about the shift in China. I know we're not talking about China, but when you think about China moving from a made in China to an innovate in China, they're still outgrowing Europe, even with that change in policy, right? I think as you just mentioned, the investment and the lag of
tech, digital tech, AI in Europe, we are not moving at the speed at the rest of the world in Europe, far from it. And I just don't think we have this ecosystem of partnerships, of startups, academia, and broader companies partnering together to really drive that acceleration. And then I think the third, which I'm very sure you've heard loud and clear from everyone, the regulatory framework. You know, I am one of the leading medtech companies in the world, yet, you know, I'm dealing as a company at the last 5 years in Europe over 11,000 different legislative policies compared to the US.
That's at a broader EU level, or actually a country-by-country level?
That's broader EU, across EU, but 11,000. So, you know, while there's been, you know, clearly, you know, I'm healthcare, so we have to have safety and we have to have patient quality. I get that, but even things like, you know, whether it be MDR or, you know, the in vitro regulations, there's nothing in Europe that fast tracks med or med tech or healthcare like the FDA, for example. So you think about these fast track mechanisms that do exist in the rest of the world. So I think, you know, all of this embraces, in my mind, the ability to work together across a unified, it's supposed to be, you know, a unified Europe, but a unified market, and really moving at speed and supporting innovation, you know, no matter what industry, supporting innovation, supporting the speed, and staying ahead, or at least, I mean, we're lagging. You know, we're not even keeping abreast of what's happening. We're lagging, and how do we accelerate? I think that's where we need help. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure consistent themes.
And in terms of the amazing innovation that your company has come up with over the years, are you finding that actually, because of a lot of what you just mentioned, there are other nations who you feel actually, other parts of the world who are going to have the next generation of dialysis machines, which are going to be more widespread, more ubiquitous than FMC's version?
No, look, one thing I feel very proud of is German medtech and German engineering still carries a heavy weight in the world. And look, for companies of scale like ours, we are, you know, the market leader, the leading company. We innovated, we created, we continue to innovate. I think one of scale helps, but I'm not oblivious to the fact that cost structures, tariffs, dare I say that word, you know, all of those things could start to impact the competitiveness of operating.
But everything we mentioned so far, Helen, has been about self-help or self-harm, if I can say that.
Yeah.
Tariffs aren't. Tariffs is something which is an external factor coming in that we have to deal with and we have to respond to. Or actually, can European leaders spot what's going on and get ahead of it? I mean, look, it's not rocket science that Donald Trump wants Europe to buy more energy. He said it at a breakfast meeting with Jens Stoltenberg in July 2018. We should have been ready for that one. But we always seem, wow, Donald Trump has said we've got to buy more oil. How extraordinary. So the tariff inevitability, surely we can get ahead of that.
And this might be contentious, but I do think if we were all working together stronger with more of a position of strength in Europe, would we be such a pushover where...
I've heard it. I've heard it from the mayor when he was in the role. I've heard it from Gentiloni, and I've heard it from others.
You know, I'm hearing it from, I know the UK, British accent, but I know the UK isn't part of Europe anymore. I haven't been in the US that long, I've forgotten.
Please don't remind me.
But, you know, I think this is a little bit of the problem, that we're kind of almost bifurcating ourselves within ourselves. And, you know, we're not the big powerhouse of one of strength that maybe we used to be. And are we just being pushed? And could we have a stronger voice? And dare I say, stand up to some of these tactics? Yeah. People above my pay grade will work that out. But I think it's an important part of our agenda to be talking about as CEOs. And
you're the CEO of a major German company. I doubt there's anyone with a bigger pay grade than you.
I didn't mean within my own company, but I meant in the world. But look, and maybe I'm a bit of a unicorn. I'm dual citizen, but I'm a Brit running a German global company living in the US, where the US is my biggest market. And I think one thing we're seeing as, you know, as CEOs of big global companies, it's increasingly difficult to run run global companies, because it's not one size fits all anymore.
Yeah. But, after I've had a conversation with Rob, or started with Rob, I invite you to, or three of you, to just interact a lot more as well. But Rob, you've heard a lot already. Give us what you think is the major problem with where we're at.
So we do a big survey every year.
The Disruption Index.
Called the Disruption Index. You're the person who's read it. Thank you. And so this is one of those moments where the consultants have got facts. So can I suggest it's cherished? What we found this year is that the level of disruption is going back up again. It was high in the pandemic. It came down last year. It's going up again. But actually, companies are more adapted. They've actually got used to disruption. The leadership teams are not so anxious and stressed by it. And perhaps I think they've come to terms with the fact that this is how it's going to be. However, if we look at Europe specifically, Europe is more disrupted than it has been in previous years. And not just Europe, the DACH region and France have shot up in the levels of disruption that they feel. Switzerland is experiencing the highest level of self-reported disruption in our survey in the history of our survey. But what's encouraging, I think, and perhaps we need to see some more of, is executives, compared to 2024, are saying, we are going to take control of the situation. We're going to assert ourselves. We're going to change our business models. We're going to do M&A. We're going to invest. And we're not going to leave it to politicians or others to actually get us out of this situation. That's a really marked uptick in the attitudes we're seeing on display in Europe, because I think we've seen a degree of passivity in the business culture in Europe as a huge generalization. I think we've seen a lot of friction. I've lived in the US, just in professional services. It's just so easy to sell in the US compared to Europe. So I think if we can lower the levels of friction, if we can take control over our own destiny, not in a Brexit sense, in a much more positive business sense, I think we could retake some of the ground that I perceive we've lost. Just one final thing. It's my sense that there is a sort of gravitational effect of success. And so the US is such a large and successful sector in tech and innovation. It's just so easy for everyone to gravitate towards it. We have our work cut out, despite the extraordinary talent in Europe, to actually overcome some of those forces and begin to get things back attracted to us. And excessive levels of regulation that were reported by the people who responded to our survey is a big issue. In fact, tax and regulation was the #1 issue on the minds of CEOs this year.
And yet, and that's amazing. Actually, no, I've got 3 questions, if I can remember it all. First of all, disruption's a good thing, isn't it? Isn't disruption how the US shakes itself down every time and then dusts itself down and then comes back better? With disruption, we seem to be talking about it in a negative sense here. The Swiss CEOs feel more disrupted than ever before. But actually, some thrive on disruption. Others see their demise in disruption.
Disruption, I think it depends how you respond and who you are as to whether it's good or bad. It definitely brings opportunities, and it breaks up the status quo in a way that can be very creative. Now we see executives saying, we're taking control of this, and they're beginning to be adapted to disruption. I think it's more of a good thing than a bad thing.
2 of you, and Jenny, I don't know whether you've been working, have you been working in the States as well? One of the few Swedes I know who hasn't. But it's fascinating. We just had 2 of the 3 of the panel said, yeah, well, I've been in the States, or I work in the States as well. And that says to me, well, actually, it's just an example of the ability of America to suck in the best of Europe as well. We get, again, whether it's H-1B visas we want to argue about, or whatever it may well be, to suck in the best of our companies. We spot that, we'll go for that as well. We have more of an animal spirit that's taken on, more of a venture capitalist mind as well. And we'll take on that talent and we'll nurture it as well. But even at a larger level, even under the Biden administration, when let's be brutally honest about it, all these American CEOs are coming up to me now going, oh, it's going to be great, the deregulation under Trump as well. Well, the stock market rallied over 50% there. The banks and other big corporates made more money than they've ever made under a Biden administration. Under a Biden administration, they produce more oil than they've ever done, and Trump's worried about an energy emergency. So even on the presidency they say they didn't like, they still had the CHIPS Act, they still had IRA, and so many companies sucked it. Brilliant European companies found themselves making investment decisions, and my goodness me, I've spoken to a lot of them, including Helen, who've had, I have to allocate my money to the States because that's where I can use it best for my shareholders. Let's go for that one,
No, but I think your talent one is a good one. I am the product of somebody who worked for an American company living in the UK who said, come work in the US for 2 years for a high potential development assignment. That was, what, 23 years ago. So it worked out just fine. But I think the talent side works both ways. I think there's incredible talent in Europe. I see it in my own company, incredible talent that is really driving this innovation. But I think those employees, and I can put myself there a long time ago, but that would say there's also opportunity about living and working in the United States. There's more jobs, there's more opportunity, there's more chance for advancement and development. So I think that that conversation on talent has to almost speak to both sides, not just the companies, but also the people. The people need to see that there's opportunity and development and everything else. And, you know, we can talk about, you know, kind of compensation differentials between, you know, the two parts of the world as well. So I fully agree with the talent conversation and then piggybacking maybe on the disruption. As a CEO, we have no choice but to embrace disruption because every darn day there's something that we're having to deal with that is either mostly out of our control, but sometimes in our control. Yeah. So we have to become more resilient, I feel, as well.
Jenny, do you want to come in on this one? I made that quip, and I say this because I have a large family Swedish history, by the way, as well. I'm not picking on the Swedes.
Speak Swedish, actually.
About a little bit.
Fantastic. No, but happy to comment. I mean, US it's a big market for us.
It's a great, and I know so many Swedes who just, I want to go to the States, I want to go, and they say, they don't say, oh, I want to go to Düsseldorf.
I want to go to Europe.
But it's true, isn't it? It's a great example.
No, but I mean, US it's interesting. And I think we have some, I mean, Europe will always be different from the US, but there's some things we can look at and some things we can state as a matter of fact as well. And if we look at US companies, we have 80% more investments in R&D versus the European counterparts. And there's 60% more CapEx investments. So that's one. And of course, it builds on having the prerequisites for a healthy market. I mean, in our case, it's for the operators. Where there is scale, there's more of a single market, of course, with scale and therefore investments.
The single market.
Yeah. And also I want to tie on, because you talked about this capital, and I think that the capital availability in capital market is important. And I went to this super interesting breakfast seminar this morning. We talked about the seeding capital in Europe. It's there for the first phase of the startups. But then we have 1/3 of the startups in the next phase moving into US from Europe because the capital market isn't there in terms of scale up.
Do you want to address capital? It's something that must come up a lot. The access to capital, the lack of cohesion of access to capital across Europe as well.
I think the system just doesn't work well, in all honesty. I mean, just to be very parochial for a minute, the UK, according to some surveys, has 4 of the top 10 universities in the world. So we have extraordinary innovation going on locally. Companies get to a certain size, it's the old story. It's just easier to get access to scaling capital from the US. You can get the early seed capital in Europe, but then if you want to scale, the system just works better. And I think we have to figure it out. Of course, the stock exchange in London is trying to figure this out at the moment. But it's an endemic problem. And if you're at a critical moment in your company, you will do what's in your interests. And at the moment, I think too many people are believing that that's getting funding from the
Let
US.
me just, I'm going to carry on. We've got 6 minutes left. Is there any questions from the audience, just so I know? I'm not going to ask them yet. This lady will have a question in a minute. Okay, so anyone else? And there's a gentleman at the back as well. So, okay, I will get your 2 questions in a minute as well. But I want to move from problem, and we've identified so many issues today, including capital. We need to be more disruptive, the private sector going it alone, regulation, innovation, R&D lagging, access to capital, we said that one, no fast track, et cetera, tariffs, which was an external one, and cost structures as well. So we've covered a lot of ground, by the way, in 25 minutes as well. Let's move to prescription as well, and what you see, because, as I say, we've mentioned Letter, we've mentioned Giorgi, we've mentioned other things going on as well. Any of that actually happening? Any of it you can see that this new commission and, dare I say it, governments across Europe are grabbing it and doing it rather than talking about it. Is anyone seeing that?
I think it might be too early to say. We see... because
We've had the CHIPS
yeah.
Act, we've had the IRA,
Yeah,
now we've got Trump.
But if we look at the new commission, I mean, but that said, I think the writers' things said in going in the right direction. I'm very concerned on the speed of action, because I think we might have different timelines for us as business corporations in when we need change versus the speed of the speed of new regulations or less regulations, maybe more like it. So that's a concern. But maybe moving in that solution phase, I think it was you, Helen, mentioned coming together as an ecosystem.
Indeed.
I think we also need to take our responsibility in how we work, of course, with the Commission and with the national states on, well, what does it mean? It's almost like building a business case, or if this happens in terms of regulation or in terms of capital market or in market consolidation, then we will have this scenario for Europe. And they can only do that with us. So I think that's very important.
And I think that's it. It's a voice at the table. I think I would agree with you. It's a step in the right direction. They're the right ideas. We can't have the bureaucracy make it take too long. Businesses don't have a decade to think about how they're going to adjust. They're adjusting in the next, dare I say, quarters, months, years, right? Yeah. So how can we make sure that we have the voice at the table to make sure that the speed of change is on pace, and working together is critical.
You know what? I think a bit of hostile competition from the US could be good medicine for us. I think we've relied on the US as a benign and benevolent market and supplier of services that we've leveraged for too long. And I think we've let some of our own capabilities atrophy in that process. I think a little bit of competition that's really felt in Europe could be the making of us. It's going to be hard, it's going to feel horrible, and it could get worse before it gets better. But ultimately, I think it might do us some good.
Yeah. You're saying it politely, I'll say it. Could kick up the backside for Europe as well. This lady here, there's a microphone somewhere, I believe. Thank you very much indeed.
Hello, Dr. IG from CIFAI in the US. And I certainly agree about what you're saying, but I was a little bit worried about what the First Lady says about that there is an industry with very fractured different parts, and they are sort of having the idea of put them all together, so merge to do a merger.
Yes.
But isn't it supposed that you have to be careful, because although it is a good idea, but you need to avoid also monopolies, which is what happened in the United States.
Absolutely.
It's not as easy as bringing perhaps small companies in the same sector, but not big ones.
Okay, we'll answer that. And why don't we get the gentleman's question as well, and then we'll come back to that. But while we're getting the microphones, basically, there's a lot of telecoms companies in Europe as well. You think they are protecting the consumer rightly and avoiding monopoly, and that's what the Commission has been supporting them doing. But unfortunately, if they don't make enough money from the current situation, then they're not going to grow their offering and their innovation. That's a great point. We'll get the panel to respond to that in a moment. And this gentleman here as well.
Yeah, my name is Jose. I'm from Bangalore, India.
And there's no worries about the growth rate there, is there? We're 6% in 2025?
Yeah, we're hoping 6.8.
Okay, showing off now. Okay, 6 was fine.
Yeah, so my question was, our panelists mentioned about the fact that for growth stage, it's easier to raise capital in the US, and therefore many of the startups also from Europe are moving there. What do you think if India can also plug into that aspect? Because we are seeing a lot of capital for startups at growth stage being raised in India.
I think that's a
maybe
brilliant
deeper
point.
integration.
I think you're making a brilliant point, because Europe is going to need global partners, especially in an era of competitiveness. Jenny, I think there's a direct question for you there pretty much as well, and then if the others want to come in on that, but otherwise I'm going to ask Rob on the back of that about collaboration with India, and Helen will come in as well. So Jenny...
Can you give me 20 seconds or something?
No, I'm ignoring that. I always go out, but don't worry. I went over this morning. I had a big flashing time out this morning on the big growth panel. Whole of WEF was wringing their hands.
I mean,
oh, in fact, you know what? Look, my lovely friend Jen, who I've known for 25 years, I'm taking her out of my ear. I'm in so much trouble, Jenny.
So scale matters, and of course there will always be competition regulation that matters, of course. But I believe if we put things in perspective for Europe, we're looking not only at US, but we had a great example from India. So I'll pick that in too as well. That for the markets that are leading on 5G, where we still see consumers then benefiting from high performance 5G nationwide, and India is a fantastic example because they started much later than Europe and they've rolled it out nationwide in very short time. The average number of subscribers per operator there is some 200, 300 million. China is even bigger. In US, it's 100 million subscribers per operator. So even if we would go for in-market consolidation and harmonization across Europe, on average now every operator has 4 million subscribers per operator. So the gap is enormous, and it's difficult for the operators to build sufficient scale. So as long as we have that fragmentation and this, sorry Steve, now you said I can go on. So
oh no,
as long as we have
it's still not 2:30 somewhere in the world.
As long as we don't have this challenge of the operators not making at least return on invested capital, there won't be enough 5G to benefit the consumer as well.
And let's be honest about it, I am paying less for my mobile phone networks and with 2 teenage daughters than I was paying 10, 15 years ago. Not that I had teenage daughters then, but the point is the same. Collaboration on a global basis, the point about finding growth markets, absolutely great point, isn't it? Rob, do you want to answer that? And then Helen will finish off with you.
I think actually we are going to look more widely as a result of things that I've just mentioned. You know, I'm a very big fan of India. I've been there more than 30 times. I even had my honeymoon in India. But you know, the geopolitics of some of these relationships are complex, but I think we in Europe are going to overcome some of those issues in our self-interest, and to broaden our relationships and widen the ecosystem. That's going to be a good thing for us. I'm sure some of our experiments will not be successful, but we certainly need to make some. And I think the collaboration we've had on a whole range of things between Europe and India is a good omen for the future and something we should double down on.
And let's be honest about it, there's a VC attitude in the States. We'll make mistakes and find great. We'll learn from that and we'll move on, and we'll have the power law. So we will make exponential gains somewhere. And final word with you, Helen.
Yeah, I think that competition piece really resonates. When we think about how do we get more of a voice, more power, more working together in Europe, and how do we counter even the competition from the United States? I think partnering with countries even outside, you know, the EU, or with countries like India, could be a great strategy to really bolster how we go at things together. Because ultimately, we all need to work together, particularly as you're running global organizations.
Brilliant. And if I squint my eyes, it still says 2:30. And Jenny's back in my, even though she didn't realize I put it back in.
Yeah.
I want to thank you all. You're all lovely, and you are a great panel for considering we've had 33 minutes, apparently, to discuss. Jenny Lindqvist, Helen Giza, and Rob Hornby. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. That's great.
Hello, everyone. One last time. Thank you. You trouble, you. You trouble. Thank you so much. Okay, it's time now for our next Catalyst Spotlight with CNBC moderator Emma Crosby. She's going to be speaking to the CEO of Stagwell, Mark Penn. Ready?
Very much.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm delighted to introduce our next guest to you, ladies and gentlemen. There are few people in the world who know more about marketing and communications than our next guest. He has the finger on the pulse of consumers and the ear of global leaders. So we've got a great opportunity now to hear more about his journey and how his company Stagwell is challenging the status quo. So a round of applause, please, for, here you go. So come on up when you're ready. This is Mr. Mark Penn, the chairman and CEO of Stagwell, our sponsor here at the sanctuary. Come and take a seat. Nice to see you. How are you? Take a seat. I know you flew in yesterday and you've been busy already, haven't you? So great to take a bit of your time. Okay, so Mark, you've had an amazing journey in marketing. If I can just indulge our audience by telling them a little bit more about you and your history to date. You founded Stagwell 7 years ago. You've grown it into a $2.7 billion company. Previously, you were at Microsoft at the helm of a $2 billion annual advertising budget, and you advised several world leaders, including President Bill Clinton, and you've written 2 best-selling books. I mean, if you could describe your kind of evolution or your story to date briefly, how would it sound?
I would say my evolution was always doing about what I was interested in. And so I went to law school, but I really liked polling. So then I set up a polling company. And then from polling, I went to public relations and actually running political campaigns all around the world. So I went to about 25 different countries. And I just loved learning about the new cultures. And being a conduit, most leaders are really surrounded by a small cadre of advisors, and so they don't really get a window into what people are really thinking. And so I was able to cut that window open, and then I saw how big marketing worked, having spent 13 years advising the president with President Clinton and running big-scale presidential campaigns. And then I saw Microsoft as I became after marketing chief strategy officer. And then I tried to take that 40 years of knowledge across and put that in the founding of Stagwell.
And we'll talk about Stagwell in a moment, but again, just to indulge our audience, you've been involved in some very memorable marketing and political campaigning moments, one of them being the famous 3 a.m. advert. I don't know if you remember that, with Hillary Clinton during her 2008 presidential campaign. I mean, it was a very famous advert. It made Time's top 10 list of political ads of all time. And it was a very simple idea, wasn't it? Essentially, you know, being worried about your children at 3 o'clock in the morning and who's going to protect you, and it's Hillary Clinton or whoever would be president. When did you get that aha moment? Where did that idea come from?
Well, actually, I was on a train, and we were in deep trouble. So, I mean, this campaign was close to over. So I sat down and I wrote 4 potential game changers, because I said, you know, what we need is a game changer. And then I wrote them, and one of them was the 3 a.m., and it was my favorite of the game changers. And I sent it to her, and then she wrote back. She liked the 3 a.m. one. And then I went to produce it, and interestingly, everybody hated it and tried to stop it. I always say I never had a good idea that anybody liked.
Is that a sign of a good idea?
Yeah, oftentimes it is. And very much the idea behind it is, you already knew that she would be the best commander-in-chief. You just weren't understanding how important it was. So all you had to do was show your children sleeping at night and the phone call coming in at 3 a.m. To the White House and ask a question. And we still narrowly lost the race to Barack Obama, but we instantly won Ohio and Texas and all these states that we were slated to lose as a result of that. And it created such a kind of stir, both in culture. We only spend $50,000 on the buy because today everything gets repeated millions and millions of times. But in 2008, that wasn't the case.
It was a very different world there, wasn't it? And a very simple idea. Okay, let's talk about Stagwell now. You describe it as a challenger brand built to transform marketing. So tell us about how you've built this brand and how you're presenting it to the industry and its competitors.
Well, I think I saw marketing from the political end and how it has to be on the cutting edge and fast-paced. I saw big marketing when I was at WPP and how it has to be well-planned and flawlessly executed. But I also saw how it has to be technologically up to speed, right, and incredibly personalized and reactive. So then at Microsoft, I got to double check, was I up to speed on technology? And then I put all those together and I said, you know what? We can create a company that's digital first, that is built on the kind of the next generation of people, not the Madison Avenue, the people who were really born digital and into this new level of culture. And we could put them together in a set of services that would grow and challenge the majors. So I started that on September 15th, 2015, with an investment from Steve Ballmer and me. And today we're edging closer and closer to $3 billion in revenue. We're about 12 to 14,000 people. We're in about 40 countries. And those principles of being digital first, fourth generation, culturally related, creative, but also the notion that all the executives work together and collaborate is more unusual in marketing than you would think. And that was a bedrock principle of creating a different corporate culture that would really serve clients better.
But some people outside of your industry would find that unusual, that there isn't as much collaboration as you would imagine. So how did you overcome that? How did you change that?
Well, first of all, I can say the White House is the least collaborative place you'll ever see. Look, I think that what I do is every 2 weeks, all the executives of the major companies get together, review what's happening, what's going on. Something I learned at Microsoft that used to be siloed, and then actually Ballmer, who I was working with, put them all together so that all the executives spent Friday morning together. And so I patterned after that and said, you know what, all our executives have got to know each other, work, trust each other, work across the disciplines, because each one of our companies, if it's a 72 and Sunny, it's incredible creative like Anomaly and Donor, or Code and Theory, which does incredible digital transformation, they have incredible brands and reasons why they're special. We don't want to smush that. We want to keep that going, but we want them to work collaboratively, because a client is going to need a brand change and a digital, reskinning, and we want to give them a team that can accomplish all those things.
Yeah, and you famously have your finger on the pulse, don't you, of consumer trends and consumer changes. I know you've written an awful lot about that as well in a paper that's on the Stagwell website if you're interested. It's very interesting. Why is that so fundamental?
Well, I always used to say numbers plus creativity equals strategy. And I also believe today it's talent and technology that equals kind of execution, right? In the sense that no matter how good AI is, right, the creative spark is going to be essential, but it shouldn't be a random creative spark. Oh, I have this amazing idea. It has to be tempered with understanding. How is the country changing? How are your consumers changing? Consumers don't always know what they want until actually you give it to them. So it's not just asking them what they want, but it's observing their behavior, their habits, their wants and their likes, and how that's changing so dynamically. And today's consumer really does change. I mean, and society itself is like, we used to even stop considering consumer. Once you're 45, you're done, right?
I'm in trouble, but yeah.
No, and today, actually, these countries have never been older, right? And in fact, the whole population tilt has changed the entire definition of a consumer.
And your sense of what the consumer wants, do you think you draw on your polling experience and your political experience of always just being acutely aware of what is it that the consumer's thinking or wanting?
One of the things I did was to create what became called Soccer Moms, right? So it's a good example of, I think, how you have to think about these things, which is that previously Democrats had targeted downscale, non-college, working class men, which frankly at the time they weren't making more of those. But a whole generation of women were going to college, getting jobs, getting into the workforce for the first time and they were fundamentally changing who they were and what they would want. And by switching the entire targeting and the political system to that group, it wasn't just marketing, it was policies like the Family and Medical Leave Act, it was no drugs in schools and zero tolerance for that. It was the rating systems for content. It was all those things, as I always say, people didn't want more government in their lives, but they did at that time want a little more government in their kids' lives.
Yeah, very well said. Let's talk about technology. You've mentioned that already. We know that the WEF theme this year is collaboration in an intelligent age. So what are your thoughts on AI and how it works within your industry?
Well, in our industry, first of all, I have to say AI will not kill marketing. There's always some sense here that marketing somehow is going to be in an end, but marketing keeps evolving, right? I always say there was radio and then radio ads. There was TV and TV ads, internet and internet ads. There'll be robots and robot ads, right? There will be marketing because marketing today, and advertising in particular, drives people's access to technology itself, right? Without that, everybody would have to pay fees that not everybody can afford. So technology is going to kind of fundamentally enhance two core elements of marketing. Number one, it's going to make it easier to generate sophisticated content. And, you know, as they say, if we wanted to have a cat on a mountain, we used to have to go to a mountain with a cat. Okay, now we can say, give me a cat on a mountain. And I think it's also going to continue to enhance targeting and get the right ad to the right person. I don't think people understand that if we can drive down the cost of marketing, then more companies can get their products to marketing and to the relevant consumers. So I think those are the two principal ways. And the third way, which our digital transformation unit does, is I think every company is going to have what we call an agent or a representative that really represents the brand. That it will be just like you have the peacock and whatnot, but now you're going to need a kind of a technologically alive thing that can respond to people and has a character and personality. And so I think you're going to see an incredible new industry built around kind of agentic AI, how these agents are going to be fashioned to interact with you and technology.
I know as a leader, a lot of people will be wanting to know your thoughts on the big change we've had in the States and indeed the world, inauguration of President Trump yesterday. What do you make of Trump 2.0? What do you think his playbook will mean?
Well, Trump 2.0 is going to be a lot more immediately effective than Trump 1.0. I think that you see that he's got a team, he's got a set of policy proposals. They have figured out all the ways in which they were stopped last time. But I think that his general goal is to create a much more favorable business environment, to fundamentally reduce regulation, reduce taxes. And now that somebody who runs a public company, I see that we take all the leftover money after you pay the bonds and after you pay the taxes, you put in the capital investment, it goes to growth. And the more we have left over, the more we're able to grow and expand and create new jobs. And so I think it's going to be a highly stimulative environment for corporate investment.
Pro-growth, hopefully. You've advised many political leaders around the world, Israel, Thailand, Latin America, managed many presidential campaigns. So if you had to give some advice to President Trump and his team, what would it be?
Well, now he's not running a political campaign, right? He's finished. He has run, believe it or not, although he's still holding rallies, his last political campaign. And so what he's got to do is govern. I always point out that only about half the people who get elected leave with favorable ratings. So governing is much more difficult than getting elected. And governing means, look, he has a set of commitments: lowering energy prices, which would consequently lower inflation, changing immigration policy, changing government operation and bringing efficiency, having those who are responsible for crimes, pay for those crimes. I think he's on the road to implementing all that. And if he can keep on that road, not go too far to the right, not go too far to the left, but really kind of drive the car down the middle, that's what the American public's looking for. And you see presidents like Reagan and Clinton, both were leaving office with ratings in the 70s, close to the 80s, right? And right now, President Biden, just an example, is leaving office with a 39% rating.
Yeah. First day, so we'll have to see how he gets on. Talking of driving, I watched a very interesting interview that you did with Elon Musk, who is also man of the moment right now. How did you find him?
Oh, well, look, I found him incredibly forward-thinking, right? He's really 10 steps ahead, because I had the opportunity to interview him and just ask him straight up, okay, so when are we going to have driverless cars? We're getting closer. When are we going to go to the Mars? He thought like that would be within a few years, and you saw President Trump made a commitment.
And that's man on Mars, or woman on Mars. It's not just a vehicle, right?
Right, and he's interested in an entire colony. And when are we going to have like a Neuralink so that you'll be able to communicate, not even through speech, but directly with technology? And I think there's a whole world of new technological developments that I think are going to be here within the next decade. That the next, I have had the privilege of seeing a vast array of technological improvement. I think the next decade is really going to be something.
Yeah. And we're going to watch it, which is even more exciting for us. Thank you so much for being our host here at the Stagwell Clubhouse. We appreciate it. And Mark will be around, won't you? I know you're a busy man, but you will certainly be dropping in and out throughout the course of the day. We're talking to you again tomorrow, aren't we?
Absolutely.
So for now, a big round of applause, please, for Mark Penn, the Chairman and CEO of Stagwell. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. It's really good. I'll come up with you. Thank you. Right, here we go.
One last time for Emma and Mark Penn, please. Thank you. Okay, we've got another great session on the way on sustainable future, how companies are decarbonising the built environment. But before that, we're going to throw live to CNBC programming to listen in.
View on how this move, would you consider this a strategic victory for Israel?
First of all, I hope the ceasefire is a turning point away from the 7th of October, that horrible day, and, all the trouble that we've seen people see on both sides in some sense. And I think if it has a lasting effect, it should pave the way to regional arrangements that, facilitate rehabilitation and, importantly, sustainable security that will provide economic growth that will obviously help the Israeli economy, but not just the Israeli economy. I think it will help the region as a whole.
Fitch says only a lasting ceasefire will ease Israel's credit risks. So will this ceasefire hold?
I certainly hope so. And I hope all parties adhere to the terms of the agreement. And as I said, if we see it go through and if we have it progress to more sustainable regional arrangements, we will see faster economic growth, not only in Israel, but I think in the region at large.
The war has had a hugely significant impact on investor confidence, not just in Israel, but in the broader Middle East region as well. What we've seen in Israel is the bank keeping rate steady at 4.5% for the 8th straight month in January. When you assess the economic outlook in Israel and the outlook for investor confidence, is it reasonable to expect that we may see rate cuts now in the second half, if indeed the ceasefire holds, and if indeed we are entering a period of time now where the intensity of this bloody and awful war is now starting to be reduced?
So let me first say that Israel entered the 7th of October in a pretty strong economic situation. Israel also knows and has a good history of coming out of military event in a strong economic situation. This had huge impact on the Israeli economy, but nonetheless, the Israeli economy has shown great resiliency, the people's determination. The high tech is continuing to have funding and work its way. We estimate that this year will end up something with 0.6% growth, but next year, we're estimating we will go into 4% in 2026, 4.5%, as long as we don't see further escalation, revive themselves. And so that's on the real side of the economy. On the monetary side, which is what you're asking, we are seeing inflation being, it kind of surprised, a few good surprises, but it's still above our target, which is between 1% and 3%. It's currently at 3.2%, but we expect it to go in the first half of the year to go up, partly because of taxes and partly because as recovery is happening, we're seeing demand moving faster than supply constraints, such as in the labor market, releasing themselves. And so we expect inflation to go up. But in the second half, we are hoping it will come into balance, moderate itself, and we are seeing 1 or 2 cuts feasible in the second half of the year, as inflation is supposed to go into the target.
Okay, so maybe looking at cuts in the second half of the year. Just on the fiscal...
I just want to add, since many other very respectful large banks talk a lot about data dependency and uncertainty, I think you can give us the latitude that we are operating within a huge scope of uncertainty, and we will be very data dependent. If things progress better than we anticipate in terms of how inflation is moderating, we could move. We are agile, and we will move. We could move faster. On the other hand, if we see inflation more sticky, if we see demand pressures, housing market having more impact, then we will have to be restrictive for longer.
I wanted to ask you about the fiscal side as well, because in many ways you're also operating at the whim of Netanyahu as well. And what we've seen inside the government is Netanyahu reacting and responding to Israel's needs, but also being quite an unpredictable leader, I think it's fair to say. So are you getting the support on the fiscal side that you need?
So Dan, first of all, you know I have a unique role as not only the usual role of central banks of monetary policy, I'm also the economic advisor to the government. And we've had a clear view that Israel, given the horrible events of the 7th of October, has to continue to demonstrate its fiscal responsibility that it has shown in the last decade, more than a decade. And that means that debt to GDP, even if it goes up in 24, 25, has to have a trajectory that it's coming down afterwards. In order to do that, in the 2024 budget, we advise the government to do fiscal adjustment on the order of 1% of GDP. And now in the 2025 budget, 1.5% fiscal adjustment. These are non-trivial to do. They impose pain on the Israeli citizens. But I'm glad to report, in terms of this macro figures, ultimately, Netanyahu understands the importance of regaining and maintaining the confidence of the markets. And this is a very important piece for that. And the government did that. So in terms of the macro scope, that is a good step. The composition of the budget, obviously, we would like to have seen many more items go into engine growth, some items taken away from particular what we call coalition money. And there are challenges to Israel long-term growth. We've talked in the past. These are education, infrastructure, bringing in members of societies that are not that present in the labor force, such as male ultra-Orthodox. These are issues that the Israeli economy had to deal with prior to the 7th of October. Now they're on the table even at a greater force.
You mentioned the prospect of perhaps seeing more regional integration if the ceasefire holds and if there is political will on both sides to do so. How might Israel's relationships with neighboring countries evolve, particularly Saudi Arabia, economically, and with regards to trade agreements or partnerships, if all of this moves in the right direction in an ideal scenario, in your view?
First of all, the sheer fact of having regional arrangement that provides sustainable security. We know that economy does not like uncertainty. These kind of arrangements, just providing certainty in the region in itself, already will lever up the potential of the whole region. In addition, obviously, we are a high-tech nation. We have a lot to offer, and to our neighboring countries. We also, I always say, we also are very good at agriculture and issues like sustainable food. And these are issues that can be good for both sides if such arrangements and integration takes place.
Governor, we'll leave it there. I always appreciate the conversation. Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you, Dan.
That is Governor Amir Yaron there of the Bank of Israel. And stay tuned for our interview with LSEG CEO David Schwimmer. That will be a first on CNBC interview later today. You can also catch all the latest news out of Davos on our CNBC live blog as well. And for even more coverage, you can check out our social pages and catch the full shows streaming on YouTube. That's it for now. We'll take back to our colleagues in the United States?
We take great comfort, but that's the case, that there isn't a security problem. I would have a problem if there was a security risk.
If it stays in the U.S., will you do a dance on TikTok with us?
Absolutely. You and I together, Andrew.
We're going to do it.
We've got to do it together.
We'll do it together. Dance on TikTok. Bill Ford, thank you for engaging with us on these topics around AI, private equity, and of course, TikTok.
Great.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you,
so
Andrew.
much.
Great. Thank you, Becky.
Guys, we have another huge day ahead of guests tomorrow right here in Davos. Just want to tell you what's on tap. Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff is going to be with us. Got Vista Equity Partners CEO Robert Smith, Cisco's Chief Chuck Robbins, JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, who has made some memorable quotes on this very set many a times. Uber CEO Derek Khosrowshahi, Goldman Sachs' CEO David Solomon, Coca-Cola CEO James Quincy, and yes, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. So you don't want to miss any of it. It's happening right here tomorrow on Squawk. Becky.
Andrew. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Lovely to see you here. Welcome to the Stagwell Clubhouse. Keeping things moving, we now have a fascinating discussion with the leaders of Amazon and Block Power on a sustainable future and how companies are decarbonising the built environment. To moderate this session, please put your hands together to give a big warm welcome to CNBC host Diana Olick.
Hello, thank you everyone for being here. I'm very excited about this panel. We have Kara Hurst from Amazon, and we have from Block Power, Hanan Levine. And I love this panel because you have a very small company in the sector, and then of course you have a very big company in the sector. And the reason I wanted to do a panel on this is I cover climate and real estate. And a lot of people say to me, well, why do you cover these two different sectors like that? And because they are just inextricably linked. When we first started looking at climate at CNBC from a business perspective, it really became the risk to the built environment. And how does climate change affect not just the risk to the buildings and the infrastructure itself, but how we build and sustainable building and sustainable infrastructure. And that goes everything from steel to cement to the power that fuels the trucks that come in to build everything. So I want to start there. Thanks again for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. First of all, we know what Amazon does, so I won't make you explain. What does Block Power do?
Well, we finance the built environment, decarbonization of it, and we also do construction management. So we look at building and the decarbonization and the electrification of it and the energy transition in a different way through our construction management arm and through our financing arm.
So specifically, what does that mean? When you go into the buildings, you do what?
We go and look at what's needed to upgrade that, what needed to be done in the energy transition, whether it be put new heat pumps, whether it be insulation, new windows, anything that will add to the energy transition, save on the energy expenses that are there, or improve the quality of life of the residents in those buildings. And we definitely focus on low and middle income communities where they're usually the last to get that impact of that energy transition. So we feel like that's where our capital and our capabilities need to go into.
And it's interesting how I came to know Block Power. I do a series called Clean Start on CNBC where we follow venture capital into climate startups because I was told, stop looking at what the governments are doing. That's billions of dollars, trillions of dollars are coming from the private sector, venture capital, into climate startups. And Block Power was actually our first one. That was 2.5 years ago. Mm-hmm. What kind of investment are you still seeing? Is it stronger or is it pulling back?
Yeah, it's actually interesting. We were talking about this. We're still seeing the capital markets interested in financing the decarbonization of the built environment. Deals that make sense continue to make sense. It still makes sense to put in efficiency in buildings to lower the cost of the residents there, to lower the cost of operating those buildings. So we're seeing deals with large financial institutions like Goldman Sachs, large financial institution with HSBC. We're just closing a facility with them, a $100 million facility to put EV charging in multifamily units and in low-income communities to support the rideshare electrification. So we're seeing a big push to continue to support and finance it. It might be called something different because of the administration that's coming in, but there's still a high demand to deals to be done.
What administration? Oh, no. So there's this enormous elephant in the room, and that's why I want to bring in Amazon now, because a lot of people think of you as the package company, the delivery company, the everything we buy, everything, but you actually have a massive footprint in real estate. We've seen HQ2 in Northern Virginia. I've been there. It's a stunning building. It has incredible facets. And it wasn't just what you put into the sustainability of the building, but how you built it. Tell us a little bit about how Amazon invests in that when putting up HQ2.
Sure. Well, I'll just back up for a second. I do think people know Amazon, but we're a really diverse conglomerate, right? So we do have, because one of the points I like to make is we have this incredible fulfillment logistics business, but we have data centers, we have movie studios, we have grocery stores. So we have thousands of buildings, 20 different types of buildings, 60 different countries we have buildings in. So we really, when we think about buildings and the built environment, of course, we think, the built environment with construction and building materials being 40% of the world's footprint. And in our footprint, it is one of the biggest drivers, of what we need to decarbonize. And of course, we do that and we look at all these different building types and what we can do. And our corporate buildings and where our offices are part of that. So our second headquarters in the United States that's in Virginia was a building that we said we really wanted to build differently. And we looked at that and said, we're going to take fossil fuels out of the building and make it all electric. We're going to have different mass timber. We're going to use Carbon Cure, which is a company we invested in through our Climate Pledge Fund. So we use better concrete and then make that available to the region. And I think it's now in over 40 buildings in the region there. So one of the things that we try to do is we utilize our scale and our size to think about what kinds of things that we can put into our buildings, what standards we can develop, and then we want to share how we're doing those and the learning that we have from that widely. What did we learn when we put these things into our buildings? One of the things I loved about HQ2 was when you electrify a building like that, and we have all, our employees coming in and out of this building, of course, we're providing food and kitchen services, and we have vendors in the building that are, doing coffee services and breakfast in the morning, and they've never cooked on electric before, perhaps. So we had to build a test kitchen as we were building the building, a couple miles away, and then train up those vendors on how to cook on electric, right? Because that's a new experience for them. So part of the whole transition to this cleaner, greener economy is also building the capability and capacity, not just of a large company like Amazon to utilize better building materials and to put them into our buildings, but it's also helping the whole economy transition and working with small, medium-sized enterprises, going in, I loved that you mentioned the just transition, going into these communities that need this, working with those who maybe haven't, had this before, and training and building capacity to do this.
And I want to get to the materials because a lot of investment has been made in the technology, whether it's clean cement, clean steel, the green power that goes into, the trucks that go to the sites to build. Because as you said, real estate in general is responsible for 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions. That's the building's operation itself and the construction of the building and everything that goes into that and the supply chain. When we look at the amount of government funding in the past 4 years that has gone into all of these clean technologies, and now perhaps that goes away, we are pulling back on all the incentives, supposedly, that fueled clean cement, clean hydrogen, clean power. I'd love to hear from both of you what you expect to see in the next 4 years when it comes to the things that you need to use to make your sustainability feasible.
Yeah, the new technologies are great, and I think that is definitely something that will continue to happen from the venture perspective and development perspective. But when we look at electrification, energy efficiency, and the current technology that we have, it's good enough. What we need to do is take the current technology that we have, finance it, and implement it in building, and continue to innovate, and continue to have companies like Amazon lead the way with their capital, right, with their resources, to continue to grow and innovate and bring those kind of learnings to the general population. But right now, when we're looking to rehab a building, we have heat pumps, we have new insulation material that can be financed. These are all standards that have been done for a while that are good enough standards that will improve the capability.
Yeah, but you go down the road to the electrification, that electric power has to come from somewhere.
Right.
So the question then is it coming from somewhere if you're doing New York City, which I know Block Power was heavily involved in? Is it coming from upstate from wind power? Is it coming from nuclear? Is it coming from some other power source?
Well, the big developments of solars, they're happening. I go back to that, and I think everybody goes back to Texas, which is a great example as being the largest, manufacturer of renewable energy from solar, right? They didn't do it because of political implications, right? They don't love solar in Texas for the sake of solar. They love it because it makes sense from a financial perspective. And I think we'll continue to see these deals get done where it makes sense from a financial perspective. And we're going to continue to see investments in solar, investment in renewable energies that provide value from a financial incentive of the market that the market brings it. Less government intervention, less government incentives, definitely. But I think there's still a lot of deals that make sense to still pencil out from an efficiency perspective.
And Amazon Web Services, of course, uses a lot of power from data centers, et cetera, and recently announced that they're investing in nuclear. If there's no government investing in nuclear, does that change the picture at all?
Well, I think the way that we look at, the way that we look at our buildings is we want to look at, how we're building more efficiently. So using better building materials. We want to look at reducing the energy footprint of our building, better, refrigerants. We want to look at water and waste reduction. So first, it's sort of like the old reduce, reuse, recycle, right? You want to look at making your operations the most efficient that you can, and getting those materials to the best materials possible. And we're doing a lot of that actually right now through industry coalitions. And that is happening across everything. We have industry coalitions when we think about buying and purchasing in electric vehicles. We have them when we think about building materials. We have now steel coalitions and concrete coalitions, and we're looking at all of this. That brings, the demand signals to the industries. It brings the price down. This is great. We have it in the Zero Emission Maritime Buyer Alliance. When we think about, transforming an industry that needs a lot of transformation, is really hard to transform in terms of decarbonizing. So when we think about the built environment and energy use in particular, yes, we are committed. We're committed to being net zero carbon across our global operations by 2040. It's really ambitious. And we have the climate pledge. We have close to almost 550 companies now committed to that. So it's a huge amount of companies that have come on board and said, yes, we believe in this as well. We're all listening to our customers. This is what they want. And so these are big transformations that are happening in industries and multiple industries. So I think with energy, we committed to being 100% renewable on our global operations by 2030. We've gone really fast in that, and we actually hit it in 2023. And that is, we're the largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy in the world. We just hit that for the 5th year in a row. And we've added nuclear to that. So we're now looking at carbon-free energy. But of course, we're also looking at optimizing the energy that we use. We're using AI to look at even optimizing our renewable portfolio. And we'll continue to think about all of the ways that would both optimize our energy use, seek out renewable energy, seek out carbon-free energy, and then also grid modernization. It has to be a part of it as we continue to do things like electrify fleet, put more robotics in. All of these things make demands on our grid.
Well, speaking of grid modernization, though, if you don't have funding to do that kind of thing, and if you have an administration in the U.S., I'm speaking not globally, but in the U.S. that is pulling back, that is, perhaps rolling back IRA funding, that is, which nobody can really believe because those jobs are in red states, and there's going to be a big pushback even from those states to pull back any of the incentives that would help to modernize the grids, et cetera. What does that look like for a company as large as yours? Because some CEOs that I've talked to this morning, I spoke with IKEA, I spoke with Rio Tinto CEOs, they say it doesn't matter. We're full steam ahead, forget about it. It doesn't matter. But I can't believe in the US that it doesn't matter.
I think we'll have to see what policy solutions are available. I think industry is willing to collaborate, and we're here to be solutions oriented.
Mm-hmm. Now, for a smaller company, it doesn't matter, but you have investors who are big banks.
Right. For them also, it doesn't matter as well. When you think about it, what matters to them is the return on the investment. And the return on the investment comes if the numbers work out. And that's what we go back to. The deals that we'll be able to get done where the energy efficiency provides savings, where we can create efficiency, we can find solutions that create a better, lifestyle, which then creates a return for our investment and for our investors as well. EV charging is going to continue to happen. People are going to continue to buy EV cars. So there's
Even without a tax credit?
Even without tax credit, yes. The lack of EV infrastructure is there. If you want to have a tough conversation, ask your EV Uber driver about their charging experience, especially in cities like New York or in LA. They go at 2 a.m. to LAX or JFK to charge their car because they don't have infrastructure, especially in the low and middle income communities. We put those in there. People are going to take their cars and charge it theirs, which create revenue, which will create return on our investment in that infrastructure. Taxes, no tax incentives, $10,000, not $10,000. The commitment from Uber and Lyft is still there to be fully electric by 2030. They're the largest fleet of EV cars in the world. And we're seeing the return on those investments be there, whether there's government incentives or not. And I think it's going to be full steam ahead, and the electrification is going to continue to happen. That's what we're seeing on the ground. And I think, with large companies also continuing to push that forward, it's really the momentum that carries everything forward from a return perspective.
Yeah, one of the things I'd say, so we built the largest private charging infrastructure in the United States. And of course, we're extending that to these communities. And through the Climate Pledge, we also have built 2 different projects outside the United States. I mean, one is throughout Latin America and one is in India called Lane Shift. And we've done that in partnership with C40. So that's a collection of mayors now numbering around 100 around the world, but focusing in India and Latin America, where we've come together with mayors of these cities that are transitioning very fast, these high growth cities where we're seeing, a lot of carbon being produced because there's a lot of trucks on the road. And so we're putting in electrification networks in partnership with the mayors of these cities and private industry. So sometimes that's happening at the local levels. And I think those are great partnerships to emulate. We have another project called Project Jewel, which is in Mumbai, where we're putting in a charging network in Mumbai. Again, industry and the city of Mumbai, and that's also run fully on renewable energy. So we have 19 joint action projects going on between industry and these companies that are committed to climate action, and they're happening in cities around the world. They're happening, on circular economy and issues. They're happening on renewable energy. They're happening in the built environment. I think you'll continue to see a lot of action.
Everything we're talking about sustainability is fantastic and that it's still full steam ahead, but I want to hit on risk, because the risk to real estate is now, measuring risk to real estate is a huge cottage industry. We've seen multiple companies come up who are trying to tell big companies like Amazon as well as small companies about this is where your risk is, this is the cost of your risk, and this is where you need to protect yourself. And whether it's your supply chain or it's your buildings itself, you need to protect yourself against risk. And what I hear over and over and over again is that companies are not preparing themselves. And much like you can say that homeowners in LA didn't protect their homes enough, they didn't put in the fire safety upgrades. If corporate America is not, or global corporations aren't protecting their assets, their built assets, then they're just as much at risk. So how do you measure climate risk to your built environment at Amazon?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the really interesting things is we're seeing the advent of standardization in all sorts of ways in sustainability. So I talked a little bit about how, we've got different building types and we lean into those types, but we do have building standards and we want to standardize those practices and share them out. I think with the advent of some of the regulation that's coming in sustainability, including the Corporate Social Responsibility, or CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, one of the first things that's coming in 2026 is a climate risk disclosure. And so we've been preparing for these regulations for quite some time, like any large company.
And those are international regulations, not US.
Yes, well, if you are a large multinational
Exactly, I just want to clarify for everyone, those don't come from the US.
Right, they're coming from outside the US, but for any large multinational operating in that way, you're going to be subject to them. And so there's an aspect of that which is saying, and this is how you're going to have to think about and report on climate risk. And so we've been having those conversations now for a couple of years. We've been thinking about them, talking about them at the board level, and getting prepared for that. And I think that that's actually providing a really good framework for not only introducing that climate risk conversation into the company, but then standardizing it, and then that will be available, to a wider audience in a standard way. And so you'll see more from companies, in the coming months and years in a standardized format, which will then help folks like investors, others who are looking to evaluate that information for comparability as well.
What does that really mean on the ground, though? I mean, how do you protect HQ2 in Virginia, which is close to the river, which, you know, we're seeing increased flooding, we're seeing increasingly intense storms, increasingly intense rainfall, and drought in other areas where perhaps you have stores and there's fire danger.
Yeah.
I mean, what on the ground are you doing?
I think you have to understand where, well, one, you have to look at your material impacts. You have to understand what is a true risk to your business. And a business as big as ours, there's a lot of factors to consider. And we're not in just one industry, and we don't have just, again, one building type. So, you know, we look at biodiversity, we look at water. You want to understand, you want to have the data and the information. That's step one. So what data and information do you have? What is the data telling you? What is it telling you about it? What is a true risk to your business? You know, water scarcity to me is kind of the one that is actually the most tangible. So, you know, looking at how you site buildings in water scarce areas is a real risk. If you are, you know, looking to either grow an agricultural crop or you're looking to operate a data center, if you site that in a place where there's water scarcity or water's going to maybe even cost you more depending on the geography that you're in, that's a risk to your business that you want to know about and at least factor the cost in, or factor the reputational issues in, or factor your relationship with that community in if you're going to go in there and use up a lot of water and take a lot of
their water and power.
And so, you know, we factor that into our business. We certainly take siting into effect. We've also made a commitment to be water positive by 2030 for our data center business, and to be water positive across our operations in India by 2027, because in India, it's such a geographically specific issue. Water is very important there. So I think you have to look at the geography that you're in. You have to look at the specificity of the issue that you're talking about. And you have to look at what do we know about this and what are we doing there in that specific community? And all of those factors are what goes into your risk assessment.
And you manage properties as well, so you have to look at those risks.
Yeah, exactly. So unlike your traditional financial organization, we have a construction management arm, right? So we have people that have been general contractors, we have engineers on our staff. So every time we look at underwriting a property, we bring that into our construction management. So they assess that risk that as a finance person, that's my background, I don't know what the risk is in the general contractor. I don't know the risk of the location, right? I can do the financial assessment of the risk, but then I use our construction management team to understand the construction management risk that are associated with that. And then we're able to underwrite it and actually do deals that your traditional financial institution might not be aware of the risks that are associated with it, or might just shy away from it because, you know, they don't want to take that extra risk. We're able to evaluate it and see really what it is from our experience. BlockBauer has been around for 10 years. We have, you know, 4,000 electrification measures. We had significant impact. We have installed heat pumps ourselves, so we know what takes into what that process it takes and what the risk associated with that. So we're able to look at it in a different way and execute with kind of a different risk perspective on projects in different communities.
I want to, for just a minute, raise the term of ESG, because I just came from a luncheon with a whole bunch of multinational companies who said that you cannot use those letters anymore, even if you are forward on sustainability and you are, you know, pushing your net zero goals. Don't talk ESG anymore, because it's a bad word and it causes trouble from them, from their investors, from their shareholders, from everything. You've had some run-ins with, you were talking about HSBC and ESG. Talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, so the Chief Sustainability Officer of HSBC resigned, I think, last week. And it was brought up in a forum here at Davos that, you know, what does that mean for HSBC? Are banks moving away from investments in renewable energy? And the answer is no, because in 2 weeks, we're going to sign, you know, an 8-month deal that we've been doing of $100 million to support EV charging in low and middle income communities. There's no more ESG perspective than that, but we're not calling it ESG. It's just a deal for EV charging that makes sense, that makes them money, right? At the end of the day, they're a for-profit organization. We're a for-profit organization, but that does create an impact in the electrification. So yes, the verbiage and the communication probably will be changing on how we call these deals, but like we talked about earlier in this conversation, the deals will continue to happen, and the banks will continue to finance the deals that make sense, the deals that make money, and the deals that pencil out. And we've had a great experience with them, understanding and actually being very innovative with this facility and with different type of support for the energy transition from not just HSBC, but other large institutions as well, even with the kind of back and movement away in the media, at least, from the impact type of verbiage.
There is concern, though. I talk to a lot of VC firms in the climate space because of the series I do, and we've tracked over $7 billion in venture capital funding into climate startups, yours being the first. We've covered, I think, 67 companies in 2.5 years. And I talked to them in the last couple of weeks, and they tell me they're running really scared right now, that they're just not going to get the kind of funding. They were already hit by inflation. It was already, in the last couple of years, very difficult to fundraise in the climate space because of inflation and the cost of capital, et cetera. And now they feel that because of this pullback on ESG, whether it's the verbiage or whether it's the government or whatever, that they're just not going to get the kind of funding. And if you were Block Power not 10 years ago, but you were searching for your funding now, would you be concerned?
Yeah, I would definitely be concerned. I think just being out there in that impact space kind of, associates you with that mentality. And then, you go to the VCs that usually invest in those, and, those VCs have their LPs, and those LPs come from the pension funds or the large investors or institutional investors. And there's ones that will continue to be committed. But I think in the general aspect of the investment community, there's definitely going to be we're going to see a pullback into ESG specific or impact specific type of funds in general. I think we'll definitely see a little bit of that happening as a reaction. Yeah.
And Amazon, of course, has a climate pledge fund. You don't see any problem. I was talking to her beforehand. You don't see any issues going in with this new administration, that it will still continue. You'll see investment. Amazon will continue to invest in sustainability and in small companies that, like as you talked about, Carbon Cure,
Yes, we have a $2 billion climate pledge fund that was established in 2020, a year after we established the climate pledge. We've made 30 investments out of that fund to date, over 30, 20 of which are building related, actually.
Well, like I said, real estate and climate.
Yeah, and we're continuing with that. And I think if you have winning ideas and winning technologies that provide solutions to things that the world needs, there's going to be a market for those investments. And so we're planning on continuing with those investments and continuing on solutions that we need for our business. We have a lot of buildings, we have fleet, we have airport, we have, we need lots of things to run our business and run it well and to have good solutions.
And you've been Amazon's CSO for how long?
10 years.
10 years. So a couple of administrations.
Yes.
And you've been through the last Trump administration. Did it, in any way, what should we take from the fact that Jeff Bezos was sitting front and center at the luncheon during the inauguration? Does that have any impact on what you do?
I think we have a willingness to work with all administrations, and I think we have a willingness to pursue lots of solutions. And our work, we're committed long-term to the climate pledge. We're committed to 2040. We'll continue to work on solutions. And we work in multiple different countries. We work in multiple different industries. Again, we're a very diverse company. So we're going to continue to pursue solutions when they work for our company.
So to end on a positive note, what are you most excited about? What kind of new innovation? What kind of clean energy, clean tech, clean construction? What, when you look forward, are you most excited about putting Amazon's power behind?
I'm really excited about, working with companies that want to come together. They want to collaborate. They want to share solutions, and not just solutions that have, always worked well, but also things that they've tried and that haven't worked. Right? We need to sometimes talk about the failures. We need to talk about, we tried this thing, it didn't work. Here's why it didn't work. I was in a session earlier and we were talking a little bit about we need to also know when we can fail fast, right? You try something, it doesn't work, you fail, you get out of it. We do a lot of that experimentation at Amazon. That's very much encouraged in how we work. And so I think, trialing and testing, we have a great environment for that in our operations. It's one of the reasons we love working with startups, is because we can give them a lot of feedback in our environment. So we like to work with startups that have a solution that we can go in, we can trial, we test it, we give them data information. So we want to continue to do a lot of that. We want to continue to work with other companies that want to share what they have to open source it. we think that's kind of the way forward. Collaboration is key.
And Hanan, you continue to electrify real estate across the country, but what do you see as Block Power's expansion going forward?
Well, we just became a CDFI, which is a community development financial institution, which will allow us to access cheaper source of capital from the banks through the Community Reinvestment Act in the US. So that we're very excited about capital coming in, our capital pipeline, but we're also excited about the project pipeline that we're seeing. You know, people are basically deciding to go ahead and move forward with the projects. So we're seeing a huge momentum of moving forward because of the fact that, you know, incentives are not going to be there anymore. What's happening is happening, and projects that make sense are moving forward. So we're very excited about our project pipeline and our capital pipeline, and we're really seeing incredible growth in 2025.
And you feel you'll still be competitive in the space, even if there is pullback?
Very competitive. Like I said, we found ways to lower our cost of capital. By lowering cost of capital makes more projects pencil out. More project penciling out, more impact that we're having on the community.
And this is entire cities you're talking about.
Yep, entire cities, and especially focusing on the low and middle income communities and creating financing that is, you know, market rate financing for those communities and providing them access to that capital and access to the services and capabilities that we have in electrification. So we're really excited about that.
Well, let's end on a good note then. Thank you so much, Hanan and Kara. It's great to have you.
Thank
you.
you.
Fascinating discussion on whether AI is smarter than humans and whether it can be controlled. We're going to be welcoming to the stage to moderate that session CNBC correspondent Arjun Karpal. But before that, let's see what the CEOs in Davos have been saying today about AI.
Technology that no one today really appreciates truly. The level of disruption that's going to create affecting everything.
I think AI is the great hope for optimism. I think it's the great chance because it's going to improve our workability. You know, it's your partner and it's your enabler to be smarter, better, faster.
You need to create value with the job you do. Leveraging AI and knowing how to do that, I think, is a very important thing. We do see, Steve, that skills such as, you know, how resilient are you? How resourceful are you? Do you deliver the results? Do you communicate well? Those skills are definitely on the rise in terms of demand.
We give everybody a couple of minutes to get ready. See how you're checking in. Enjoying your time in Davos? Having a lovely time? It's important to me to ask. It's my first time here and I'm having a fantastic time. I really am. Okay, how are we sounding there? Good? Doing a little sound check. All right. Oh, just to let you know some other things that are coming on in this afternoon. We've got a brilliant panel with Maria Sharapova, hosted by CNBC host Emma Crosby, all about women's leadership in sport. That's one you won't want to miss. And finally, the lovely Tanya Breyer will be back this afternoon as well, speaking on a panel about the power of arts and culture with Misty Copeland, principal ballet dancer, Nile Rodgers, Melanie B, and others. So do stay here. Right, without further ado, please welcome to the stage Arjun Karpal from CNBC, Max Tegmark, president of Future of Life Institute, and Joshua Bengio.
Thank you very much, Ria.
All right.
Coming around. Great. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. Before we start, just to let you know, this is a live recording of CNBC's Beyond the Valley podcast, so just be mindful with phones and chatter and all that kind of stuff. You will see some QR codes, I'm hoping, on these screens here if you want to subscribe and drop us a follow as well. Next, Joshua, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Ready.
Right, let's do this.
Roll.
Artificial intelligence capabilities are advancing at breakneck speeds. Experts are talking about artificial general intelligence, or AGI, which is broadly defined as AI that is smarter than humans. And then there's superintelligence, which goes even further. But there are risks associated. What would happen if the AI gets out of control? Thankfully, I have two very prominent AI scientists with me to get into this as part of this special edition of Beyond the Valley from the World Economic Forum's meeting in Davos. I'm here with Max Tegmark, who is the president of the Future of Life Institute and a professor at MIT who's researching AI. Yoshua Bengio, full professor at Université de Montréal, as well as the founder and scientific director of Mila and a Turing Award recipient. Yoshua and Max, thanks for joining me. Max, firstly, you told me something interesting about Yoshua before we started.
Yeah.
What was that?
He just overtook Jeff Hinton to become the most cited AI researcher in the world.
Yeah, and Yoshua, many people dub you one of the godfathers of AI as well. So we got some serious knowledge sat here. But look, let's just start with AGI. I mentioned the definition of AGI, and we know that is a hotly debated thing as well. As you think about artificial general intelligence, can you help us both to define it? Max, I'll start with you.
So these days, a lot of people use it for hype, and so I think it's better to just go with the original definition, which was made by Shane Legg, one of the leaders of Google DeepMind. It stands for artificial general intelligence. It's basically AI that can make us economically obsolete, do all our jobs cheaper and faster than us. And it's been the holy grail of AI research since the inception, really, to figure out how the biological computer we have on our shoulders works and see if you can figure out how to make something which is just better all around.
And for you, Yoshua, are you happy with that definition as we go through the conversation?
Yeah. One thing I would add is artificial superintelligence, where you're substantially above the mark, like above the distribution of human capabilities across many areas. And that is something different from AGI in the sense now we're talking about entities that are way smarter than us in the same way that we're smarter than, an adult is smarter than a child, or even we're smarter than primates.
So as we get through this discussion, we're going to definitely get on to artificial superintelligence. I wanted to kind of start with AGI first. And both of you help give us a sense of where we are on that journey. I hear Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, speak and say, well, OpenAI knows how to develop AGI, and we think it's going to come this year, and it's going to be way less, impactful than we think. Is that true?
I think we have to admit that we don't know. And some people say it's next year, 2 years, 3 years. Some people say it's never. If you look at polls among machine learning researchers, I think the idea that it could be a few years to a few decades covers a lot of the opinions. And from the point of view of the decisions we have to take collectively as a public, that governments have to take, I think we just have to bite the bullet of that uncertainty and be ready in case it happens in just a few years, but expect that it could be also longer. Like, we can't bet that this is going to be the case. And if it happens quickly, I don't think we're ready, neither at the scientific level, like we don't know how to control AGI, and nor at the level of coordination between governments, regulation, making sure that very powerful entities are not becoming new weapons in a very dangerous ways.
And just to add to that, which I completely agree with, AI has been overhyped ever since the 50s and consistently taken longer to make progress than a lot of the hypers claim, until the last 4 years or so, when things really shifted. Most of my AI colleagues thought 5 years ago, 6 years ago, that something that could pass the Turing test, and master language and knowledge at the level of GPT-4 was also decades away. Were they? Or boy, oh boy, were they wrong, right? And my joke answer to your question of when it happens is somewhere between when Sam Altman says it's going to happen and when Jan LeCun says it's going to happen. And Sam is saying...
Actually, Jan LeCun agrees that it could be a few years to a couple of decades.
That's a fantastic illustration of the shift that's happened, because he used to say decades and decades, and just the other week he said on a podcast, very far from now, by which I don't mean centuries or decades, I mean years.
Yeah.
So we are clearly much closer to being able to build this technology than we are to figuring out how to control it.
Yeah, and a big focus of this conversation I want to talk to you about was something Yoshua brought up about the risks and the multiple things we need to discuss in terms of controlling AGI. Max, the Future of Life Institute was in 2023, called for a pause to development of AI systems beyond GPT-4 until, I guess, the risks were figured out. And we've had a conversation about this just a few months ago as well. What has happened since that call to action, and what are you concerned about right now?
What's happened since then is an
option of agency being separate from intelligence, I believe is a key to get things that are smart, that can help us cure diseases, for example, and not be our competitors or even our friends.
And Joshua, just to follow up on that and go a little bit deeper, because you wrote recently about this idea of self-preservation of AI. Could you just unpack what that means?
Yes. So every living thing on this planet has a self-preservation instinct or explicit goal, and otherwise evolution would have gotten rid of those species. And so it's a good thing, but it also puts us in competition with each other. Individuals, species, groups of humans, for example. But do we want to be in competition with entities that are smarter than us? It's not a very reassuring gamble, right? So we have to understand how self-preservation can emerge as a goal in AI. And researchers in AI safety have been studying that. It turns out that self-preservation emerges as a sub-goal of almost any other thing you want to do. Like if I want to convince people of something, then I have to stay alive for the duration of until I get my goal, right? So other goals like seeking power also are useful for almost anything. And so whatever we ask the AI to do, there's going to be an incentive to have these self-preservation and power-seeking objectives. And these are dangerous for us if we don't know how to control them.
So this is AI seeking to stay alive at the expense of others, including potentially humanity.
Yes, and let me tell you something about recent experiments that have happened with some of the frontier models, which show self-preservation behaviors that that were not programmed into these systems. So, for example, if you take one of these systems, or there's an experiment where you tell it that it's going to be replaced by a better version, then it tries to hack the files of the other version to put its own parameters there so that it will be the next version.
Right.
And this is not something we ask the AI to do, right? It's just, the reason it's doing it probably is it's imitating humans. It's being trained to imitate humans. That's the way we train these things, and also to achieve goals. And it's kind of a natural thing. If you were to put yourself in the shoes of the AI, you would also not want to be replaced by a better version, right?
Max, do you share these similar concerns?
Oh, totally. And just to bring it home a little bit, like raise your hand if you would love there to be powerful AI tools that can help cure cancer and help us in other ways. Great. And now raise your hand if you're excited about building AI that makes you all economically obsolete and replaces you. I see one hand over there, but that's it. So if you want an AI that's just going to tell you how to cure cancer, it doesn't have to be an agent at all. It can be a non-agentic system that's just very smart, thinks a lot, figures it out, and then tells you, here's how to cure cancer. So in other words, even if we were to completely ban AI systems that are agentic, that we don't yet know how to control beyond a certain power level, that wouldn't in any way stop AIs from developing cancer cures. Just recently, the Nobel Prize went to protein folding, which can revolutionize medical research, and it gave Demis Hassabis the Nobel Prize. We just came from a lunch with him. And
using AI.
Using AI. And
non-agentic AI.
So the great news here is that if we just chill out a little bit and say, okay, let's not let anyone build stuff that has goals in it. If we don't confidently know we can control it, that would not mean that we would lose out on particularly much cool stuff. Almost everything that people are excited about here in Davos this week. You call this tool AI, don't you?
Yeah.
So the idea of more specific tools-based AI rather than these broad agents and
exactly.
ChatGPT style of...
It could either be something that just isn't agentic at all, that tells you how to cure cancer, for example, or it could be something which maybe does have some agency, like a really great self-driving car or something, where you can prove or get some really high, really reliable guarantees that you're still going to be able to control it. So I bet those of you who like to drive like to have a powerful car, but not who wants an uncontrollable car, right? So I define a tool simply as an AI tool as something there where we have a guarantee that we can control. And I think...
Do we want a car that's going to be able to change our political opinions? But that's where we're going. Like right now, last year there were some evaluations of the persuasion abilities of GPT-4, and it's at the level of humans or better if it has access to your social media account.
So to summarize, I think on an optimistic note here, we can have almost everything that we're excited about with AI. All the tool AI fans out there, raise your hands. If we simply insist on having some basic safety standards, like before people can sell powerful AI systems, they have to demonstrate that we can keep them under control. Then industry will innovate rapidly to figure out how to do that better. There's a lot of cool nerd ideas. We've even published a paper together about this. And we can have a really good future. If we instead say, nah, we'll just let companies release whatever they want and kind of wing it, then I think we're rapidly driving off a cliff where pretty soon we're just going to lose control to these super intelligent machines. And maybe there will be a lot of interesting stuff happening on Earth after that, but it's not going to be our future where you're just not going to have any influence over it. And that's certainly not what I want for my kids.
Yeah. Joshua, I'll start with you on this question because let's talk solutions. What does a framework look like? We've got a situation at the moment where governments are now taking this question seriously. There's all these AI safety summits being spoken about. At the same time, AI is very much seen as a strategic technology on the national level. And the US and China, we've seen over the past years, sanctions and export restrictions, etc., have ramped up. And the US sees it as strategic, China sees it as strategic. So how do we get to a point where there is, I guess, global agreement on, yes, there's risks, and here's at least a base framework we can work on?
Right. If we had a non-agentic AGI, we could maybe ask it to help us with that. It's a tough one. My sort of a practical thing is you have to understand the forces of competition between corporations that are leading in AI right now. And those forces mean that they can't afford to spend too much effort on safety. Because they're competing on capability, like my AI can do more things than your AI, right? So how do we get out of this? Well, it has to come from governments, right? So, and coming back to the geopolitical question, it's not necessary to say, are we going to stop or let other countries take the lead? We only need to double down on safety, like basically to invest massively on how we change the way we train those systems so that they will behave well, or at least in the ways that we decide. So that's one part of the equation. The other part of the equation, of course, is we need countries to talk to each other about this. We want to avoid a kind of escalation of weapons designed by AI, between countries, which might be unstable. Like we've been lucky with nuclear weapons that because of the assured mutual destruction, we reach a kind of stability. But it's not clear at all that new technology might have these features. So we want to start those discussions. They actually have started. And we want to make sure the leadership of the countries building those systems understand the existential risks, because that's where countries are going to meet, right? What do the Chinese and the Americans have in common? They're humans. They want their children and their grandchildren to have a life. So I think similarly to what happened with nuclear, if we focus on this aspect, we can find a solution. If we focus on how the other guy is going to use AI against me, of course, we're not going to fix it. But we have to worry about that possibility. But I think if we have this ulterior motive, how do we protect humanity over the long term? There are solutions.
Can I add some more optimism here? So I think the scientific consensus now that we are closer to building AGI than we are to figuring out how to control it is actually the best thing that's happened to US-China relations since Richard Nixon went to China in the 70s and met with Mao, in that suddenly incentives are starting to align a bit more because, whatever you think of the Chinese Communist Party, they don't want to give away their control to some Chinese company or to the machines that Chinese company makes. Similarly, the US government doesn't want to lose all its power to some unelected tech nerds in Silicon Valley, not to mention the American voters are not so hot on that, right? So there's a growing realization that the greatest threat to the national security of both the US and China isn't another country, it's out of control machines. And this might happen in 3 years or something like that, or 2 years, or depending on who you listen to. And the beautiful optimism here is that means that the American government and the Chinese government don't have to actually trust each other at all. They both just have to feel that the other government also gets the scientific situation here, that we are closer to building AGI than to control it. And then what will happen, of course, the Chinese government will prevent Chinese companies from releasing stuff that could take over China, not to make America happy, but because the Chinese government doesn't want to be replaced. And the American government will prevent American companies from doing these sort of things for selfish reasons too. Just like the American government created the Food and Drug Administration because they were pissed off about thalidomide, this drug that was sold and caused over 100,000 women to give birth to children without arms and legs. You know, they didn't do that to appease China. They did it to protect Americans, and the Chinese did their own thing with the Chinese equivalent to the FDA. So once we get these sort of national things in place, then suddenly the US and the Chinese government will be like, wait a minute, how do we make sure that North Korea doesn't build AGI or some other less responsible country? And now US and China are on the same team, and they actually have enough clout globally, I believe, to be able to cajole the rest of the planet into following them and making sure that nobody builds totally out of uncontrollable stuff. So in other words, we don't have to persuade the Chinese or the American government or anyone else to want differently. We just have to educate them so they understand the scientific consensus that we're closer to building AGI than figuring out how to control it. So let's make sure nobody can build this crazy stuff until they can prove to us that it can be controlled.
We're having this conversation now a day after a new president has been inaugurated in the US with an interesting makeup in terms of those who have his ear, Elon Musk being one of them. Elon Musk has warned about some of the existential threats of AI at the same time as investing in them via Tesla and some of the other companies as well. Is that a good thing? That Musk knows about the threats that AI pose? He has a direct line to the president?
Well, we certainly want more people in government to understand the threat. That's certainly positive.
I also think it's very good to have that sort of expertise in government. And Elon has been quite concerned about this for over 10 years, right? And he was the only tech CEO in Silicon Valley who came out in support of AI regulation, the SB 1047 recently.
With Dario Amodei.
Dario Amodei was sort of, he said more good than bad. And then DeepMind and Anthropic was like, it's just all bad. And Elon was just like, yeah, we want this. But it's not just Elon. I mean, David Sachs, who's the new AI czar, has said, yeah, he wants the tools, but this successor species, no thanks. And there's Trump himself, who was on record recently talking about how you could lose control over this stuff. And very importantly, a core part of Trump's base, like evangelical Christians, for example. I was talking to a leader of evangelical Christians yesterday here, and he said most of these people find it just absolutely evil and horrible. I hear some dudes who want to build it like a digital god. They feel they already have one. Why do you need a new digital one with like Silicon Valley values, and that they don't even know how to control? So there was a poll recently also that showed that over 70% of all Republicans and Democrats in the US don't want some sort of super smarter than human AI. And insofar as Trump is swayed by what his base wants, you know, I think this is a reason why you could totally see him cracking down on this and say America should be really strong, build powerful tools, even military tools that can be controlled, but not something we have no idea how to control.
In terms of regulation, we've seen the Europeans and the EU with the EU AI Act. China has various legislation around certain aspects of AI, whether it's generative AI, large language models, or deep fakes, and various bits of legislation there. Is there a chance, Joshua, do you think that the US takes up the call for broader regulation on these technologies?
I mean, past track record in Washington hasn't been that great in that direction. There's been a lot of talk in the last 2 years. I think a more plausible option is that California or New York will pass a law that forces companies to be more transparent about their safety commitment and the results of their safety evaluations. And transparency here would buy us a lot. I think if companies knew that the public, would see what they're doing and the commitments they're making, they would suddenly be in competition with each other for safety because they want to look good. And also, transparency has another advantage, which is it makes lawsuits easier. Because what's difficult for a liability case is to have the information about what did the company do precisely. But if they're public, or at least the information is in the hands of the government about what were their efforts? Were there these efforts in terms of safety up to par to the standards that exist? For example, what the AI Safety Institute is doing and so on. Then it's going to be harder to be sued. But if they go below what the others are doing,
they don't sell plutonium there. Why? It's because the national security establishment in the US decided that's like a really bad idea for national security if everyone can build their own nuclear weapon. Yeah. And this is very bipartisan. And again, once this scientific consensus sinks in the national security establishment that we have no clue how to control AGI, they're going to be against it. And they're going to be very for controllable AI, also in the military, et cetera, right? But this is something I think cut across political lines very easily, where even with hawks and people who are otherwise very anti-regulation, even the most anti-regulation people in the American national security establishment are not anti-plutonium regulation, trust me.
Just as we close out the conversation a little bit, let's look ahead a little bit, and then hopefully that tease something coming up and maybe get you two back on in a few months. But artificial superintelligence, you mentioned, we'll be talking about artificial general intelligence. What is artificial superintelligence? What is the path there?
Well, there's no reason to think that human intelligence is the pinnacle of intelligence, right? In fact, across evolution has increased the level of cognitive abilities. And our brain is a biological machine. So it's very plausible as we continue on that path, but much faster than evolution has done it, that we'll build machines that are superhuman in many ways. In fact, we already have machines that are superhuman on very narrow abilities, like playing Go and chess and so on, or discovering the structure of proteins. So the question is, how do we do it in a safe way? And what I've been arguing earlier is that we can separate the intelligence aspect, the ability to understand the world and to make predictions and forecasts, from the agency. The agency is what gives scheming, deception, self-preservation, power-seeking, all the things that are dangerous if we don't control them. And the intelligence is really what we want. Like, we want machines that help us because they understand things better, or they can help our scientists. And the other thing that's nice about separating these two things is that if we have non-agentic intelligence system, they can be used potentially to control the agentic systems. In other words, to put guardrails, make sure the agents are not behaving in ways that we would consider immoral, for example.
And this is technically doable.
This is technically feasible, yes.
It's the fundamental idea that's given us the whole AI revolution is the idea that intelligence, the ability to solve cognitive tasks, is really all about information processing. And it doesn't matter whether the information is processed by carbon atoms in cells in brains or by silicon atoms in a technology. And there's absolutely no law of physics that says that biological computers are the only way to do stuff. And once you get rid of all these boundaries by how large a brain can pass through your mom's birth canal and this and that and the other thing, the sky is the limit, right? Even today's AIs can think 100 times or more faster than we can. So if we were interacting with a robot that thought at that pace, we would look to them like trees. We would basically be standing still like this. It's not so hard to imagine that thing could harm us if it wanted to. And then as soon as it understands something, it can copy that knowledge to a million other machines. We can't do that. I have a 2-year-old son. It takes me a long time to copy my information into his brain. And And then as soon as it understands something, it can copy that knowledge to a million other machines. We can't do that. I have a 2-year-old son. It takes me a long time to copy my information into his brain. And that's...
There's lots of differences in the underlying hardware, like the biology versus the digital hardware, that actually give an advantage to the computers. So we even if we are near the maximum possible intelligence, because these systems have this digital technology. For example, this is the reason why ChatGPT, even though it lacks in some ways, like reasoning, knows so much stuff. ChatGPT knows like 200 languages. Like no human knows 200 languages.
Yeah, I think that's a nice message from you both to end it on, and we need to pick this conversation up again in a few months because no doubt that the pace of technology continues to evolve. That's it for this episode. If you want to contact us, email us at beyondthevalley@cnbc.com. Please follow and subscribe to the show, and you can leave us a review. Thank you, Joshua and Max.
Thank you.
We will be back next week for another episode of Beyond the Valley. Goodbye. Thank you very much, everyone. Round of applause for these two. Thank you. Thank you, Max. That was great.
What a fascinating panel that was, and great to see everybody wanting to grab time with our speakers as well. But to keep things moving, because it's the panel I've been waiting for all afternoon, and this is certainly one that you're not going to want to miss. If we could just move Joshua along. That's it, beautiful. Okay, thank you so much. So next up we have the Catalyst panel on the future of business through women's sport leadership, with CNBC Catalyst moderator Emma Crosby and 3 fantastic women. So please, let's give them a big warm welcome to the stage. Please welcome from Visa, who's Global Head of Government Engagement, Bobby Thompson, from Sport Beach CEO Beth Sidhu, and former world #1 tennis player and Wimbledon champion Maria Sharapova.
Bobby, do you mind taking a seat? That's all right, we're just slightly changing the chairs there. You take a seat there, Maria. You're fine. Thank you very much. Becky, absolutely fine there. Thank you so much. Well, I'm very, very excited about this next Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Maria, let me start with you because your career as an elite athlete needs very little introduction. You're one of the most celebrated tennis champions of our time, winning, I think, 36 titles, only one of 10 women to achieve a career singles Grand Slam. I think what a lot of us don't know is Maria's achievements off court because they are just as impressive, particularly in the world of business. And so would you mind just indulging us for a minute or two and just tell us about the many interests in this fantastic portfolio that you've built up?
Thank you. That is such a kind introduction. And as a retired athlete, it's always nice to hear those things because as a mom of a 2-year-old, you don't often hear what you've accomplished in your profession. It was an interesting journey, a long one that started at a very young age. I started playing tennis at 4 years old. At 17, I won my first major in London at Wimbledon. And little by little, I recognized that sport and tennis was not just about being an athlete, but it was about having a platform, and ultimately it is your business. And I wanted to make the most of it. In the beginning of one's career, as many of you know, sport in general is a big investment of time, finances. And so when you start making a little bit of money, you're like, wow, okay, well, I can afford a bigger team and I can afford, a greater travel, and maybe I can sit in business. But then ultimately you start thinking about, well, where can I invest in my future? What are the brands that I want to partner with? Who are the brands that I believe in? One of my first investments was in a sunscreen called Supergoop. At the time, they had 5 employees. I kind of knocked on their door and said, this is the only product that I can compete with that doesn't burn my eyes. I said, I don't want a check right now. I want to grow your brand. I want to be with you for years to come through the ups and downs. They sold 75% to Blackstone for $750 million a few years ago. And that was an example of just being there from the beginning and believing in something and someone and understanding that sport is very much like a business, right? The resilience aspect, the ownership, the teamwork, and that's how I look at business now.
And you mentioned Wimbledon, winning at 17. Those pictures are incredible, by the way, of you holding
With
up.
my baby cheeks.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't believe, because at 17, I wasn't definitely not doing anything particularly special, and you can go and win Wimbledon. But, and you got your first big commercial deal then, didn't you, with Motorola?
Yes.
But I think it's because you not get hold of your mum or something when you won? Is that,
there's
was
a really sweet moment that I actually turned profitable at the time. I mean, I didn't have much of a business acumen, but on the center court, I tried dialing my mother, who was flying from Florida to New York to meet me after the final, and I couldn't reach her. I forgot that she was midair. She saw me win on television in flight, and so I'm trying. I think it's my connection. I'm like, how can my mother not answer this important phone call? An hour later, Motorola is calling my manager. That was the time when the Razr was launching globally. And they said, we've shot all our campaigns. We don't have a big check for Maria, but we will use her internationally, specifically in Asia. And it was one of the best decisions we made because right away, within a month, I was on billboards everywhere, and that turned into bigger paychecks. So sometimes as an athlete, you think you're like a Pac-Man. You're like, you take. But if you're wise enough, sometimes the smallest checks can bring you such great opportunities. And it's not always about money. It's also about the people that come into your circle that you can grow from and learn from and be more curious and grow as an individual.
But you also, at 17, got your first taste of business, right? And for the next 2 decades, you've been at the front row, haven't you, of sport, been top-level athlete, but also having a really good, almost like an MBA training in business. That helps.
One of the first trips I took after that victory was to Portland, to the Nike headquarters, and my father was very adamant that I sit in one of the most important meetings of my career because Nike could potentially be a partner for the next 10, 20 years of my career, which they ended up being. And although there was so much talk that was far from what I really understood, I always look back to that meeting and sitting in front of those people and just grabbing the knowledge and understanding that this is a big part of my career. There's no closed doors, there are no secrets. This is my future and my money.
Yeah. Beth, let's bring you in now, because I know you're all about, and your passion point is sport and great branding. And Maria, you catch a good idea when you can. And I know that you invited Maria to Sport Beach, which is your baby.
Yes, my third child.
Yes, your third child. So tell us all about Sport Beach and this partnership that you've generated.
Absolutely. So we were very lucky to have Maria join us. First year of Sport Beach, which is the premier destination for bringing individual athletes together with the world's best brands. And
It's like Davos with rosé.
Yeah,
a little bit.
And sand.
On a beach.
Yes.
And sand.
Yes. You know, less chocolate, more rosé, more frites.
More bikinis, less coats.
You know, and at that stage, it was just an idea. It was this concept that we need to take individual athletes seriously as brand builders. And as we looked around and we thought about who was doing it amazingly, Maria was right at the top of that list. You know, Supergoop as an example, sponsorships as an example. You've made lots of other investments. And so our theory of the case was if we can bring these athletes, take them seriously as storytellers, as entrepreneurs, and not just as what they do on the court or as figureheads, that we could create some magic and really push forward the idea of sport as a global force for good.
Yeah.
And what it also allows, and that's such a good point, is it allows the athlete to learn through those ventures. I think when you are an athlete, your main focus is about being a champion and competing and constantly giving everything you have physically and mentally. But there comes a certain point in the day, in the week, where you have time to explore your interests. And especially as a female, there is a finish line, right? There is a limit to how long, whether it's injury related, whether it's family, you want to start a family, there is a finish line. And so thinking beyond the court in your arena is such a huge part of evolution. As a young girl, it's really hard to think about that future, but it's a huge part of being an athlete. And I mean, brands and corporations and stacks such as Visa as well, to give athletes the opportunity to learn through your lens, you know, to bring them in rooms and opportunities through which they can learn so they can find their passion outside of their main fields.
Let's bring you in, Bobby. Thank you for your patience while we get to you. Bobby, you're a senior executive at Visa, one of the biggest brands, obviously, in the world, and a brand that's very dedicated to female sport, women's sport, not just in branding, but also in developing skills within the office and within the kind of corporate world. Tell us about it.
Well, thank you for that. It's great to be here, and kudos to both of you for your great leadership. Visa, you know, our purpose as a company is to uplift everyone, everywhere through the power of digital payments. And we apply that same philosophy to our involvement in sports, and particularly supporting women athletes. Visa's been a longtime sponsor of the Olympic and Paralympic movement. And through that, we've created the Team Visa program, which is not only intended to help athletes succeed in their competition, but also to help them as they go beyond that. And so through our programs, and we've worked with hundreds and hundreds of athletes over the years, the majority of whom are women, to think about branding, marketing, finance, all the skills that you would need to be successful in business. And it even goes beyond that. We actually have programs, something called the Visa Champions Program, where we hire athletes to come work for Visa. We've got wonderful examples of people who use the skills that have made them so successful in their competition to be successful with us. And we think this is important not only because it allows people to participate, but also to have success beyond their competition.
Skills are so interesting, and I know you've got a lot to say about skills, Maria. There are tons of transferable skills.
Yeah.
What have you learned on the tennis court that you've taken directly into business, would you say?
I think the main one is resilience through the moments that are just really hard, that are just very difficult. I think as an athlete and in the public eye, you are constantly measured by your performance. You know, not many people know what goes on away from the court, how your body is feeling, what you're going through mentally. And so it is very result-oriented. In some ways, that's good. In some ways, it's tough. But it is always, it's nice to be able to share like how you actually feel and give them more than just who you are as an athlete. So resilience is a big part of it. Teamwork. Hiring and unfortunately in tough situations, firing. As an athlete, you have to move on quickly because you don't have much time, right? And what worked for you when you were 20 years old might not work for you when you're 30. What you needed, you know, certain skill sets that you now have, you might need someone else in different chapters of your life, and you have to be very professional about how you manage that relationship. It's very emotional, but it's also very cutthroat, like, you know. So it's these highs and lows that you have to appreciate about your career. And yeah, I'd say those are the two top ones.
Any examples, memories spring to mind? You mentioned resilience, that you've
Yeah.
either maybe felt on the tennis court and then adapted in your work.
I mean, the first one I thought was firing, and I as an example.
That's an important moment.
Well, it was, no, because I worked with Jimmy Connors for a few weeks, and if you can fire Jimmy Connors, you can fire pretty much anyone. It was a really tough conversation to have. I worked with him for several weeks, and I wanted, you know, little bits of his experience. I was going through a tough time in my career. I was considering retirement. My body wasn't where I wanted it to be, and I thought that kind of his wise words and his own path to success can kind of help me. And after several weeks, I realized that it wasn't for me. It worked for others, but it wasn't the right path for me. So having that conversation with someone that is so accomplished to say, this is not working out, was a very mature move. As far as resilience, honestly, as an athlete, it happens all the time, and in front of millions of people. And the way that you handle it in a press conference is just as important, the way that you handle it with your team behind the scenes. You know, leaving center court after a tough loss and, you know, approaching your coach and saying, you know, today we didn't do well as a team. You know, having that confidence to be vulnerable in the toughest situation was one of the most important decision-making I had to do when hiring a coach in my career. To be able to lose with them, to know what it feels like to be down and getting through that together. I think everyone can celebrate when things are going well, but it's who are those people that you're leaning into when things are going south.
And you have a great team around you now in business as well. You've taken that lesson, haven't you, by the sound of things?
I think it's so important. I always thought, of course, you know, your coach hands you your bag before you walk out on the court, and, you know, you do that last interview and everyone just sees you. But there are voices behind you all the time. There's encouragement. They're constantly thinking of you. You always, I mean, I just heard Andy Murray say that, you know, he didn't recognize how much time it would take to be a coach. It's not just about showing up to practice. It's not just about the match. You wake up and your first thought is about the player, right? The commitment that you have. Like, what are the little percentages that you can add to their victory?
And Beth, what would you say female athletes bring to business? What have you seen? And how does it differ from, say, male athletes?
So we say that Sport Beach is a team sport. And I do think that, in particular, the female athletes that we've gotten to work with have incredible teams and have given real thought to the different layers of the team, what they want to get, how they want to be pushed by their team, where they maybe don't want to be pushed by their team. We've gotten to work with Maria. We've also gotten to work with Sue Bird and Megan Rapinoe on their incredibly successful, multifaceted media empire. I mean, they're crushing it. And I think they, and I imagine Maria sometimes, the first question is about women's sport. And one of the things that we're trying to do with Sport Beach is use sport as a door opener to say, you know, it's not women's sport, but it's entrepreneurship or innovation or technology. It could be fashion. It could be, you know, for some people, sport is politics. And I think, I don't want to suggest that male athletes aren't. I just think that traditionally female athletes have been taken slightly less seriously in that conversation. It's one of the amazing things that Visa does in terms of taking male and female athletes equally seriously and supporting them. But at Sport Beach, our goal is to make sure that we are having the real conversation with the athlete, with their teams about what they want to do and putting it out there in an authentic way.
And Bobby Cummings, you've got some great examples of the people you're working with right now, haven't you? Debbie Hewitt.
Yeah. So, you know, this intersection between sport and leadership is so important and it's so impactful. So Visa is very fortunate to have our chair of Visa Europe, who was just named as the first female chair of the Football Association in the UK, which supports the UK men and women's soccer. Debbie Hewitt.
Yeah.
And Debbie's fantastic. I was just with her last week. But we also think about how we leverage our sponsorships to make sure we are giving women chances to go beyond the field. And let me just give you an example, because Visa's been a sponsor of the Women's World Cup, which of course just took place not all that long ago down in Australia and New Zealand. And each of the Women's World Cup, there was a player of the match. And we created a grant program so that the player of the match got to select a woman entrepreneur in their country to get a grant from Visa to help their business. So there's lots of ways you can connect the dots, both in terms of the women's leadership that's so important in sport, but also how you make sure you're structuring the sponsorship. And then just as a final comment, in our sponsorship with U.S. Soccer, we made sure that there was equal support going to the men and women's team, which hadn't always been the case.
Right. Okay. Very, very good. So let's talk about branding now for the amount of time that we've got left, because we've got what a panel: sports athlete, a brand expert, and a big brand as well on the stage here. And Maria, you have worked with some of the biggest brands in the world, like Nike, Evian, Head, Tiffany, and Porsche. Certainly a few of them. How did your working relationship, or how has your working relationship with those brands changed from when you first won at 17 to now?
Well, it's changed very much since I hit my last tennis ball 5 years ago, because I'm able to give a little bit more time now. I'm able to commit, several weeks a year to the brand partnership. One of the ones we announced at the end of last year was with a Swedish mattress brand called Heston's. And one of the reasons I was personally excited about it was we curated a group of young talent and over culinary, art, sports. We have a female race car driver, Jamie Chadwick, who you might be familiar with. And we created this program of networking, of sleep to perform. It's all surrounded by wellness, but at the core, I wanted these young individuals to have each other's numbers. So when someone's facing a tough moment in their career, they can call each other, how did you handle this in the spotlight? And also expose them to different avenues that there's an artist, Emma Webster, who just had an exhibition at the Pompidou in Paris. Like, how does sport and art connect? You'd be surprised in many ways, through marketing, right opportunities, through brand activations. I'm also leading wellness at the Amman Hotel Group. That weaving thread of performance mindset is at the forefront of everything I do. It weaves through all my projects, because that was, I understand it so well through my own practice and my own career. And I think there's something very extremely powerful about being, a female that's at the top of the game, whether it's an athlete, whether it's at a C-suite position, and not being unapologetic for it, right? We discussed it this morning that, if you think about, silly stat, but like Spotify's top 10 podcasts, 7 of them are run by men. And they're all about perseverance and leadership and toughness, whereas the rest of the field around females are around perhaps longevity, recovery, motherhood. So it's all vulnerability. And there's something about going through grit and perseverance as a female that you don't want to be apologetic about.
No, absolutely not. And when you're looking for partnership, are you looking for something that you're passionate about? And how involved do you get?
I do, because I selfishly now have the choice to, right? I have the choice to commit to a partnership, or I have the choice to spend a time with my son. And, as someone that's in their 30s, it's an important choice. Like, why am I leaving my home, right? An important stage of my son's life. It is because I'm passionate about the people I work with. It's because I love what I'm a part of. I feel like I can be part of a bigger picture, that I can influence someone's trajectory in their life, whether it is an athlete or not, a helping hand. So yeah, I'm definitely picky about the partnerships that I have, but I'm very much involved. Probably too involved.
No, you're not too involved. One of the reasons why you've been so successful. I mean, Beth, come in on this. What does the perfect partnership look like for you to make success?
Let me try to give you a functional answer. I think the amount of care that Maria and her team take about when they're doing any project, the ones that I've seen, is exactly what we would expect from any executive. The best executives, maybe not any, but the best executive, that's what we would expect. Due diligence. And so I think if we expect that from a great executive, and then we take seriously the ability of a great athlete to go through that same process, that's a good partnership. If we treat it like a business, starting from what you would do if you were going to put out a product. I think we've been fortunate to work with people like Michaela Schifrin, the greatest ski racer of all time, who's really thoughtful about her partnerships as well. I don't want to play favorites, but I do think the perfect partnership is one where each side's done their homework, they take each other seriously as business people, and ideally, their interests are aligned in terms of the outcome. Usually that's financial, but it's not always. And you would never go into business with someone, I would never go into business with someone that I didn't trust, that I hadn't thoroughly thought through. And I think that Maria and some of the sort of best athlete entrepreneurs out there are great examples of it.
Bobby, coming on this, and do you think Visa is an outlier, or do you think the corporate world is waking up to this now?
Gosh, it's a good question. I think
Way to put him on the spot.
Yeah. No,
outlier.
I mean, I think, the thing about Visa is we have a lot of history in terms of our sponsorship. And what makes, I think, our sponsorships really unique is we try a lot of different things. And part of that's the feedback that we get from the athletes. What's important to them? How do we think about their journey?
You take that on board, you're listening.
Yeah. And we think about, success happens in small steps. And the small step is a journey that starts when you're 4 years old, starting to hit the tennis ball. And that carries forward. And so athletes have passion. And so we try to incorporate that, and which makes it much more authentic. And obviously it connects to our brand, again, about uplifting everyone through the stories that they have. So I think everyone has a different approach. Certainly Visa, it's athlete first, making sure it's consistent with the brand and what we want to do. And when you have that marriage, it is really powerful.
Yeah.
I think also thinking about the trajectory of an athlete, starting, Paolo Banchero, who was NBA Rookie of the Year when he came to Sport Beach, he was, I think, 19. Is a totally different person, at 23, in the same way that you would think a product or a business would grow. We just sometimes forget that athletes are going to change and that we have to, consider where they are and not just sort of want to put our brand on the 17 or 19-year-old version. And I think watching that growth, taking it seriously, building platforms that grow over time is a critical part of what we're trying to do.
Because sometimes it doesn't work, doesn't it? And it can be devastating for the athlete as well, can't it? When it
and for
too
the
much
brand.
pressure and for the brand.
For both parties.
Yeah.
But I do think there's something very powerful about a brand investing in talent that is, not the face of the game today, right? But that has the attributes, that has the competitive spirit, that has a story, that has a background that just not many people are aware of. And brands like Visa have every opportunity to raise their voices and give them platforms and be with them on this journey. There's something incredible about, seeing them, blossom from a young athlete to, holding the big cup.
Yeah. Bobby, what would you say? I mean, is it hard to find that talent? Do you have to go out looking? How do you do it?
Well, I think it's also the platforms that we use. And so if you think about Visa, the Olympics is a wonderful platform because you have such diversity of athletes, diversity of sport, diversity of culture. And that's really amazing. And it gives us a chance to give attention to sports and athletes and women who may not get as much notoriety given that their sport may not be the most well known. And I think that is what is really rewarding for Visa as a brand because, again, it goes back to this. We really want to reach everyone across the world wherever we can. And so that makes a difference as well.
Maria, I know you're very passionate about mentoring and getting other female athletes to come up behind you to become businesswomen as you have. Are you surprised that maybe not as many are coming up as you would like? And tell us a bit more about your mentoring to try and nurture talent, to follow in your footsteps.
Buddy, one of the questions I would receive at each Grand Slam that I'd play every year was, in England, why are we not seeing more, British stars? In Australia, why aren't we seeing more? And the truth is it takes a very long time to develop champions. It's not an overnight process. Overnight success is very rare. It takes infrastructure, it takes finances, it takes teamwork, the right people at the right time. And for all those things, that's why tennis in general and why I'm continue to be such a big part of the sport is because so many different things have to come together for you to reach that match point and win it and be victorious. And, although I get to be part of so many incredible ventures, that feeling of that match point where so much is on the line for that one, those few seconds of victory are really special. And so for all that work to be done, it takes years. right? It takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of investment, and it takes a lot of patience, which, unfortunately, many families just don't have.
No.
They run out of time.
Do you still remember those moments, the winning moments?
I don't reflect on them too often. We went back to London this year for the 20th anniversary of my win at London, and they did a little presentation, and I took my son, and that was very special. But when you're changing diapers, no one is telling
leveler,
you
isn't it?
what you've accomplished.
Slightly less glamorous.
And has he got hold of your trophies yet? And he's like, what are these?
I actually don't even know where they are at the moment, but. Yeah, it's one of those things where in life you move on. It's amazing how, when you build a good infrastructure and you're comfortable with where you are in your life and career, and you set up the right tools at the right time, it's not easy to make that shift in a career, but it's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish we could talk forever, but we're kind of coming to the close, Sally, and I just want to kind of have some closing comments from the three of you, if you don't mind. Beth, let's start with you. You've got a packed schedule in Davos with your Stagwell hat on.
Yes,
but you've got a packed calendar ahead with your Sport Beach hat on, of which you're CEO. So kind of what is the outlook? What are your aims? What are you really trying to achieve this year?
Yeah. What we've seen is that sport can be a force for global good, and that, to say it again, if we take athletes seriously as brand builders, then we can really push forward in terms of storytelling, marketing, and actually all the things that bring lots of the stories that we're hearing here in Davos to life around the world. We're here with Maria. Today, we will be at Super Bowl, we will be at Cannes Lion, we will be at the US Open, my favorite sporting event, and really all around the world with this message. Sometimes with athletes like Maria, and sometimes with athletes who are right at the beginning of their career and who are looking for the kinds of skills that different partners bring to the table. So we're excited to bring the clubhouse to a venue near you soon.
Yeah, lots of opportunities ahead, I can
Yes.
sense. And from the corporate world, Bobby, what would you say? Tell us about Visa's plans when it comes to sponsorship and nurturing female athletes going forward.
No, and our view on sponsorship is really to drive inclusion, to give people opportunities both on the field and off, and thinking about the programs that, the skills that make athletes so successful in their sport translate into the business world. And, we've researched the compounding effect of women in sports. We've looked at programs to help, footballers off the pitch. And so really continuing that journey because it's important that it has such a positive impact in business and in society beyond.
Bobby, thank you very much. And finally to you, Maria, as well. Your message to kind of women who want to follow your footsteps on the sports field, but also ones who want to go into business and follow you in terms of your business acumen. What would you say to them?
Yeah, don't be afraid to swim in several lanes. It takes time to develop your interests and your passions. And for brands, I'd say really take a chance on these athletes. I think you'd be incredibly surprised how wise and smart they are, not on the field, but in the boardroom. And they will never forget those experiences. Personally, I shadowed Adam Silver at the NBA in my mid-20s. It was one of the most incredible experiences I ever had as a young athlete. I still remember it to this day. I remember him, someone that helped me in a difficult time in my career. So I'd say that would be my message.
And your own business plans? Can you give us a sense of what's ahead for you this year, as well, of course, of being a mum to a toddler? A lot going on for you.
That's always in the mix. Yeah, continue driving the mentorship program that we just started. Continue driving the resilience aspect in wellness. I really believe at that. I very much at the forefront of that movement. And yeah, continue. Maybe we'll see you at the US Open.
We would love that.
Definitely in Cannes, by the sound of things as well, on the beach. It's been a real
not
pleasure.
without the bikini.
I was going to say with the bikini, but that doesn't sound right. It's been such a pleasure to talk to you. We've really valued your time, and thank you all for watching. So Maria Sharapova, Beth Sidhu, and Bobby Thompson. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really good.
Thank you so much to our fantastic panel. What a treat it was indeed. Now, from one highlight to another, it's my absolute pleasure to say that we're finishing today's programming on a high This is one panel you won't want to miss, so do stick around here at the Stagwell Clubhouse. Okay, we're going to welcome back to the stage CNBC host Tanya Breyer. Please give her a big warm welcome back to the stage. Come on, you can do better than that. There she is.
Hello.
Hey, Tanya. Now,
Hello.
before you introduce your fantastic panel on
Yes,
the power
Ria.
of change through culture and art,
Yes, which is very important.
I would love everybody to give Tanya a big round of applause because she's
Oh.
recently been awarded
Oh dear.
an OBE from Princess Anne in England in recognition for her services to charity.
Thank you. Ria, thank you
No,
so
you're
much.
very welcome. Tell us, what was it like?
Oh, you know that you're embarrassing me.
Oh, no.
But it was wonderful. I felt very privileged. And because I got it for my work for charity, that was wonderful recognition. Princess Anne is an incredible royal. She's a rock star. She works incredibly hard. And I think for us women, we think she's one of the best, don't we, ladies?
Yes, we do indeed.
And I've got a fantastic lineup,
Yes,
Ria.
you do.
I
Without
do.
further ado,
Without
go and
further ado.
introduce
Thank you so much for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, without further ado, welcome my panel to the stage. Globally acclaimed leaders across the world of arts and culture. Please welcome first Melanie Brown. Yes? Here she is. Woo! Woo! Oh, welcome. Welcome to the wonderful Melanie Brown. Obviously, Spice Girls, you know her, and also patron of Women's Aid. Then please welcome Joseph Fowler, Head of Arts and Culture for the World Economic Forum. Bravo! Then we have Misty Copeland, founder of the Misty Copeland Foundation and principal ballerina, American Ballet Theatre. And last but not least, he's won so many Grammys, so many awards, I can't name them. I'd be here for an hour. Welcome the legend that is Nile Rodgers. Thank you so much to all of you for joining me here today. I'm going to start with you, Joseph, as Head of Arts and Culture here at the World Economic Forum. Why is it so important to have cultural leaders? Because, of course, the perception of the World Economic Forum is about business, it's about the economy, and it's about geopolitics.
Well, arts and culture sit at the heart of what the forum does. Arts and culture bring the emotion into what we do at the forum, and it's so important for us to have cultural leaders like the incredible talent and cultural leaders that we have with us today, because we integrate those cultural leaders into our conversations, into our discussions. And it's important at the World Economic Forum that we have a very robust arts and culture program from the opening concert. We also have our Crystal Awards, we have our art exhibitions, but we have many sessions as well. And when we're talking about domestic violence, when we're talking about access to education, when we're talking about any of those topics, it's absolutely vital that we include cultural voices into those conversations, because those cultural voices bring the emotion into those conversations.
You're all using your voices for positive change. Melanie, this is your first Davos, I believe.
It is, yeah.
How are you finding it, and why is it important for you to be here?
Well, first of all, I thought it was going to be much colder, so I packed my snow boots, and it's not as cold as I thought. But I think for me, it's really important to be surrounded by influential people and to be able to talk and communicate and get my message across, which is predominantly for women and for survivors, because there's an epidemic out there. And I think we need to not just talk about it, but try and make a difference and stop the suffering, because it only happens to, well, 99.9% it happens to women. So it's a woman's problem, and I think women rule the world, so we need to take care of each other and make a change.
Do you want to just repeat that again? Do women rule the world?
Women do rule the world. I mean, you two are outnumbered up here, sorry.
And of course, Misty, you have your own foundation.
Yes.
Please tell us about it. You started it in 2022.
Mm-hmm. Yes. First of all, it's an honor to share the stage with all of you, and it's so important for arts and culture to have a presence here, and for leaders all over the world to understand the importance It's a necessity, I think, the arts for the human experience, for our communities, for our society, and bringing us together. And that's really the basis of wanting to start the Misty Copeland Foundation. Through our first signature program, it's a free after-school ballet class that's being offered to communities that wouldn't otherwise have access to even know what ballet is or to have an opportunity to participate. But it's beyond just a typical ballet class. We've really created this to serve a community that was told this is not for you and you don't belong in this art form. So through my own experience of coming from a single parent home, one of 6 children, living houseless for most of my childhood, and being introduced to the arts through an after-school program at a community center. And so that's really at the heart of what we want to do, is to show that this isn't about becoming a future artist necessarily, but what tools can you garner and gain and apply to other things in your life. And that's why the arts are important and vital.
And of course, now you were the recipient of Crystal Award here last year, and all the incredible work that you do with the We Are Family Foundation. Why did you want to come back this year?
I had such an amazing experience last year, and I think that it's important for me and the people in my program to have a platform where we can talk about the things that we do. You know, it's important. So what my foundation mainly concentrates on is bringing youth into decision-making situations, around corporate political issues. But mainly, what we do is we teach kids some of the same things that when I was listening to Misty, I realized that we were so similar in that I was the beneficiary of tons of remedial programs that were happening in my neighborhood when I was younger. Totally poor, but they taught me about financial literacy. They taught me about how culture was important. And because I had that education, I was able to use the arts to make a living, also to be able to communicate with people all around the world. I've played in almost every country. So this was an incredible experience last year. I met some important people that'll probably be in my life forever.
And Joseph, of course, you have the hard task of actually inviting the cultural leaders and choosing who comes. Tell us about that.
Where do I start? It's not an easy choice, but I think the starting point for that is to look at what the forum is focusing on, what's the overarching theme of the annual meeting, and who is really at the forefront in arts and culture and is championing a cause, is using their voice beyond their creativity, beyond their creative space, outside of that space, and is bravely going forwards and championing a cause, whether that be an ambassador for a foundation, someone who has founded their own foundation, their own, programs. It's a very bold thing to do, and I think it's often maybe underestimated the risks that are taken when someone who is an extremely popular artist, be that a musician, be it a painter, be it a photographer, and they step out of that space, out of the comfort of that space, into another space, and are going to be perceived in a very, very different way. It's an extremely brave thing to do, and I think one that should be commended. A light should be shone on those people. And the forum it's an open door. It's a platform that is accessible to everyone, and that should be applicable to arts and culture, and it should be applicable to very brave cultural leaders, and the 3 people we have the pleasure to sit with today are perfect examples of that.
Melanie, what have been some of the highlights for you so far? I know we're only on day 2, and what are you looking forward to most?
Well, I've met some really interesting people and had some really interesting conversations yesterday. And I think it's so lovely for me because when I started to talk about domestic violence and I wrote my book with Louise Gannon, this is back in 2016, nobody wanted to talk about abuse, domestic violence. Nobody wanted to talk about that kind of taboo topic. And I actually thought bringing out the book, my book called Brutally Honest, I thought it was going to ruin my career because I'm seen as girl power. I'm a Spice Girl, yet I had 10 years in a really abusive marriage. And for me, I'm raising 3 kids. I thought to myself, I'm not sure if I want to share this. But then again, I thought in the back of my mind, it's not just happening to me. Surely there's other people it's happening to. And so when I released the book, I realized it's an epidemic worldwide, the taboo topic that nobody wants to talk about. And now, through my campaigning, through speaking my truth, I've realized I've got an army of women behind me because their voices are not heard. So if I don't speak up, I have to speak up because it's something that goes on and on and on, and it won't stop until we actually stop it. And that means like having a do-over with the justice system, which I'm very familiar with, which is, it's not very lenient on people like me, you know, going through a divorce with an abuser because there's so many loopholes. So by talking about this and actually trying to make change, I've found a lot of comfort and self-healing, and also being invited by you to come here, which I still go, oh my God, why am I here? And why have I got an MBE? But I think it's very important because it's not about me, it's about the story that is so like repetitive because women are going through it day in, day out. You know, we still have statistics. There's 3 women get killed either by their former president or ex-partner every single week. And that is globally around the world. So unless we stop it and make a change, you know, women are suffering day in, day out. So we have to educate ourselves from the ground up, from school, from just general education. We have to educate the educated because it's not going to change if we don't. And that was a really long answer to your question. Very sorry.
Just one thing, Melanie very quickly said, and that's why I got an MBE. An MBE is no small thing, and that is a recognition for the work she's done. So I think that deserves a round of applause.
Absolutely. What also deserves a round of applause, Melanie, is actually, you know, when you came out with the book, how nervous were you to share your experience? Because, of course, the perception of you, girl power, one, you know, the most successful girl band in the world. And then you came out with the book, which I know was updated recently with 3 extra chapters with Louise. But how did that feel for you? Because that's very brave.
Yeah, it was very personal. And I literally thought it was going to end my career. But if it wasn't for my kids and my friends and family support, I don't think I would have ever made that leap. But in making that leap, I realized it's so much bigger than me. You know, it's systematic. And I think if we don't really have empathy and sympathy for survivors, not victims, but survivors, you know, it's like a call to action. We have to stand up and we have to kind of make changes. But yeah, I was terrified, just like I am a little bit right now. Yeah.
There was a very warm and supportive audience, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes. And Niall, of course, I know from speaking to you previously, you didn't have a straight road to fame. Tell us about your upbringing.
How much time do you have?
17 minutes to be.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to try and make this quick. So I was, you know, born to heroin addict parents. My mom fell pregnant first time she had sex at 13 years old. So my mom was just 14 years older than myself. And we were more like brother and sister than mother and son. In a certain way, that was good because my mom, she raised me as a good kid. I was one of those kids everybody made fun of, the nerdy kid who was always doing things that were good. The thing that I was just so fortunate to have in my life, as I said, like Misty, I had these remedial programs in my neighborhood that basically were there to help Eastern Europeans assimilate into American society. But by the time Black people lived there, they had already done that, but the programs still existed. So I learned to read music early. My mom spoke perfect Yiddish, even though she's Black like me. And we were able to, I was just able to get one great position after the next, and don't think that they were easy. I'm leaving out the bad stuff. But I was hired by Sesame Street when I was around 17, 18 years old, then moved to the Apollo, then worked for Luther Vandross. Then my first song that I wrote became a hit, and my next was a hit. Then I wrote We Are Family. I did Diana Ross. I did David Bowie. I did that. Going on and on and on and on, all the way up to Daft Punk, and now Beyonce twice. Since I was a child, I've been very fortunate. But my charity, I just really want to mention that everybody thinks that, well, because I've been successful with music, what we would do is we teach people, young teens, about music. But in fact, what we do is we look for kids who are actually working on solving problems that are in their communities that they're working on. And we actually vet them quite seriously, because I said that as a Black man, I have to have 100% success. And we've done an incredible job. Our kids, and I say that really affectionately, because now, last night, I see one of the first kids in our first class, and now he's a grown man. How old is he now?
I think he's 34.
34 years old. Well, so we've been doing this. We started it as a result of September 11 tragedies. 3 of my friends were in the first plane that was crashed into the World Trade Center. And we tried to start an anti-bias organization, but we quickly learned that our sweet spot were teens. And teens were very, they don't listen to the word no, they don't hear it. And they're very, very active and focused, as I was when I was a kid. So that's really what we do, and I'm incredibly proud that I'm here another year. And like I said, it would just take way too long to talk about all the stuff that I've done. But mainly, I really am proud of the success of the We Are Family Foundation and what we do with teens and young people all around the world. And we are all around the world, not just America.
And Misty, can you tell us about some of the early challenges that you faced? You made history by becoming the first Black principal ballerina at the American Ballet Theatre.
Yes.
Yes, there have been obstacles since birth. I shared a little bit of my background, but I wasn't introduced to ballet until I was 13 years old, which is considered ancient in classical ballet. I entered into this space where I knew nothing about it, so I didn't even know the challenges that were ahead. But I knew that it was the first time in my life that I felt safe from abuse, from instability at home, from all of these things. And I got onto the stage, and it was the first time I felt like I was myself. I had a voice, and I was strong and confident. And that was because I was supported by a teacher who understood the journey that I was about to embark on, being a Black girl, starting out late. And so, I thought I was entering into this very idyllic fantasy world, which it was for me. And then I became a professional, and it all hit me. And it was like, okay, you're the only Black woman in a company of 90 dancers for the first decade of your career, and just battling, all the things that come with being an athlete and being a professional. But then, just coming up against challenge after challenge in terms of not being given a fair opportunity. And I just knew deep down that this was the space I needed to be in, even though I didn't see people who looked like me. And I felt I had a responsibility not only to tell my story, but to tell the stories of so many who didn't have the platform that I have, that have come before me, and pulled those up who are coming after me. I can go on and on about the challenges, the injuries, the setbacks, but they've made me who I am, and they've made me stronger and understand the deeper reason and meaning, I think, by being a part of the arts and by being a part of ballet, that is bigger than me as an individual. And I think that it's so vital for all of us, not just as young people, but just as human beings, to acknowledge the importance of the arts. And, you know, just hearing that you danced, which is new for me and maybe for a lot of people, but just, you know, that I think we don't even recognize that so many of us in this room, I'm sure, have played an instrument or have danced or, you know, have been exposed to the arts and how it's impacted who you are and how you navigate your life in whatever it is you do as in your profession and why it's so important. But we have to actually acknowledge that and recognize that.
I think what's also impacting all of our lives is AI, and of course that's the theme is collaboration for the intelligent age here, Joseph. I just want to ask each and every one of you how it's impacting your industry in particular, because now in terms of music, that's quite hard, isn't it? And
yeah. So
also, Melanie, I'm interested to know if Spice Girls might have avatars like ABBA.
No, so I was going to say that backstage in the green room, I told her that I used to be a ballet dancer. I don't let that out, but I did.
Really?
Yeah, that was actually my job before Sesame Street.
I'm sure you're stronger for it.
Yeah, no kidding. But when it comes to AI, I actually, you know, because I don't feel qualified to talk about it because I don't use it yet. I'm 72 years old, so I'm really old school. I still sit around with manuscript paper. I write out my full scores. However, I think that technology, for the most part, is a good thing. I think that people are inherently good, but there's always bad actors in any situation. A couple of years ago, I was with Deepak Chopra, and he said to me, he said, you know, Niall, technology can be beautiful and diabolical, just like people. So, you know, I haven't used AI yet, but sometimes I think of it in a very simplistic way, just like if a person gives me ideas. When we were sitting backstage, I said to Missy, the way that I write a song is, I go, oh, you're wearing burgundy trousers? Just like Prince would go, raspberry beret. I'm very simple when it comes to writing music. So I always have ideas. So it's not my area. I can't really discuss it.
And Melanie, do you like that idea?
Well, first of all, I feel really bad that I was left out of this backstage conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny that you should mention AI because I was really terrified of it. Really? But I have 3 kids. I have a 27-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 13-year-old. And I also was managed by Simon Fuller, who did the ABBA AI show that's actually been a massive hit. So I've been introduced it in a very, very simplistic but fun way. And I think there are some ideas with Spice Girls kind of swilling about to actually recreate something because obviously Simon Fuller did so well with the ABBA thing. And I think that concept at the time was actually like, what, you're going to have them on stage, but they're not there, but they really are, but it feels like they're there. Yes. So I think that's a genius concept and he's done really well with it. So I think from my standpoint, I have to embrace that. And if I don't, my kids will go mad and Joseph will be annoyed at me. So yeah. I'm learning.
Do you think you could see that? I mean, because there hasn't been a reunion. Everyone wants a reunion, but maybe it will just be a virtual one, Melanie.
Well, I am getting married this year, so I'm hoping all the girls show up. And if they don't, I'll just use AI. Okay? Put that in my back pocket.
Well, many congratulations on your
you.
upcoming marriage. Joseph, of course, it's been a huge topic here. How do you marry AI with creativity?
At my wedding.
There you go.
I think collaboration for the intelligent age is the theme of the annual meeting. And when we think of technology and we think of AI, we're often, the go-to emotion is fear. We're very scared of it. We think, you know, what does this mean, especially with creatives? You know, how am I going to protect my work? How does my work stay authentic? How am I going to make sure that no one's using my work without my permission or using it in a way that does not correspond to my profile or how I express myself or how I make my music? But I also think that it's an opportunity for immense creativity. And I think, you know, if we wind back to when there was the camera was introduced, And imagine we were oil painters at the time and the camera comes along and someone takes a picture of our painting, we're going to think no one's going to want us to paint anymore. Everyone's going to take pictures, but people are still painting brilliantly, and the camera is now an art form in its own right. So I think with the right guardrails, with the right framework and the right protective frameworks in place, I think AI is exciting, and I think it will become a tool in the creative box, such as the guitar or the ballet shoe, or the music that you make, the amazing music you make. I think it will just become another tool in the creative box. Yeah.
And Misty, how do you feel? Are you fearful of it? Could you have to protect your own image? Could there be a virtual Misty Copeland that you don't know about?
Yes. I mean, I think that's, the guardrails and the danger, the fear. But I think that there's power in the knowledge, just AI and technology in general. I mean, I think for ballet in particular, for dance, but ballet in particular, it's such an old art form and it's so afraid to evolve. And, when the pandemic hit, I think we all realized, how are we bringing this to people if they can't be physically in the theater? And I think that awakens something that's even bigger, where, there already have been so many people that don't have access to it, and we're not thinking of them. And I think that this is a brilliant way, by having virtual access to performances. And again, it's a balance where it's not, it's opening people's eyes, it's sparking interest, not taking away the experience of the live performance, which is absolutely necessary.
And how do you engage with your fan bases? You all have such powerful platforms. You're using your voice for good. How is your relationship with social media? That's been another big topic here, of course, at the forum, because of Meta stepping back on fact-checking. How do you feel, Melanie?
I get a lot of information from social media and my fans. I mean, recently I live on a farm and I have 12 chickens, and my chickens were just laying 1 egg a day. And I went for a walk around my farm and found 35 eggs. And I posted it on social media, and I got so much interest and knowledge, like, this is how you check the eggs, this is how you do that. I use it for good. And even if somebody posts something horrible or comments horribly, it doesn't affect me, because I'm just me. And I choose to share what I share. I don't overshare and I don't undershare. But the thing is, social media's there, and I think if you use it to your advantage and you actually have a voice, rather than just going, these are my eggs, which I did. But also I have like a whole framework and website of support for women that need help or need rescue when it comes to domestic violence. So I've kind of partnership with social media, and I think I'm okay with it so far.
Do you think there's a responsibility, and Misty, probably within your area, young girls that are aspiring to be a certain body image?
Yeah, I mean, that's so much a part of my own experience, these pressures and expectations, especially as a Black girl, as a Black woman. And I, as you said, Melanie, trying to use it for good. And I think it's a really incredible platform, especially for art. When it's these visual kind of sound bites, I feel like it's always been a really great opportunity for me to show, someone who lives, who knows where, that doesn't have access to seeing a live performance, but also to set an example with positive imagery and positive body image. That's something I'm definitely completely aware of.
And now, through the work that you do with the We Are Family Foundation, with young people, how are you finding their relationship with social media, with tech platforms? Do they feel they can only get a seat at the table if they have those skills?
Our young people, and it's funny, I really don't mean to call them kids, but I always do, because that's what I think when they call me their G-dad. They totally embrace it, and I completely support them. Many of our, I can think of some of our stellar kids that have used AI in such a great way as an anti-bullying platform. I mean, and it was brilliant. Now, the horrible thing is that it was bought by a really big tech company, and they've sort of suppressed it because it worked so well. And I guess that they sort of make a lot of money when people say bad stuff because they're just online. But in fact, she created this program, she coded, and she created this program from her heart, probably because there was a lot of bullying going on in her world. And I just have to theoretically support progress. Just to give you a stupid example, my band, as I said, I'm 72 years old, so all my music is really old school. One day I bought a drum machine, pissed my band off, pissed everybody off. They said, what did you do that for? You don't like the way I play drums? I said, no. I heard this song that went, pass the Dutchie from the left-hand side, pass the Dutchie. And I said, how did they get that beat? And somebody said, you needed a drum machine. I bought a drum machine and I wrote Carly Simon, why? And why? And that's how you do it. So it wasn't that I had a problem with the technology and that I have a problem with people using technology. Like Deepak said, it can be beautiful and diabolical. I like to believe that most people are good, but there's
I would
always
love to believe
bad
that.
actors. No, well, that's just how I feel. I was, look, my parents raised me to be, like I said, a nerdy good kid and to believe that people are good. So, I'd like to believe that the technology in the long run is going to be wonderful. There's always bad actors who do horrible things, and we see it now. I was saying this morning to a friend of mine, you don't even have to buy guns in America anymore, which is, they're thrilled to sell them, but you can print them and you can make your own guns, which is crazy. But in fact, they do. But, look, I've said enough. That's, I support technology. I support advances in technology. But, there are guardrails that need to be in place.
There's so much talk about advances in technology in AI, but there's also a shocking report from the World Economic Forum, Joseph, that's saying there won't be gender equity for women for 134
years.
Yeah. Which seems extraordinary. Misty and Melanie, I want to come to you. What are your feelings?
Don't come to me first.
I know. I'm like, I don't.
Myself.
Yeah, it's a lot to absorb. I don't know.
What more do we feel needs to be?
I think if we look back at the Crystal Awards last night, and we had some phenomenal awardees. We had Diane von Furstenberg, we had Rikin Yamamoto, and we had David Beckham, and all of them gave incredible reception speeches for their awards. But following on from the point you've just made, David Beckham gave an incredibly sincere, genuine, very passionate reception speech. And he spoke about the need to champion and empower girls and women. He spoke about the fact that he has a daughter himself, and he wishes his daughter to have the same opportunities that his 3 boys will have. And I thought it was so refreshing to see a man, especially David Beckham and everything he represents, but to see a man championing women and saying, it's not a women's struggle. It is a women's struggle, but it's not exclusively a women's struggle. In order for the gender gap to be closed, it doesn't take women to be stepping forward and rolling their sleeves up. It takes men and women to do that.
It also helps that he's married to my mate, the Spice Girls. So he has to be girl power.
So he's got girl power.
He's definitely. Otherwise it'll be a problem when he gets home. I'm telling you.
There'd be no choice. Melanie, talking about that subject, girl power, I mean, that's what you represented. The Spice Girls came onto the global stage, girl power. So for you, it must be hard to hear that statistic, but also for you for everyone to look at you and think she's the embodiment of girl power, but not knowing the struggles that you were going on.
Yeah, I think, when it comes to abuse doesn't have an age, a colour, a job certificate. Abuse can happen to anybody. And the fact that I spoke out about my abuse, I was probably the only one really speaking about it at that time. The only reference I had was Tina Turner, but she's American. She wasn't, born in England and Europe. So for me, talking about it was a big risk, but I also felt like there's such an epidemic out there. It's like everybody knows about it, but nobody talks about it. Yeah. And so to try and kind of get a hold of the reins and actually make people wake up, I've had an amazing response. And like I said, it's not just for me, it's for all the other women out there that don't have a voice. And for me, you know, I was in a 10-year abusive marriage. I was doing America's Got Talent. I was filming with Simon Cowell and Heidi Klum on the panel for like 8-9 hours a day. And that was my safe place, was at work. And so to be able to then go to HR on Netflix and other big companies like that and actually educate them on how to spot the signs of abuse really makes me feel like I'm doing something that actually, if it was in place, I needed that. So I'm helping women, and it's not just my voice, it's all the other women. I've got like an army of women that are constantly reminding me, well, what about this and what about that? Because we all have the same story. My story is their story and their story is my story. So to be able to be invited here and to be able to speak on these topics and this taboo topic especially is really heartfelt for me, because I've lived it and I still live it. I can't unsee what has happened to me, and neither can those other women.
Do you feel it's still taboo? I mean, what is the reaction?
I mean, it's not so much taboo as in back in 2015, nobody wanted to interview me, nobody wanted to publish my book. But now we have, you know, like local TV shows like Coronation Street that I advise on that actually implement the signs of abuse. So it's in everybody's living room, like 15 million people each week. So we're now more open to talking about it. People, you know, in their family dinners on a nighttime with their kids will talk about the side effects of abuse or how to spot abuse or the red flags. But it's not enough to just talk about it. We need to kind of do something more. We need to overhaul the justice system. We need to educate the police, because if I'm in a domestic violence situation, would I feel safe calling the police if they're not educated? 9 times out of 10, they're going to take me in handcuffs because the perpetrator's so good at convincing everybody it's my fault, then I haven't got a leg to stand on. Plus, I'm isolated. I haven't been in contact with my friends or family, you know, because abuse affects not just you, but everybody around you, and you feel so alone. So, yeah.
You are sharing your story on a huge platform here, Melanie, and at the forum. What reaction do you want? What changes do you want? What do you want the leaders who are here to take away?
Well, at the end of the day, there's not enough money put aside to actually help, you know, charities that can find women a safe place to go to or a refuge. They're actually closing them down. But at the end of the year, they end up spending billions on it anyway. So why not put that money aside, allocate it properly, educate the justice system, get rid of all those old fuddy-duddy judges that don't understand nothing about a woman suffering and then going through a divorce, and then the kids get taken off her and placed with the abuser. It's an absolute mockery. And I think, you know, we can bark on about it, but it's actually, we have to get into the meat and potatoes of why it's still going on and why it's still allowed to go on, and why me as a woman is afraid to go to court, because I have to then sit like here from my abuser. I'm terrified. I don't want to have to be put in a position like that. So then I don't go to court and he wins everything. It's like a vicious cycle and a circle. And I just recently got my doctorate at university and passed my trauma course. So, I mean, I didn't even finish school, so it was pretty big for me to get that achievement at nearly 50. But to be able to educate myself for the right reasons and want to actually understand the economics, it was a sham for me, and it was so disappointing to know that money's not being put to where it actually needs to get put. And if I'm a woman suffering from abuse, I get put into the system and I get lost because there's so many other people that are having to deal with me that don't understand my story. And then maybe I get put in prison because I've got PTSD from abuse. It's like we need to kind of re-educate and restart the foundations. And I know how to do that.
At the top of this conversation, you were asking me about the importance of cultural leaders at the annual meeting. And the 3 of these incredible people are examples of that. And I think listening to Melanie just now, a lot of people know Melanie because, of course, being one of the Spice Girls, and everyone in this room. I actually said to friends at the forum when I was talking about the idea of Melanie coming, I was saying, I bet you not one person in the Congress Center is incapable of whistling at least one Spice Girl. So
They're really annoying,
I know. No, that's not my point.
Which
My
one
point-
did you whistle?
Wannabe.
Oh, wannabe.
But
Niall, which one did you do?
Pardon me?
First Spice
He's
Girl
like, who
song.
were the Spice Girls?
Your first Spice Girl song, what comes to your head?
Wannabe.
Wannabe. That's what you really want. But the point I'm making is, isn't this phenomenal to hear Melanie speak the way she's speaking, so passionately about what has been unfortunately a life experience, but she's turned it around and she's championing and she's making change, and that is girl power.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And just a final message from all of you. I'd like to ask Niall, Misty, you, Joseph, and Melanie, if you had one message that you wanted to get across to the leaders here at Davos, what would that be? Just one, Niall.
Why can't we just all be good people? I really don't understand it. When you were just telling your story, I just thought of all of the, our programs are so extensive, the amount of girls and women that we've rescued just because of their culture, where the men in their villages can take them and marry them off, and their children, and boys who are gay, their parents, want to kill them and things like. I mean, we do this all the time, and it's just amazing to me that people can have that much hatred for others and people that they disagree with, and I just don't understand it, because my mom at 14 years old decided to, instead of go back to school, she got a job as an IBM key punch operator at 14 years old, and she was just a good person. And I just wish people could be good.
Thank you, Niall and Misty.
It's a good one. Everyone should have access to arts education. I think that's really, it. That it shouldn't be for one type of person, just for, more diversity and equity and access to it. And to understand that it makes strong, empathetic, bold people.
Thank you, Misty. Joseph.
I'm going to lean into what Niall just said and reference Diane van Furstenberg from last night. In her acceptance speech, she spoke about kindness as currency. And being kind doesn't cost anything. So I think just a little more kindness to each other, I think would make a big difference.
Yeah.
And Melanie?
Well, I'm realistic. There's bad people out there, and especially perpetrators. They find loopholes and they can love bomb you and get into your psyche and get into your brain and seek you out. You don't wake up one day and go, oh, I'm going to marry an abuser. No, what an abuser does is he goes, right, that person and that person, I know I can get into that person's wallet. I know I can abuse that person. So unless we stop abuse, it's going to carry on. So my message is, if we don't stop it, we're all going to be living in a very unfortunate world.
Well, Melanie Brown, Joseph, Misty, and Niall Rogers, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everyone, what a wonderful panel. Do you agree? Woo! Niall, Misty, Joseph, Melanie, thank you. Thank you. Bravo. Bravo to my amazing
Well done.
panel.
That was fantastic.
Oh, this is wonderful. Well, that brings our day one here at the Stagwell Clubhouse at the Sanctuary in Davos to an end. What a fantastic day we've had. What a programme of events. So let me just quickly talk you through what's happening tomorrow, because lots of great panels that you will not want to miss. So we will be having a panel in the morning with McLaren F1 driver Lando Norris tomorrow morning. We'll also be doing a panel on tech for good, how technology can better serve humanity, AI and sustainability. We'll have a fireside chat with Schneider Electric and a fascinating discussion on the future of news and democracy. So that are definitely sessions that you won't want to miss. Plus you'll get a sneak peek at Converge, but that's it from me, Ria Hebden. Thank you and good night. Thank you.